Pakistan here with Dr. Akbar.
Morning, Saikum. Hi, everyone.
Here with the Stani Army Watchalong for Pakistan versus South Africa, first test day 2. Doctor, what did you make of yesterday?
A difficult one, isn't it? Because I think after 70 overs, we were all pretty happy. We bowled South Africa out for, I think, what in the grand scheme of things should be a below par 220. And obviously, 20 overs later, we're coming off disappointed. We're 33 for 4. It's, we were moaning about it in the New Zealand series, weren't we? Or certainly I was, that we always feel like we're, going into day 2, day 3 of these test matches, still relatively early on, just always chasing the game, always behind. And you have to say at 33 for 4, we are probably slightly behind the game again. So overall, you wouldn't have thought we'd walk off frustrated, a bit disappointed with where we are in the game, just because of the batting, and I think the approach to the batting as well. I think both teams have made this pitch look a bit worse than it is, and it's not great. Let's be honest; it's already doing, playing a few games, which I'm sure we'll talk about. But what about you? Am I being overly pessimistic there, or?
No, I think the score is what it is. As you can see on there, we got them out for 220. They got about maybe 20, 30, 40 runs, maybe a little bit more than we thought that they should have. But then, to be 33 for 3 effectively, if you take Shane's wicket off, it's still too much, because when you look at South Africa, their openers, they still made a decent score before before the wicket started crumbling, but we don't even have that. So, but at least the one thing is that we've avoided the follow-on.
Small mercies, eh?
Yeah.
Well, I think as you mentioned, South Africa actually were going along quite well in that afternoon session. They were 120, 130 odd for 2, and then obviously there was a first run out, and that gave us a breakthrough. And then of course there was another run out in the afternoon session as well. We've just had the first ball, so come on boys, let's have a decent effort this morning. But yeah, South Africa were. I thought South Africa batted quite well until they started kind of gifting us a few wickets. Our first comment of the morning as well.
Yeah. Morning, Adam. How are you doing? Hope you're well. Thank you very much for joining us. We're here for the hard yard, for the long yards.
I was going to say, you asked me how I am. I mean, it's 5 a.m, so I think I'm okay, but you can never really sure. I'll let you know in a couple of hours. Be good to know from anyone commenting, or Adam yourself as well. Generally, what are your thoughts going into day 2? We're a bit not pessimistic about the day, because we'll come on to that, but we're a little bit down that we're not in the position of strength. So it'd be good to know what you made of yesterday. What are you hoping for? Hope today? What's kind of semi-realistically, semi-optimistically? What are the thoughts?
I think that we're about 180 odd behind, but I just hope that one of Fawad, because if you look at it, Fawad and Azhar is our last proper batting partnership. Okay, after that it's Rizwan, I think, isn't it? So yeah. with that being your last batting partnership, you just want one of these to get a decent score. So a minimum of a 50 at least, so one of them stays. So so they carry on batting with the tail really, and they just stand up and fight effectively. I just want to get as close to South Africa's score as much as possible, ideally. I just don't want to be rolled over.
Isn't it really frustrating? We've used that word a few times, but isn't it really frustrating that we're only into the first over of the second day, and we're already talking about, that one kept it. There's been 2 or 3 that have kept low already this morning.
Yeah, that bounce. So they spoke about this bounce. I was reading the report yesterday, and they spoke about this variable bounce, and they talked about how our spinners used it, but South Africa is their pacers are using it, Rabada is using it, which is obviously more lethal at the end of the day. So it makes you think that how come our pacers didn't use it.
Well, and if you think back to yesterday morning, I mean, Shaheen bowled quite well after a slightly shaky start, but although Hassan Ali got a wicket towards the end of play, he was throwing it around all over the place. I don't think Hassan really made best use of the conditions for fast bowling, in terms of like we say, kind of bowling wicket to wicket and just letting the pitch and the natural variation of bounce kind of just do its thing. Because if you look at the ball that Abid got and compare it to the ball that Imran Bhatt got, I mean, Abid has kind of kept a bit low, Imran Bhatt has kind of jumped it off, and yet the one for Imran was considerably fuller. So what did you make of others? Adam just mentioned about, he'll let us know as well in an hour. Yeah, I think similar to us.
Yeah. But I think that main thing is that these two need to dig in. We both agree with that. It's our last partnership. They need to basically dig in, because otherwise you're going to expose the tail, and we're 150 away from even matching South Africa's score. Sorry, you were saying?
No, so that's good. It goes back to what I was saying. It's frustrating again that we are on the second over of day 2, and already we're talking about dig in and fight and let's not try and lose. And you think, I'm sure most teams, I know the pitch is doing stuff, but I'm sure most teams would have bowled South Africa out for 220. We had 18 overs last night. Can't we be 50 for 1 for a change and just feel somewhat happy about the day's play? It just felt like in an hour and a half, we just kind of nullified that really good work, because we can't forget we bowled really well, we fielded really well, and we're happy to be optimistic, and we're happy to be we're happy when Pakistan play well. We don't like coming on here and moaning or anything like that. We'd have been delighted, but just wasn't to be. We kind of threw it all away, and South Africa are probably thinking, we've got out of jail here, having batted quite badly. How the heck have we ended up on top at the end of day 1?
Yeah. I think that if you even if you look back over the past 10-15 years, I mentioned this on Twitter, is that we're used to coming in at being 30 for 2, 30 for 3 basically. So this is nothing new for us. We've been here before. We know how to fight. Yes, it's unfortunate. Obviously, we'd all want to be 50 for 1, 70 for 2 basically. But we've been here before. This is Pakistan. This is what we do. We're experts at it. We're in that corner tiger. We need to fight like corner tigers. Basically.
Fought to get the ball away there for 2 runs, so we've got our first runs in the morning at least.
Yeah.
What do you make? What should the approach be today then? We've got Azhar on. Azhar is on 7 of 42 now. To me, people talk about Misbah and the approach, and there's been lots of back and forth about Misbah and being coached, but coming in at 30 for 3, soaking up all that pressure, which is what Azhar has done, that seems like a very Azhari thing to do, but it also feels like a very Misbah thing to do, to just soak it up, soak it up, soak it up. But of course, on this pitch, there might be one that just has your name on it, keeps low and bowls you, and then you think, I should have just played a few shots while I was at the crease.
Yeah, so Salaam Omar makes a good point that if you're going to bat, Pakistan are going to bat too defensively, and as a result, they lose wickets. So we've said this, yesterday, that we were batting really slowly. If you look at the New Zealand series, I still remember it now. We took 40 overs to get 50 runs. And then I think in the next test match or the next innings, we started scoring with intent, and the runs started coming. We're not saying that you need to go at 7 and over. You just need to go at maybe 2.5, 3 runs and over. So you're just accumulating. A perfect example of that was, remember Kane Williamson's century?
Yes, yeah.
Test. That was a beautiful test innings. Was that?
It was a shout against Azhar there. They're not taking that any further. Sorry, go on. Yeah.
Sorry. I think that Azhar it has to be the rock of the innings. He's on 7 of 44 at the moment. He's the one that has to stay in, just kind of stabilize one end and let Fawad dig in, get himself in, and then just show some intent to start playing runs. But if we start going with the 1 run and over, we're just going to get nowhere. We're just going to keep digging in our hole.
Have they reviewed this? I think they've reviewed this, It wasn't a particularly convincing shout. Azhar had a big stride in. Let's have a look. It's hit him. Oh, I think is he not middle bat?
Yeah, there's a chance of bat there, but I think it's outside the line anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's taken a fairly big stride forward. A good chance it's hit his bat first. Obviously, because we're talking, we can't hear what the third umpire is saying. But let's have a look. That is, it's pad first.
Pad first. Okay, that's still outside the line though. You can't even see the off stump.
Well, I think we're going to be. It could be a yellow, couldn't it? It could just be a
was it umpire's call? Was it
call? Let's have a look. We've got it coming up now. Yeah, it's maybe outside.
Yeah. Always love it when the opposition lose a review.
Yes, exactly right. So they've got 2 left. We've both got 2 left now. That was a unnecessary kind of flutter there. The likes of Yusuf and Inzamam really got bogged down. And no, you're right. I agree. And the thing is, right, I think if you're batting on a pitch that is doing loads, okay, the ball's spitting, it's ripping, it's turning out the rough, then you can't trust your defence because you know that there's a ball that's got your name on it. So you kind of get the bowler before the bowler gets you. So you kind of, you play your attacking shots, a bit like, kind of a little bit like Sri Lanka did in their third innings the other day against England, where by day 3 in Gaul, the ball is doing stuff, and I think Sri Lanka got a bit spooked and thought, right, let's just get as many as we can and then try bowling them down. Now, this pitch isn't doing that, so I think you can still trust your defence on it. So I don't think we need, like you say, we don't need to kind of worry too much about the pitch and think, oh my God, got to get our runs in the first hour, or crazy things are going to happen. But equally, it's a good enough pitch to be able to kind of play through the line. It's a good enough pitch to take advantage of the bad balls. And it's my one quibble about Azhar, which is over the years generally, is Azhar is not very good at taking advantage of bad bowling. He got a couple of pies served up last night, I think from Maharaj. And you're thinking, you know what, Azhar, it's an attacking field. Yeah, I know we're 3 down, but that's a good shot. You can take advantage. You can find a gap. Let's get a 1, let's get a 2, let's, rotate the score. But again, it just came back to that kind of, he was soaking up all the pressure. And I get about what you say about being the rock. I agree to an extent. But we've just got to make sure we don't go so far into our shells that South Africa can just hit a line and just not have to worry about the runs at all.
Yeah, because, we know that we have that scoreboard pressure. We're 180 odd behind at the moment anyway. And you just, like you say, you don't want to give South Africa anything at all, really. You just want to, obviously, you don't want to lose any wickets, but you want to keep chiseling away at that deficit, because otherwise you're not going to progress. You're not going to get anywhere. You're going to have faced like 10, 15, 20 overs, and you're not going to have made any progress on that deficit at all. I mean, it's 36 for 4 of 20 overs now, so you've got 20 overs. The shine is going to have gone off the ball, so now's the time to capitalize on it, really. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because you're talking here about 3 runs and over, all that is. We're going at 1.5, just over 1.5 and over. So you have to give credit. South Africa have bowled. I think South Africa's seamers have significant. There's a quick single here, as I think should be all right. The South African seamers significantly outbowled our seamers. I think you've got to say that as well. You've got to credit to Nortje and Rabada and Ngidi for the way that they bowled last night. They didn't really give us. Do you remember too many bad balls last night?
Well, no,
not from the seamers. I can't.
No, I think they were more or less bang on the money, really.
But we weren't whole. That's the frustrating thing. We were pretty poor first up yesterday.
I think that's the kind of there's a mysticism about our bowling. When you look at our bowling, you think that the bowling's amazing. You've got Shane Afridi, who has a huge amount of potential. No matter where. I remember when we played in the England series last year, you had Nasser Hussain, Atherton, raving about Afridi, and he's really good. He's brilliant, but he's not a Waqar Yunus yet. He's not a Wasim Akram yet, and that's something that we all have to remember. Our bowling is not as good as we all think it is, so we just need to temper our expectations. Playing at home against a centre country, we're playing in home conditions that we know. But I mean, if you look at Adam here, he says our batsmen have been playing on road wickets in the UAE for the last 10 years. It's going to take us time to fully take advantage of being at home batting wise. So it's not just even batting wise, Adam, it's bowling wise as well. We obviously play all our domestic cricket here as well, but we just need to play here more to kind of learn the conditions, learn the opposition. How could we take advantage of them? It's a lot different getting an international batsman out than it is getting a domestic batsman out as well. So we do need to give it time. I think the problem is that as Pakistani fans, we expect us to win everything. We expect us to get everyone out. We expect us to get break all batting records. Basically, we just need to temper our expectations, but we want to be putting up a fight. I mean, if you look at the women that are touring over in South Africa at the moment, they lost 3-0. Every single game, they put up a fight. They didn't collapse. I think they were in situations where they were in the ODIs, they were 30 for 3, 60 for 4, etc. They were always chasing it, but they had 1 or 2 partnerships that brought it close. They just need to be able to take it over the edge, but they were fighting. And that's what we expect here as well. And, we just need that fight.
So should we? I mean, speaking of these road wickets Adam mentions in the UAE, obviously we've prepared to an extent. I don't think this pitch is that much different to a UAE track. It's probably the inconsistency in bounce on day one here is probably something you'd get maybe on day 2 or day 3 in the Emirates. So it's probably a little bit further on in that regard. But I feel like we've we're not going to beat South Africa on a quick pitch that flies through. Let's be honest. Not with that's another good shot from Fawad there. We're not going to beat South Africa on a green top, I don't think, because I worry about their seamers getting enough movement. We're not going to beat them on a pitch that flies through, because again, I don't think our batsmen will be able to cope with that. So I guess it only really leaves us this kind of pitch to kind of prepare. One that kind of crumbles, one that kind of keeps a bit low. And that's why last night it was a bit disappointing that although, yes, we've been batting in the UAE for 10 years, I don't think this pitch was, I mean, feel free to disagree. I'd be interested to know what your thoughts are, but I don't think this track is that different from a UAE track. And so therefore you kind of wanted our batsmen to apply themselves a little bit better. But then equally, as we said, there was a couple, the openers got a couple of deliveries that they couldn't do a huge amount about. Shaheen obviously got, he was bowled. Babar was a disappointing one. I don't know what the guys mentioned on the live show yesterday, but I don't think the delivery that got Babar was doing that much. It seemed to go straight on, bit of a nothing shot.
I think with Babar's wicket, when I saw the replay, it looked like his bat kind of got stuck behind his pad. He was bringing it out to play, but then it kind of clipped the edge of his pad, and that split second means the ball hit his pad, and it was dead on really. It wasn't even umpire's call really. But I mean, just going back to the wicket, I don't know. I don't think that this is similar to the UAE, because if you look at the UAE, it's always bat. Both teams in the first innings, they normally get a really high score, and then it's on day 4 or 5 the wicket starts to crumble, and then that's when it comes alive. If you think back to what Misbah used to do.
I agree, because of course you're right. Absolutely, the UAE you expect. Our typical thing was win the toss, bat, get 450. Yeah. Other team gets 350, and then the scores kind of come down a little bit. I just don't think the batting was very good yesterday. I think maybe I'm sure.
Sorry, can you just stop me 1 second? They've got Fawad Allen's first class record up, and it says over 44 innings, he's got a 71 average, and I think just at Karachi as well. So he knows this ground, he knows it inside out. He's got 10 centuries in here as well. So the stage is set for Fawad now. Come on, Fawad, show us what you can do. Beautiful players are there. Yeah, sorry, I cut you off there.
No, it's okay. First of all, already much better intent this morning. We have 43. We've got 12 runs in 14 minutes, which is already a lot better. And they are, they're when there are not fantastic deliveries coming, we're playing a shot and we're kind of going for it a bit more. So that's good to see.
Calming the nerves.
I was going to say, I just to fight, I guess, to go on the pitch and maybe just finish that one off quickly. I think maybe the batsmen on both sides made that pitch look worse than it is. I wonder if our batting lineup from 2-3 years ago, or whatever, the Misbah era, versus South Africa's batting from a few years ago, I think maybe the scores have been higher, but who knows? Well, I mean, we'll see what the pitch is doing. So far this morning, it hasn't exactly flown through, but thankfully it hasn't significantly misbehaved or anything like that.
Yeah, you're not seeing any kind of variable bounce. There's
not really.
Yeah, there's a slight amount of swing, but nothing that's going to be a bit unnerving. I mean,
no.
Omar makes point that Babar looked rusty. He was almost out the previous ball, but he got bat on ball just in time. So we've got to bear in mind that with Babar, he was out. He didn't play at all during the New Zealand Test series because of his thumb, and it's his first game back now. So, is it realistic for us to expect him to score a double century in his first game back? That's we expect the world from him. So we just have to give him time. Really, yes. He looked rusty. So is that going to be boundary?
Oh, nearly.
But it's like you said that they, in the past 15-20 minutes, we're scoring runs. We're not going to T20 crazy PSL style.
And it's not as if they're not hitting through the line and taking chances. I mean, that was a full ball on his middle and leg, and he just kind of bunted it down the pitch for a couple of 2 or 3 runs. So that's what we weren't doing yesterday. I feel like yesterday, Azhar probably wouldn't have, just watching that shot again. Yeah, I just feel like Azhar would have maybe kind of smothered it a bit more and just really played it down. And it's another ball that we could have scored off. But I agree with Omar. Babar did he looked rusty, but then you'd probably expect him to look rusty, wouldn't you?
Yeah, let me just go through some of these comments. Salam alaikum, Kal. Tiabi here. Sure enough, good to have you back for taking on the short ball. Yeah, that's what we want. We just want them just to get on top of it. So
You did that yesterday. You did that yesterday as well. There was that kind of uppercut, wasn't there, for 4? So
yeah. Because this gives South Africa something to think about, because they know that Pakistan aren't going to lie down. They're going to stand up and fight basically, and it just makes them think. Carl says, I don't think we're out of the game just yet. We still have batting. We just need a couple of good partnerships and we can get ahead of the game. 100%. That's what we said at the start. Homer saying, I feel that both the batting lineups are quite average, to be honest. That's the thing, that they're nothing special. Ooh, that looked a bit close, that did.
I think he got bat on that, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, it must have been bat, because South Africa didn't even think, I'm not even thinking about reviewing. Yeah. You've got a couple of 1 or 2 batsmen in both sides that you're going to be a bit wary of, but there's nothing, you don't have the 4 or 5 batsmen that you think that, okay, they're going to score centuries, for example. So, and I think that's why it's a really good series, because they kind of evenly matched up from that respect as well. It's no one team's going to roll over. We're 33 for 4, but we're only 108 yards behind. So
yeah, and I think as well, if you look at the way South Africa kind of batted yesterday, that's another played away from Fawad there for a single. If you look at the way South Africa batted yesterday, a couple of the dismissals. I mean, obviously you've got 2 runouts, which in any Test innings are always going to be a bit ridiculous.
But if you remember, we got those runouts.
Yes,
that was amazing to see. We're not on the wrong side of them this time.
No, exactly. So that was good. That was good to see. But if you think about de Kock's dismissal, where he was kind of mowing one to mid-wicket, I think, where someone took the catch. I think de Kock was out. I can't remember which spinner it was now. That was a pretty poor dismissal. And then Linda as well. Linda was set on 30 odd, and then he holed out to Hassanulli down at deep square leg. So a few dismissals that, I think, didn't say much about the kind of the skill on show from both teams. But you're right though, Hulk. It's isn't it 6 versus 7 or 5 versus 6? If you look at the rankings as well, it is kind of two mid-table teams. But anyway, yeah, do you want to take that comment from Adam?
Yeah. So Adam says that, do you think that the growing PSL will translate into Pakistan having a stronger Test team, or do you fear it will create a generation of players who only want to play T20? So there's 3 formats: T20, ODI, and Test. And I think that the easiest format, I think that people think to get into that they can get into is T20. So they make a few scores in the PSL, and they think, okay, right, straight away put them in the T20. The T20 squad has got 11 places. You cannot put 50 players into a T20 squad for a start, and I think that's the first thing that we need to be wary of. The PSL is just around the corner now after this series as well, and you obviously know that there's going to be a few players that are going to make a few scores, get some good, get some good figures bowling, etc. But you can't. Then there's always the kind of the clamor we need to get this person and that person in. But we suffer from taking someone who's done really well in PSL and saying, oh yeah, we need to put them in the Test team. It's a completely different game, and that's something that we've suffered from in the past, and we just need to be 100% wary of, really. Well, what do you think of that?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, in terms of, is it going to create a generation that only want to play T20? If you look at the other leagues, the other kind of leagues around the world, think of kind of the IPL, and then you look at India's Test team. You look at England's T20, but then look at their Test team as well. I think you still got a group of players that want to play Test cricket rather than just play T20s. Now that might be because the England and Indian and Australian players are very well paid and rewarded for their Test efforts. Because then if you compare them with, say, the West Indies, who also have a very kind of strong T20 culture. Internationally, they've got a strong T20 culture. Or as a be careful there, the ball was just kind of shaping into him. That's that typical as a dismissal, isn't it? He's managed to get some bat in it for one.
Yeah.
If you look at, say, the West Indies, if you look at kind of some other countries where they're not quite so highly paid, then actually you do some of these players do see the dollar signs flashing in the T20 leagues, and they think, what, maybe Test cricket won't reward me. So I think if we keep Test cricket, if we kind of show the players that there's rewards to play Test cricket, lucky as I got them back on that.
Close that.
If they're rewarded for playing Test cricket, I think there's no reason why the PSL can't improve the exposure they get to some of the best bowlers in the world, and can't improve the way they play in certain kind of situations. That one jumped it for one.
That's that variable bounce now, isn't it? Rabada's all over that.
So just to finish off, net result I think will be good for Pakistan, and net result hopefully will mean that we're more competitive in Test and T20s, and it just will help the infrastructure and all the. Let's have a look at this one. I think Fawad could have played that a little bit better. It was on the short side, but he's kind of coming.
But if you think about that, the best thing there is that he got behind the ball, directly behind the ball. So even if it did spit up at him, which it did a little bit, it didn't take the edge.
So what are we? Let's put our pessimistic hats on for a second, okay? What lead are you happy with South Africa having, if it comes down to it? If we have to give South Africa a lead sometime later on, today. Well, okay, so one, fair enough.
I think that if we concede a lead going into the third innings, then in the back of my mind, I've got that 20-odd runs that Rabada scored yesterday as well. So I wouldn't want anything close to 50, put it that way, because I don't think that. I think it's might be difficult for either side to come up with like 350, 400 in the next inning. So if we get anything close, if they concede a lead close to 50, I think that's a definite cause for concern. I'd be looking at about like 20, 30 runs or something maybe. Omar makes a point here that about 30 runs. I agree with Omar there. If we can concede, I'd want to keep it below 30. What do you think?
Yeah, no, that's the thought I had. It was my first thought when I woke up was, how much of a lead can we afford? Anything this side of 50, and I think we're okay. 42, 43, whatever, something like that. And look, let's hope it doesn't come to that. We've started off okay this morning. There's another good shot from us. Let's hopefully another one run. So we're 53 for 4, 167 behind. But anything this side of 50, and I'm just about okay with. I think if the lead is more than 50, so if we don't get to 170 and we get bowled out, that's going to give South Africa such an advantage. And the thing is, looking at the domestic scores, it does sometimes seem as if the pitch is better for batting on day 2 and day 3 at Karachi. But I have to be honest, when you're looking at the scorecards on Quick Info, obviously I haven't watched all the domestic games at Karachi. I'm not sure that the pitch was doing this. I don't think this is going to be a pitch that, unless it suddenly flattens out, I don't think it's going to get easier to bat on as time goes on. It feels like it's either going to stay the same or it's going to get more difficult to bat on.
Yeah, so I think the commentators were saying yesterday, I'm pretty sure they said that this is normally days 2 and 3 are normally the best batting days on here as well. So, we're in day 2 now, so set yourselves in. Yeah, we're going to come out with score of 400. We're going to get a lead of about 200 here. But yeah, you just never know with this. So I just want to get as close to that score as possible. I think that we just need to kind of start breaking it down with trail by 150, and then you get into trail by 100, and then you then into double digits, slowly start chipping away at that score. But it is this is the main batting partnership left, really. Before you're into the Rizwans, the Fahims, etc. The Fahims.
We would count Rizwan surely as a proper. I see our next partnership as 2 strong batsmen, don't you think? No, I know he's keeper.
Yeah, so I think that they're definitely strong partnerships, but I think the Fawad and Azhar is our last recognized Test batting partnership. I see them as 2 different categories. For basically, like you look at the top 4 or top 5. That's the kind of differentiation I have in them, basically, because you could put Azhar anywhere in that top 4, basically, couldn't you? You wouldn't put Rizwan in the top 4.
I don't know.
Of Test?
I don't know.
He's not an Alex Stewart, is he? Or a Sangakkara?
No, but he's a really good batsman. If some people got their way and Sarfraz, let's say for example Sarfraz got back into the team, I'd be interested in your comments on this actually. Would you ever play Rizwan as a 4 or 5? Maybe not. I agree. He's not going to open, and I don't think he'd be a 3. But would you be happy Rizwan batting 4 or 5? Let's say if Sarfraz had to keep for whatever reason, we had a number of injuries. I think I'd be all right with Rizwan at 5.
I think the problem there is you're comparing Rizwan to our current crop of batsmen. I think that, there might be scope to push him up the order maybe a little bit, but at that point I'd be worried then, what's going on that we have
what's going on in Pakistan. Yeah.
where are the batsmen at the end of the day? I think he's a good, solid kind of lower middle order batsman to kind of push us on and get us a few more runs and, bat with a tail and have that kind of that steady head there. But if you have to start pushing him up, I'd be worried and to start thinking what the hell's going on with our infrastructure that we don't have any more batsmen. So it's interesting they've got a fielder there, or it's right next to the non-striker. So they've obviously kind of laid a plan there for Azhar that they probably think, I don't know, he might get a leading edge or something over there. So this just shows that, to me, it shows that, South Africa have done their homework. We talk about having the new age, the modern age, about having analysts in the team. I'd just love to know, do we have an analysts in the team? What are they doing basically? You've got all this data to your hands on that we have to our hands on Cricinfo. They must have more data. They must have more videos, etc. You see in the England squad, don't you, that when you have a look at when they're batting or bowling, you have a look at their kind of dressing room, you see them there with laptops, with Macs. You're hoping that they're not watching Netflix. They're analyzing the cricket. But I think you used to see that when you had the Bob Woolmer era or the Mick era, I think. But you don't really see it now, do you?
There's good data and there's bad data. I think you can sometimes get a bit too bogged down in data. If you just look at it, if you don't look at the context of the data, then sometimes it doesn't mean very much. But I don't think we plan quite as well as we should. I think we've seen a few examples of that in the past couple of series against New Zealand and England, where you think we're watching and we're thinking, hold on, why aren't they doing this and this? Why isn't the keeper standing up for a pass? Why aren't we going short to Chris Wokes? I know we keep mentioning that Old Trafford test. But if I was just you mentioned about the field there, so I just rewound my Sky thing to see what the field was, and Pakistan are 54 for 4. The ball is 30 something overs, 24 overs old. But South Africa barely have any slips, and again, it just shows this is not a kind of edge to first or second slip kind of pitch. This is very much you're going to get caught short mid off, you're going to get caught kind of mid wicket, extra cover, things like that. So it's almost kind of it does show that they've done their homework. Another good shot from Fawad there, 55 for 4. So it just shows you the kind of dismissals that they're going for. If we can get parity with South Africa, I feel like, so if we get close, 210, 230, I mean, it'd be lovely if we get 300, but if we can get somewhere close to South Africa, I feel like the way we bowled at them and the way they played our spin is more likely to happen again in the second innings by the time we get to day 3, day 4, because I think it will start turning more. And I would be confident that we could bowl them out for a low score again. Whereas I feel like second time round, I don't think that their pacers will get as much joy. And I feel like we can probably bat better more. We can probably improve more second time round than they can second time round. Does that as a very long-winded way of saying that I think we're okay?
I think that I agree with you in part, but you got to bear in mind that we're batting last on here.
Mm-hmm.
And although we can say that, okay, there's not many gremlins in the wicket at the moment, on days, 4 and 5, 5 if it gets that far, you just never know, the cracks start opening up. It already has variable bounce, let's be honest. So you don't know what that's going to be like on a day 4 wicket, and we have to bat last on here. So, if we come out on a day 4 wicket and we've got to get, I don't know, say 150 to win the test, it's not going to be straightforward as batting on a day 1 wicket in the UAE, basically. I'm just going to quickly go through some of these comments here. Coming from into this one, Omar says Pakistan are batting last, so they can't afford to concede a big lead. And then he also said even if Pakistan get 30 runs ahead, the game would be evenly poised as they have to bat last. Yep, exactly. I think when we were talking about Riz, number 6 at best at the moment. Sorry, 1 second. Pakistan are going to get a lead. I can see it quite like a corner tagger color, like it. And walaikum salam to Shazib. Positive start in the first 30 minutes. Keep going, boys. Yeah, 100%. This is what we were talking about, Shazib. It's about showing that intent. We're not going T20 crazy, trying to score 7-8 runs and over. We just moved to keeping the scoreboard ticking. That's all we want, and it's showing that intent. You saw here from the past few balls, Doc, where Fawad, he tried like, what was it, a pull shot a couple of times. and it's showing that intent. So he's not just blocking the ball, so he's making South Africa think about the ballers, think about their lines, about their length, basically, because you know that if they're slightly off, the batsman's going to be on it.
Yeah,
they're not just going to be smothering it, as you said.
Yeah, and also, I mean, we just saw a second ago as well. As a good calling is important. You can be positive. You can be positive in your defence as well. So as has pushed at one, and they've both gone. We've got a single, and again, it just messes up the bowler's line. You've got right hand, left hand. So it's been, we can't complain. I think at 33 for 4, coming into it, you think, my God, if we lose one quickly on day 2, we are, we're in all sorts of trouble here. We're going to get to 100. But here we are now. We've been batting for half an hour this morning. We've nearly doubled the score with 33 to 56.
Yeah.
And it's going okay thus far.
Yeah, small wins. Well,
but that's what you've got to do. I mean, these two probably will be saying, I mean, you don't want to sound like tail enders, but it's just batting half an hour chunks. Let's get to drinks now. Drinks is 25 minutes away. And it is going to deflate South Africa. They'll think, well, hold on, we got 4 wickets in 20 odd overs last night. It's been an hour and we haven't got anything. And then, your mind starts playing tricks. When do we bring the spinners on? All that. You want to kind of transfer all the pressure was on us this morning. You just want to transfer a little bit of pressure back onto South Africa and see how they kind of cope with it.
Yeah, you want South Africa to have to go to their plan B or plan C. You don't want them to stick to their A game and just kind of go straight through our batting order. You want them to, as you say, you want them to start thinking. You want them to start to second guessing themselves as well. Mm-hmm. And the only way you're going to do that is by the batsman showing a little bit of intent, which is exactly 100% what they've been doing. Adam says it's time like this where we need the crowd to encourage the boys. 100%. You can just imagine what a crowd would do for our players, for our batsmen. I've never been to a game in Pakistan, but I was having a look at the Karachi Stadium yesterday, as we all were, and it just looks like a pure circle. And the first thing that kind of went to my mind was that how amazing would a Mexican wave be in that stadium? You'd have all the crowd there. You could go around with the dole and everything, get the crowd going and everything. And that would be just absolutely amazing. And I think that from a Stani Army perspective, that's one of the things we're all looking forward to do is when the COVID restrictions die down, inshallah, is just kind of getting out there, getting the crowd going, just giving the players some kind of support, because they've always spoken about the great support they get from their fans, and that's something that we just need everyone on it for that when the world starts opening up again.
One that just bounced at us around the corner. They've got a short, fine leg in, and it just evaded him. But this is what we've got to look out for today. There are going to be balls that do a little bit more. I wonder if this might be a pitch that Hassan Ali might enjoy bowling on second time round. Hassan strikes me as he's not going to just put it outside off stump and try and look for the edge. Hassan is very much a skiddy kind of wicket to wicket kind of bowler. Maybe he'll enjoy bowling on this second time round if there's going to be the odd one that keeps low. He's quick enough to cause trouble. So, yeah. And you mentioned about South Africa's plan B and plan C. Let's be honest, South Africa's strength is their seam bowlers. South Africa's strength could also be their top order batsmen. South Africa's strength is not Keshav Maharaj and George Linder. So if we can get their spinners on, you would like to think we can handle their spinners quite comfortably. I know Babu got up to Keshav last night. That was slightly frustrating, but if we can get the spinners on, and then I feel like that will have been a victory for us the sooner their spinners come on.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you just saw there that Quentin and Gidi having a talk, and you're just thinking that. So they're starting to think about their plans. They're starting to think about what they want to do. They're not just kind of going straight off the bat. So Shazib says, 100%. I remember in New Zealand, we were just blocking the ball and putting pressure on ourselves. Yeah, we've spoken about that. That you're not doing yourself any favors there at all, really. So you got Omar saying the British Pakistani fans show more passion. So I've only ever been in crowds where you've got British Pakistani fans, and I think that we showed an amazing amount of passion. But it'd be interesting so if there's anyone on the watching who's from anywhere outside Britain, what do you think of the crowds in wherever you've seen Pakistan play? What do you think of the passion there? Or if anyone's watched the games on TV where we play around the world, what do you think of the atmosphere or the passion from the crowd there?
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
So Adam saying, what's the best atmosphere game you've ever been to? Go on then, Doc. I know you've been to games up and down the country.
Indeed. I would say probably, and it is not, sometimes there's that recency bias, isn't it? Where you just think of the last game you went to and you think, my God, that was the best. But honestly, probably that World Cup 2019 game against New Zealand, that was the most partisan Pakistan atmosphere I've ever been part of. And then I guess I would also say Champions Trophy 2004 was the last time I went to an India-Pakistan game where it was at least somewhat equal. Every Pakistan-India game I've been to ever since has been so overwhelmingly kind of full of Indian fans that the atmosphere hasn't been quite as, the atmosphere isn't ever quite as good when you've got all one set of fans, and especially the Indian fans can be a little bit quiet at times. But in 2004, that Champions Trophy game at Edgbaston, you had, maybe 60-40, 65-35 India fans. And that game, the horns did not stop blaring. The crowd didn't, it was just all day. It was loud. So yeah, I would say probably that game, and obviously the New Zealand game last year, where Pakistan fans were just loud from ball one to the very end. What about you, Hulk?
So just before we move on to me, I just want to go into this one. So Omar saying that Pakistan South Africa 2009 semi-final. So I know you went to this game. I didn't go to this. I know you didn't.
I watched this one on TV. I didn't go to this one.
Oh, did you not go to this one?
On TV. It was on TV. It's probably one of the best atmospheres I've seen.
I think this game was at Trent Bridge, was it? I think if I'm right. Yeah, it just, again, it looked like it was, 90-95% plus Pakistan crowd. And then I remember seeing some of the videos of what happened after the game, of the streets just being, completely rammed with Pakistan fans. Because obviously we were into the final. So yeah, that's an amazing one that you went to there, Omar. For me, it was, as you said, Doc, you've got the recency thing. So I think that would be the New Zealand game from the 2019 World Cup in Edgbaston. But I think just thinking back a bit further than that, it's got to be the 2016, the T20 at Old Trafford.
Oh, yes, lucky one to be there. Yeah.
It was just absolutely ridiculous. I remember we were in the party stand, as they were calling it, and the whole stand was full of Pakistan fans, and there was a couple of England team fans there as well. There was a dad with his son who must have been about 6 or 7. They at the time of their lives. It was not an MCC Lords crowd, I can tell you that. Mexican waves going around. I remember Nasser Hussain saying at the time that that it just looked like Lahore. And when I came home, I had to watch the highlights to find out exactly what happened during the game. We were I think we had the first 2 rows, and I didn't know what the hell happened in the game because we were just jumping up and down for 3-4 hours. And so it'd be interesting to know then from people that are listening, what's the best atmosphere that you've been in at grounds, whether it's here or over in outside the UK. What's the best atmosphere you've been in? Were you a part of that atmosphere? What did you do with it? How did you feel? So it'd be interesting to know that.
Have you been to many games as a neutral, Hulk?
No, I can't do it.
No,
I just find it boring. The only one I have been to is the first time I went to Lords for a T20 Blast game, Surrey versus someone. And the main reason I've never been to Lords, so I wanted to see what the whole hype about that was. And Sangakkara was playing, so I wanted to see him. And I think Azhar Mahmood was playing as well. But I just didn't care who won. And it just seemed a bit of a waste for me, really. So, I mean, the only other time I've been to one is in the 2009 T20 World Cup. I went to the Pakistan-New Zealand group game. So before that, it was South Africa, West Indies, and I can't really remember anything that happened during that game because I just wasn't bothered. So no, I save all my stuff for the Pakistan games. Have you been to any neutral games?
Yeah, I was just going to say, did Fawad almost get caught there at kind of the short square leg position? I feel like he just kind of squirted one away, which just evaded Bavuma. It may have been a bump ball, so apologies if. Let's have a look. Rabada's bowling is kind of on his legs. He's flicked it away. Ooh,
it just went through, didn't it?
Just through Bavuma, and it's catchable height. I think it's just gone pretty quickly. Yeah, it's probably the reason why.
So what you got to say there, Doc? Yeah, is that perfectly bisected his hands?
Exactly. Between the left and the right. No, I've not been to many games as a neutral. I was very optimistic in 2013, so I bought tickets for the Champions Trophy final, probably one of our worst ever one-day teams. So we were nowhere near that. So I ended up going to watch India-England with actually a friend of mine who is an India fan, and so
that was the final, that wasn't it? I remember that. It was a
It
good
was the
final.
one where India won it just at the end of the
With the rain, I think as well, wasn't it?
Yes, it was a T20 at the end. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It changed to a T20 because of the rain. So, yeah, excuse me. Good game. Not particularly delighted with the outcome, but yeah, like you say, you can't get. I think, for Pakistan fans, let's be honest, we're not going to go there. Well, some of us anyway. I personally, I'm not going to go to a cricket match. I'm not going to have a drink. I'm not going to take a picnic with me. For me, a cricket match is not a relaxing. It's not. If I want to relax, I'll do something else. But I won't watch cricket. For me, is into it and watching every ball. So obviously, if you don't have that emotional investment, because like you say, it's a T20 game between Surrey and whoever, or it's two international teams that you don't really mind, it's just not as enjoyable. So no, I haven't been to too many as a neutral. And Umar mentions that 0-4 game that I spoke about. Yeah, we were quite evenly matched. It was actually a really good game as well. It was it was a good game. It was a good game. 190 to 200, I think, and we chased 200 with a couple of balls to spare. Yusuf got a 50, I think, that day, and Shoaib bowled like the wind in our bowling innings. Another quick single. Excellent. I'm really, really, really pleased with the rotation and strike this morning. Our run rate for the last 10 overs is about 3 and over. I think we've got 30 in the last 10. So it's like Umar was saying earlier, isn't it? I think he was saying, test batting run rate of about 3 and over, and that's without taking two. I don't think we've taken any risks this morning, have we?
Yeah, because that's the important thing always, isn't it? Rotating strike. I always go back to that 2015, our opening game in the World Cup against India. Kohli was batting, and they, I think it was around overs 15 to 25. Basically, they didn't got that many boundaries, but I remember looking up the score and I was like, how have they got 40, 50 more runs? Because they haven't hit any boundaries, but it's because they're rotating the strike. And I think the mentality sometimes from our batsmen is that they're getting stuck in that T20 mode. It's, I need to score boundaries, I need to score fours, I need to score sixes to keep the scoreboard ticking over. No, you don't need to do that. Just constant keep moving it across, skip with singles, doubles, etc. And that's absolutely fine, because you're going to be getting your 3 runs and over. Every now and again, you might get a boundary or not, but as long as you get like 2 or 3 runs and over, that's all you need here. You just need to keep ticking it over. There's no need to have that fascination with cow corner that we seem to love.
So that block, soak up the pressure, boundary over mid wicket. Who does that? That reminds.
Say that again.
I was going to say that approach, the approach that we don't like, of kind of block, and then a boundary over mid wicket or cow corner. That our coach, that reminds me of the way he used to bat. And so you do start wondering how much of an influence. I mean, they've been great this morning, so obviously I'm not having a go at Misbah, but it's interesting to see sometimes the team does play in the way that they are coached, and sometimes you do wonder if maybe this it worked for Misbah, but I don't know if it works just because it worked for Misbah, does it work for every player to be block and blast, as Umar has just mentioned on the comments?
Yeah, I think that the social media was going crazy yesterday, as it has been over the past 2-3 weeks, about why is everyone trying to bat like Misbah? And I think that there's a part of that we're all assuming that Misbah's told them all to bat like this. So I think that's unfair, really. I think that Misbah, like when he played, when he was playing as captain, as a player, he used to come in for a hell of a lot of criticism. I think that he's still getting it today, and I think that a lot of it is unfair and unwarranted. At the end of the day, we're emotionally vested in the team, we're emotional fans, and we, even if you change the coach to whoever, it's not going to change the team that much either. So I think it is a difficult one, and it'd be interesting to see what happens to Misbah after this series. Obviously after we win it 2-0, that is.
Of course. The comment from Shazam about quick singles. I mean, Azhar was 5 of 40 last night, and he's now, I'm just going to wind my coverage back, he is now 22 off 66. So that I make that 17 off 26 this morning. I make that a strike rate of about 70. So the change in approach today has been really refreshing to see. We're 64 for 4, so it's again, so far, without jinxing it, it's going okay. Holger, I don't know if you saw that comment. I'm sure you're going to put it up from Adam about the tickets and tickets going on.
Yeah, let me just go through a couple of the comments, and then I'll come back to that one. Sorry. So Shazeb says, Stani Army tour of Pakistan one day, inshallah, bro. Inshallah, it's going to happen at some point. done that one. So Omar said 2009 South Africa versus. The 2009 semi-final. South Africa was a really close game too. Went down to the wire. Afridi made the difference. Yeah, I think Afridi was the man of the match in both the semi-final and the finals, wasn't he?
Man for the big occasion.
Yep. Adam says the only World Cup game I went to was West Indies.
Oh, no.
6-hour drive from Dover to watch us fold. It was over within a few hours and stuff, and that was actually during Ramadan. And I still remember there was one guy that came down from Glasgow, I think, and we were all wondering, are we going to get home for iftari? We're going to have to stop off at a service station or something to grab something to eat. Even the guy from Scotland managed to get back home for iftari. That's how crazy it was. So that was interesting.
I'm so sorry, Adam, that was your only World Cup game. Was our absolute worst, most shocking performance.
It set us up for the rest of the tournament. But the brilliant thing, I think that game was on a Friday.
It was,
and then on the Monday we played against England, where England were going into that thinking that they were going to score 500 at Trent Bridge. We all know what happened there.
We all know what happened.
Tables got turned. Let me just go through these. The best players keep the scoreboard moving 100%. You need to keep it ticking over. Block and blast Misbah. Fastest test century with Viv Richards up there of 56 balls, I think. Razak was also either block or blast.
Who remembers? Do you remember the Razak innings in Australia? You know the one where he I'm sure someone in the comments will remember. In 2004, we went to Australia, and I'm sure this was when didn't he like overdose on Balak or something? I promise I'm not making this up. So someone in the comments, not overdose, but you know what I mean. Someone in the
Balak, is he Popeye?
So someone in the comments, I'm sure, will back me up if they can remember back to 17 years ago. But he was having too much Balak or something like that, and he got a 4 off 79 or 78. It was the most odd approach. There you go, 4 off 70, and so I think that's one of the more famous Razak innings. If I'm making up the Balak thing, please correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm sure there was something about him, having too many vegetables, and especially in Pakistan, you need a bit of meat and a bit of gosht, to get you going. But anyway, that's just one Razak innings I remember.
Was this in a test or an ODI?
I think this was the morning of a test match that we were probably up against it possibly in Perth. And I think the game was going nowhere. I think we were going nowhere. As usual, we were miles behind the game in a test match in Australia. And he was just block. Everything was blocked. I'm sure someone do a Google search on it, or I'll do one a bit later. And but anyway, apart from that, I mean, obviously that Razak, he was one of my favourite players. As a kid growing up, I used to really enjoy watching it. A lovely shot from Fawad there. Just adjusted there. It was a short one that looked like it was going to climb on him, and it didn't. And he kind of adjusted mid-shot and just cut away for one. But they're both looking in good nick this morning.
Yeah. Before we go to that ticket one, just going to this one, perhaps Misbah was block and blast due to the weak batting lineup he played in. So that was the thing. Whenever he came in, we were 20 for 3, 30 for 3, and people always blamed Misbah, and I never got my head around that. It's like your top 2 or 3 batsmen, they're just rolling over, but yet you're blaming Misbah, who has to come in and has to play, get the 4 of 70 to solidify the innings, and yet we're blaming him for playing slowly. I could not get that. I've never been able to get that in my head. So anyone who says that, Misbah, when he was a player, he was rubbish, he was, he didn't do anything for the team, etc. He took the team from the 2010 fiasco. He took them to number 1 in the world, not playing at home. So if anyone says that Misbah was not a good player, was not a good captain back in the days, I think you need to sit down, go to YouTube and start watching some innings. I think you need to watch, the Kane Williamsons, the Stephen Smiths of this world, watch how they bat, etc. That they build up an innings, but they're there to protect the team. That when you come in at 30 for 3, you really expect someone to start getting a 56 ball 100. Deluded, honestly, I just never understood that. Right, let's move on to the ticket one. So Adam says, do you think the early application of tickets has meant that Pakistan fans reduce their influence in the game, as my Pakistani friends never seem to know when tickets come out compared to English friends? Ooh, there's an interesting one. Go on, Doc. Have you got your tickets?
I've got my ticket, and I think it's less of an excuse these days than it used to be. So if I think back, I've been going to Pakistan games. I think my first game that I went to was 2001. I was 15. Was my first game of going to Pakistan, and it was very difficult to get tickets. I had to know when
you baby dog. 1992 Test Series Headingley.
Oh really? God, how old were you then? 15.
No. I was 11 then.
Oh, okay, fine, fair enough. So my problem is I'm the only one in my family who really properly likes cricket. So I would have loved to have gone on my own as an 11-year-old, but I don't think I'd be allowed to have done that. So when I think back to, I mentioned 2004 Champions Trophy. To get a ticket for that, I don't know where you had to register or how difficult it was to find out the information. I remember, back then it's in 04, I'm 18, I'm doing A-levels at school, and I'm kind of doing my work, but also going to the computer room at lunchtime to check when tickets are going on sale. And it was just a lot more difficult to get tickets. I don't think you've got that excuse now. You look at the ICC Twitter account, the Lord's Twitter account, all the grounds, and England supporters Twitter account. It's not really a secret when tickets are going on sale anymore. So I don't know if you've got that, and let's be honest, our generation, we're obviously a very similar age. Our generation, we're pretty tech savvy. We know, the Twitter is not an alien kind of concept to us. Going on websites is not an alien concept. Once you buy tickets from one place, I'm getting, emails from Somerset Cricket for years and years and years now because of the one game I ever went there. So, you're never kind of in the dark about ticket sales. So I don't think not knowing is an excuse. Price definitely is a big thing. But yeah, go on. What are your thoughts? Because I know obviously you guys, we're all part of the Stani Army, but you've been around longer than I have.
Yeah, I think that, with obviously the boom of the internet, that it's a lot easier to know that, when are Headingley releasing the tickets, when's Edgbaston releasing tickets, when's Yola releasing their tickets. Whereas if you look back at the 90s, in the ancient dinosaur years, before, there was the internet boom, it was a little bit more difficult to actually.
They're bowling for Fawad to tickle one round the corner, aren't they? And that's the second. Yeah. Almost get out there. Now, what does he need to do to avoid that? Because when there's a ball coming on your legs, as a batsman, I imagine your natural instinct is
to play it off.
Freebie coming up here. But it's not a freebie because there's a man at short fine leg and it's just evaded him against the second time.
Yeah. That's an interesting fielder there, isn't it? Because you don't normally have a fielder that close in on the leg side, do you really?
No. And it's clearly some plan they've come up with. But I'm just wondering, Fawad needs to just think, okay, something that's going, down onto my legs, I can't just flick it away because there's literally a guy there. I mean, if he plays it straight to that guy, that's pretty careless because you know he's there. You know why he's there as well.
Yeah. Just come back to the tickets. Omar said that you had dial-up in the 1990s. Yeah, exactly. Dial-up, mate. Back in the 90s when it was a bit more difficult to find out when the tickets were actually going to release for the games beforehand. But I remember that with the 1992 test we went to in Headingley, I'm pretty sure we just rocked up on the day, and we managed to get tickets for it then. But I think that then obviously as we move forward, with the boom of the internet, it's with Pakistan fans, sometimes it's a case of let's buy tickets for a game that's going to happen in 8 months. In 8 months, I don't know what am I doing in 8 days, bro. Never mind 8 months. So there's always that. And then it gets closer and closer to it. And then people start saying, oh, I need tickets to the game that's happening next month. Whereas the tickets have been sold out for months and months beforehand. And that's obviously when you start to see all the silly prices where the tickets start to go. I mean, Shazib kind of just reading the echoes that way goes, when it comes to tickets, some of Pakistanis are always late. I always end up getting a few when the tickets are initially released, but then 1 month before some of my mates want tickets badly. And it's that kind of planning thing. Yeah, I think it's just a case of that. Let me just put up the original question again. The Adam says, do you think it means reduce the influence in games? Yeah, I mean, whenever I'm watching a game, I'm sat at home, I still like to see the Pakistan crowd. I still want to see Pakistan flags in the crowd, and you want to hear the chants as well, no matter how much they try and muffle them out. But yeah, I think Pakistan fans just need to be more on it. If you don't get the tickets now, when it turns up to the games in summer, you're going to have to be paying 2, 3, 4 times the price of the ticket, and the tickets are expensive anyway now. I think it kind of goes down to how organized we are. when you look at various supporters group, the Barmy Army, Bharat Army, and there's a few others as well. They're always on it, and even if you don't buy your tickets through those supporters group, they still make you aware that there's games coming. They still make you aware of when the games are happening, when the tickets are going to be released, and we just need to basically pull our socks up to say the least and just get on it, because otherwise you're not going to be able to go to these games and you're going to be missing out on the amazing atmosphere that we all create, really.
Yeah, and there's a very easy stereotype, which I'm 100% not going to go down, about being late and backstabbing. I'm not going to characterize a group of people, because obviously that's completely wrong. But if we want more Pakistan fans in the crowd, you have to get more organised. The world has moved on. Ticketing has moved on. You can't just transfer your tickets easily. They've all got barcodes on. There's more security now. You can't run on the pitch anymore like you used to. Everything is the whole match going experience has changed. You've got to bring in approved. And to be fair, some of this might even put Pakistan fans off, because you've got to bring in, especially if you go to an ICC event, you've got to bring in the approved sponsors. I'm sure we all manage to find a way around it. But if it's a Pepsi tournament, then don't you be bringing your Coke in, kind of thing. So the whole match going experience has changed, and unfortunately, if we want Pakistan fans to be there, we have to change with it. We can't be stuck in our ways of, oh, it'll be all right, I'll get something a month before, because you might, but you probably won't. And I did touch on price as well, and that's that's not easy for any fan. I think you look at the prices of the Lord's ODI next year. You've got tickets starting at £80-90 or thereabouts, and that's not accessible for everyone. It might be easy for me to go on my own as the only cricket fan in my family, but it's not easy for a family of mum, dad, and 2 kids to who might live in the affluent south or wherever. But to go to a day out at Lord's, and then you've got to think of kids need feeding, adults need feeding, parking in London. The prices are ridiculous, but of course they know that people will pay.
Yeah, I mean the whole Lord's thing. It'd be interesting to see. So for everyone listening, what's the best ground you've been to in England, in the country, or even if there's anyone listening who's outside England, what's the best ground you've been to and why? So, I mean, when you look at the ticket prices, the games that we bought for this year in the summer, we got Old Trafford, Trent Bridge, and I think Cardiff as well. But comparing them to Lord's is just ridiculous prices, and I think even their £80 tickets are restricted views as well.
Some of them are.
You're paying that amount of money, and like you say, if you're going on your own, that's one thing. But if you're going with anyone from family, there's 2, 3, 4 of you, it just goes. The price of it is just, it's just exorbitant when you compare it to other grounds. And I don't know. I mean, I've always said this, that would I want to go to a ground where you can't take no flags in, no fancy dress, you can't jump up or down, you've just got to sit politely and a couple of claps here. And am I going to be paying 3 figures for the honor of that? No, but then again, I'm an MCC member, so I don't care.
You'll be there. So we've got. Carry on. Sorry, come on.
No, I was just going to say, Omar said, I really enjoyed Trent Bridge in 2009 versus South Africa, the semi-final. Brilliant. This is an interesting one. Omar says, going to Dubai or Abu Dhabi was a soulless, no atmosphere whatsoever. Are you sure that they don't have a Lord's over there? I've never been to a game over there, but the tests, I think they always looked dead there. But I think the white ball games there was a crowd there. So, Omar, did you go to the white ball games or did you go to the test there? Just on that. Sorry, you were going to say something.
I was going to say, so we I think we're at drinks now. So yeah. The first hour of play done. I'm just going to make sure that we are. I'm sure they've gone for a drink. Yeah, and it's 69 for 4. So we've added 39 this morning. 39. Oh, sorry, 36.
No, we were on 30. Oh yeah, we scored 36. Yeah, sorry, yeah.
So we've added 36 this morning for none in about, I would have thought, about 13, 14 overs. Yeah. I think we'll come back to the ticket stuff, definitely, because there's quite a few comments coming in we want to get into. But in terms of that first hour, no complaints. That's exactly what we would have wanted to do. Yeah.
I think there was only that one chance where Fawad bisected the fielder's hands, really, the kind of half a chance. But other than that, they've been solid. You wouldn't say that they're kind of wavering. The wicket hasn't shown to have too many, gremlins, demons in it at all. And there's still a little hint of variable bounce in there, but
There was
this
a
is
ball
what I mean. That
Azar just got a ball 2 minutes ago that really reared up at him. So it clearly, as the day goes on, one or two of our batsmen are going to get undone by uneven bounce. But such is life.
yeah, I mean, what we're about 30 overs into the innings now, so
Yeah,
you know that as the innings goes on, the ball's going to hopefully get a bit duller and duller.
But you know what, Hulk? I think we may have been talking. Obviously, you know, we're trying to interact with some of the comments coming through and watch the game. I'm sure just a moment ago, I'm just going to wind my coverage back very quickly. I think they just came up with a graphic saying that actually the ball is swinging more now.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Than it was. So I'm just let me just have a look and see that. But that does mean that possibly it's maybe, you know, not quite as simple to bat, and it hasn't quite kind of flattened out as much as we would have hoped. Let's have a look. So the average swing in this innings with the new ball, so this is just from a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah.
With the new ball, the average swing was 0.7 degrees, and in the last 5 overs, 1.3 degrees. So the ball is swinging more. I have to be honest, I don't know why at 30 overs the ball is suddenly starting to swing more. I can't see any reverse. I don't know if the guys who are watching want to maybe point out anything, but that's interesting. So we've just got that's something to look out for as we go on. In terms of these Abu Dhabi and Dubai games, do you think to an extent we maybe use it to our advantage at any point? You've got England. So England would come, right? Especially England would come from their home summer. They'd play in front of these packed crowds in England, and then suddenly they'd come to this completely empty bowl in the Emirates. And I just wonder if, for a team like England, kind of that mindset of like, hold on a second, is this, you know, if we're playing a test match and there's no one here, is it really happening? Whereas obviously by that point, we're kind of quite used to that. I just wonder if we maybe almost got used to that.
What you're forgetting there, Doc, is that England play county cricket as well.
Yeah, well, true.
Have you seen a crowd at a 4-day county game?
Yeah.
So they are used to it. But yeah, I think England are in a way they're privileged in the fact that no matter where they go in the world, they're always going to draw a crowd. You know, maybe not a full packed out stadium, but they're going to get a crowd. Okay, whereas other teams don't always have that. And you know, if you look at test matches here in England, you always tend to get a crowd. You no matter who England are playing, you know, whether it's West Indies, Sri Lanka, Pakistan.
Hence the ticket prices.
Yeah. So Omar says it was a test match versus Sri Lanka 2017. That must have been rough, bro. Yeah, but shout out to you for keeping the passion going.
Absolutely. No, good on you for being there. I'm glad you qualified the year, because I think we played Sri Lanka in a test in the Emirates every single year in the past decade. But 2017, that would have been the series that we lost.
I can't remember that one. I don't know.
It was the one where, so we've got Keshav Maharaj coming on. So we said if Pakistan, you know, bat out the first hour and get their spinners on, then that's a little moral victory for us. So moral victory.
So we're there. No. Okay, let me just go through some of these ticket ones now before we start smashing Maharaj to all corners of the ground. Let me see. So Adam says, I'm not sure if it's prices. These same fans turn up on the day and pay 4 times the price. And that's the thing, that you're always going to get fans paying 2, 3, 4 times the price of the ticket, the face value price of the ticket, and it prices other fans out. So I've said this before on other shows that I've never ever paid a penny over face value. I refuse to, whether that ticket's £10 or £100. If I want it and I can get it, I'll always look at the face value.
Might get a coffee for £10 these days, but yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's it's a personal thing. I refuse to pay over face value for the ticket. I'd rather spend my money on other things, really. I mean, so here's a question. What's the most you've ever spent on a ticket?
My wife is sleeping, so I can probably say it.
Do you not want to say it? So
we've got to be careful could be careful from a legal point of view, but I think my tickets for the 2017 Champions Trophy final were maybe face value 100, and I think I paid about that much more than £100 for 2 tickets. So
how much more?
Best part of £1,000 that day cost me.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I'm not proud of it, and I hope you can't hear me.
I see you in a new light.
I live like 35, 40 minutes away from Lord's. Oval, sorry. I can't have Pakistan in a final at the Oval and me not be there. And also because I went to the '09 final as well against Sri Lanka. So obviously, if I attend a final, we will win. So I felt I owed it to my team to be there. But yeah, I don't think I'm in a position now that we're responsible homeowners. I don't think I could do that one again.
Yeah, I mean that 2017 Champions Trophy final. I couldn't get. I had the offer of a ticket, but then it was obviously above face value, so I said no. So I managed to go on there's a school next to it. I managed to get up on the roof there, which was brilliant. But yeah, so anyone that's listening, what's the most that you've ever paid for a ticket? So we've got Carl asking how much is that, which you've answered, and Omar saying this is a brilliant one. Just as well Pakistan won.
Oh my God. Absolutely. And this just was a very, very, very quick story. So that was actually my wife's first ever cricket match in person, was Pakistan-India Champions Trophy final at the Oval. Pakistan win by 180 runs. And I said to her, look, it's not always this good. In fact, it may never ever be this good again. Because she's thinking, this is great. You just turn up and your team wins a trophy every time you watch. No,
this is everything. Right, let me look. Shazeb says putting prices, atmosphere, etc. in context. Edgbaston for me might be biased as I'm a Burby. So I've been to, I think there's at least a couple of games in Edgbaston. Obviously the South Africa game from the New Zealand game from the 2019 World Cup we've spoken about. And I've been to the 2013 India Champions Trophy game there as well. I was sat in Eric Holly's for that.
Yeah, we don't talk about that game.
Well, we lost, but in my stand, yeah, it was full of Pakistan fans at the start, and at the end there was probably about 2 or 3 of us left, and I was there till the bitter end. I'm not a glory spot. I'll spot my team to the very end.
Good on you.
Which obviously, if I'm here at 5 o'clock in the morning, that says something, doesn't it? Yeah, Birmingham's good. My home ground used to be Headingley, and I used to love that. The Western Terrace, amazing. So yeah, let me just have a look at some of the other ones. Adam says, great first hour, guys. You two have been the best in New Zealand. Thank you very much, Adam, and really appreciate you getting up at this ungodly hour to join us here as well. So there was another one.
Just leave that comment on for the rest of
the we'll put that in our permanent ones. Omar says, I've been to the Asia Cup versus India in 2018. The atmosphere in England was a lot better. Was that Asia Cup? Was that in the UAE?
That's another tournament that we'll never speak about again because we were really bad. But that was we played India twice in that tournament. It was in the UAE. It was full of Indian fans from what I remember. Feel free to correct me, but I'm pretty sure we were outnumbered. And I think both games India absolutely battered us. I'm sure they chased, I think 8 wickets and 9 wickets, and it was actually one of the most confident I've been for Pakistan India because we'd beaten them in the 17 final the year before, and they didn't have Kohli. But India absolutely battered us on both those games. So that kind of been a particularly good experience for Omar, I think.
Thank you very much, Omar, for reminding us of that series. But you stick with your team, win or lose.
Good man.
What happens? So here's a question. You think that when it comes to the ICC event, ICC tend to give more of their tickets to the Indian fans? So I'll take that one. So I think that when the 2019 World Cup, it went to a ballot, didn't it? And obviously, after the ballot, when tickets, went to the various fans, the tickets, some tickets change hands and stuff. But the point that brought it home to me is you can say whatever you want, but when you looked at the India versus England game, it was a sea of blue. And when I say blue, I mean for India. And in your home game against one of the best teams in the world, India, there were hardly any English fans, and I think that says it all. Really, I don't think that there's anything else that needs to be said. Yes, there's always going to be people who sell their tickets, at 2, 3, 4 times the price. But England versus India in England, World Cup group game, and there's hardly any English fans. What more do you want to say on that, Doc?
The other thing I would say, and again, we don't want to turn this into, and we're not anti any country or anything like that. So we'll be careful what we say, but. When again, I'm thinking back, I spent so many hours of my life on that ICC ticketing website last 2019, trying to get tickets, more hours than I probably should have as a professional. And I just remember there are certain partners at the ICC, the groups that the ICC will partner with. And, there'll be, if you work for Pepsi, you can get some tickets. And if you work for MRF Tires, you can get some tickets. If you are a member of the Borough Army, you can get, there is, you're an official partner. So, and I couldn't see any other fans groups. Maybe I'm wrong, but I couldn't see any other fans groups that were affiliated with the ICC. So, I think there's a relatively cozy relationship between the two. I think if you look at some of the packages, and again, I remember the packages were very much marketed towards India fans, all India group games, plus travel, plus coaches, plus, experiences in London, total price, £7,000, £10,000, very much tailored towards the middle-class Indian fan that either lives in this country or abroad. And nothing against the middle-class Indian fan. They may well have expendable income to do that kind of stuff. But, if there's a proportion of your tickets that are going to go to rich people, as it were, or richer people, then you are going to exclude, unfortunately, you're going to exclude a lot of Pakistan fans, you're going to exclude Bangladesh fans, Sri Lanka fans, West Indian fans, England fans in this country that might live in kind of areas that can't afford that. And then you get a sea of blue, as you say, for India, England. So that's all I'll say on something like that.
Yeah, it's an ongoing topic, really, Omar. About the allocation of tickets, really. So from a Stani Army perspective, we're just looking to see, we're working with some other supporters. I think that, it's a difficult one, really, trying to find that balance, really. And the only thing I will say on that is that where you mentioned about the tickets going out to the corporates, Doc, is for the Pakistan-India World Cup game at Old Trafford in 2019. I still remember that an hour into the game, hour and a half into the game, there was one stand that there was hardly any people in, because they've obviously gone to the sponsors and those tickets have just been lost, or no one would bother turning up to them and stuff. And that game could have been sold 4, 5, 6 times over. But an hour just feel sorry for the person who can only. I feel sorry for myself, the person that only wants to pay face value prices. Yeah, and when I watch games from home where the games are sold out, and they show the crowd halfway through the game, and there's loads of seats available. They can't all have gone to get a drink or to the toilet, can they?
No.
I find that completely stupid. And
so, just a quick thing whilst you're going to the next comment there. There seems to be a real concerted effort to go short at Azhar recently from South Africa. I'm trying to think, Azhar Ali against the short board. I wouldn't be too worried. Can you think of Azhar getting out loads of times with the short ball, or anyone in the comments?
I think he made.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Go on.
No, he's obviously got this big weakness of kind of good shot from Fawad, although he's fallen over. He's got this weakness with the ball kind of tailing into him, and we've seen as a playing on or LBW. But I don't think the short ball, unless there's one that explodes or keeps very low, I don't think the short ball is going to trouble him too much. Famous last words, but they've got pace from one end and spin from the other. Yeah. Fawad's had a bit of a tumble there. Who would have thought that with that technique you might fall over sometimes, eh?
Hey, the point was, the result, he got a single. That's all that matters, no matter how ugly or pretty you look. So the thing with that, about Azhar, the short ball, I think he said, is that he might not be as susceptible to the short ball as other players are, but it just shows that they're trying something different. Mm. They're not just, they're not just carrying on with whatever their plans A, B, C is, or they're trying something different. And sometimes in a test match, that's what it's about. It's just about trying something different, keeping him thinking. He might think, I'm the best player that I'm playing a short ball. I'm absolutely fine with it. That's fine. But just for a couple of hours, they're just going to test it.
Yeah. And also,
there's nothing wrong with that.
No, as with any bowler that goes short, obviously the plan may well be, which we'll come and see in the next couple of overs, short, and then the full one that kind of, tails into his pads. So I'm sure we'll see what plays out. But hopefully, he'll be pretty comfortable with it. We are 74 for 4, and we're only 146 behind. Now, if these two, now got to be careful here with our predictions, but we're 146 behind. If these two can get the next 46 runs, and we're 100 behind with 4 down, hey, 500 very much on the cards. But no, that would be, again, it would be a lovely, it would be a moral victory, wouldn't it? Just to get to that lead under 100 with these two still intact. But we've got a long way to go. We've only made 42 runs today, so another 46 is still hours away, probably.
Yeah, and 100% agree with you on that. And then the important thing here is that they've played themselves in. They've been playing for what, an hour and 20 minutes now almost. So they play themselves in. They've seen the ball. They've got used to the variable bounce, swing, spin, or whatever you want to say. They've got used to that. So they need to now start to slowly take the game away from South Africa, because South Africa will be thinking, well, you know, we've been bowling here for over an hour now, and we've not even troubled them really, other than, you know, I think that one or two balls, but the batsmen are not under the kind of pressure they were at the end of yesterday.
And the run rate reflects that, doesn't it? Although it's just slowed down a little bit, and the last 10 overs, again, you know, obviously we're talking, so maybe we lose a bit of track of what's happening, but the last 10 overs, the run rate is 2 and over. So that's really fallen, and maybe it's because of that swing, that graphic that they showed about the ball swinging a bit more. But you know, but you have this in Test cricket. You're going to have periods when it's easier to score. You're going to have periods when it's more difficult to score. You just got to kind of, you know, find a way to get through it. But I'll let you crack on with your comments.
Sorry, the comments are building up, so I'm just going to quickly go through them. Omar said, "Couldn't chase 120." I think that was in reference to the Asia Cup.
Sorry, no, I think that might be the Sri Lanka Test match. The Sri Lanka Test match when Azad was last man standing. I think he got out, or maybe the non-strike. Maybe he was at the non-strike end. But anyway, we lost that series 2-0. We were chasing a really low score. We should have won. I think we might have been harassed. I can't remember who did it.
Okay. I think we got harassed quite a bit over the past few years. We got Omar saying that I'd paid 120 on the Champions Trophy, Pakistan India first round. That was the one in Edgbaston, wasn't it? The one that we got absolutely killed in.
We've got some masochists in this morning. We've got people going to the we're getting battered. We've got people paying £120 for a game where we lost. And we've got people driving from Dover for the West Indies game. But
that's the love of the game that we have, and we're still here. Shout out to everyone who does that. We've got Shazeb saying, I remember literally one day before the final, I was just about to open my Rosa. I was refreshing the ICC page to see if anyone would resell them. Just my luck, I ended up getting them face value for 40 quid.
Boundary.
Wow. So
Boundary? Yes.
Yeah. So have you read this one?
Yeah, no, that's amazing. So is this just clear that up, Shazeb? Is that the Champions Trophy final? Because if it is, that's amazing.
Yeah, I think it must be Champions Trophy final, because that was during Rosé. Because I remember on the roof that I was on, the temperature that day was about 34, 35 degrees. We were up there, no protection at all, and I was there with the face paint on and everything, Rosa and stuff, but it was literally one of the best days ever.
One of those days, I remember it myself. It's one of those days you go home and you have a nice long shower, having sat in the heat for about 9 hours with people around you, or on a roof next to the sun.
Yeah. Omar says, yes, I was sitting with them. Apologies. I'm not sure.
That's the India fans in the Asia Cup. So I mentioned that when we had the Asia Cup in the Emirates, fans there. So I presume that's what Omar mentions, which is a shame, because, you know, you think of the UAE and the Emirates as Pakistan's kind of, you know, home away from home. But the really disappointing thing was that when the IPL went to the Emirates, and when India played Pakistan in the Emirates, loads of India fans. And again, they just find a way to get there, don't they? And some of that is probably population density and a number of people. But they fair play to India fans. By hook or crook, they managed to get there, and they do go out and support their team. You can't take that away from them.
Oh yeah, brilliant. You know, you look at the crowd at the games that India play all around the world. There's always a good contingent of Indian fans. That the recent one is the Australia series. You always had they were always well supported, and that obviously helped.
And that's with no travel, so you can't even get into it right now properly. There's bubbles everywhere. It's socially distant crowds. There's not even as many tickets going on sale, and still, you look at that last day in Brisbane through the Test match. You know, every Indian boundary was cheered to the rafters.
Yeah. So that's brilliant by Indian fans to carry on just supporting their country no matter where they play around the world. And I think that just goes back to the point that we said was about half an hour ago, where we were saying that as Pakistan fans, we need to try and get we just need to try and get a little bit more organized, rather than expecting someone to come to us and offer us a ticket the day before the game, really.
Or to keep ticking the ICC website, ticket for £40, you lucky so.
That was just brilliant. That was.
Yeah, well done.
Okay, so Adam says, I said ask me in an hour. It's been an hour and we're doing well. Yeah, definitely agree with that. Right. And we've also taken a review of South Africa as well in the first few overs. Okay, so here's an interesting one. Is the Pakistan versus India atmosphere good-natured, or does it spill over sometimes? So I've been to 3 Pakistan-India games over the years, including the Champions Trophy final, and I think for the most part, fans are always good-natured on both sides. I've always seen like really good banter, fans coming together to take photos, selfies together and stuff, and singing songs and stuff. It's been brilliant. But you always get a couple of idiots on both sides who sometimes take it a little bit too far. Like that, the 2013 Champions Trophy game at Edgbaston, I remember that there were a couple of fans on both sides, escorted out by security from the stand I was in. I think it was in Eric Holly's. But most fans, we're having a really good day. I don't know, what's your experience, Doc?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, so since 2004, which that Champions Trophy game I mentioned, I think, and I've been incredibly lucky, so this is luck and nothing rather than anything else, but I've been incredibly lucky. I think I've been to every Pakistan-India game that's been in this country, including a warm-up before the 2009 T20 World Cup. So having been to every one of those, I have to say the first one back in 2004 was also the worst one. Because that it got a little bit nasty at Edgbaston towards the end, and whether that's because India were losing and they were generally in the majority, I don't know. One thing I will say is that I think, and this applies to both sides, I think alcohol plays a part, and I think as the day wears on and people on both sides, rightly or wrongly, we're not going to go into that, as they become, slightly better oiled, as it were, and kind of the alcohol intake goes up, the comments go up, the kind of the taking offence goes up. What you might kind of just see as a bit of banter at 10 o'clock in the morning or 11 o'clock in the morning, good shot for wide, hopefully a boundary, rock back and cut away for 4, brilliant, really good shot. And that's what we're talking about. It was a bad ball from Maharaj and it got punished. So that's exactly what I want to see. So, but apart from that 2004 game, I have to say the atmosphere by and large has been fine. Now that might be because by and large, India have been winning these games. Apart from that final in 17, they beat us at the World Cup. They beat us in the Champions Trophy in 13. They beat us in the Champions Trophy in 17. And the warm-up game they won as well. So it might... No, he's okay. He's okay.
I thought he was bald then.
So by and large, I don't think it spills over. Just to finish off on that question, I think it's been okay. And like you say, there's going to be idiots on both sides, and that's the same with Pakistan, India. I'm sure that'll be the same with England, Australia. I'm sure you go to any football match and it's the same as well. So, that's unfortunate. We've scored our 50 for the day. So that we started on 33. We're now on 83. So that's 50 for none today, which is just such a difference from the way we played yesterday. And it's not because I don't think the pitch has become significantly easier to bat on. I don't think South Africa are bowling particularly badly. I think we have just batted really well and within 10 today. So 50 for none today is really good. I'll let you go to the next comment.
Yeah.
That is big shout, but it's outside the line.
Carl says that he got sunburned that day. I think that was the 2017 Champions Trophy final. Sizzling day that was. Sorry, Shazeb says that, the Champions Trophy final 17. Couldn't believe my eyes, and I had the best iftari of my life that day. Booked a coach, I left from Birmingham at 4 a.m. Went straight to the Oval. That's just unbelievable. That is the day before you managed to get a ticket for £40.
Tell you what, this guy's rubbing it in because so, and 100% true, right? So because of the way that I purchased my ticket for the 2017 final, I didn't have my ticket in my hand until the day of the final, which is unfortunately what happens when you're buying from alternative sources. So I think I had the worst night's sleep because the money had left my account, but the ticket wasn't in my hand. And of course, good shot from Mustafa. He's come down the track and played on for 4. So the money's left your account. A lot of money's left your account. The ticket's not in your hand. You wonder that you're going to get to the bit where you have to buy your ticket or get the ticket in the morning, and it's just going to be closed. Sorry, who are you? Who's Mr. Chowdhury? No, there's no tickets here. What are you talking about? So I think I had the most disturbed night's sleep ever before a game before that one. But anyway, all's well that ended well. But I'm glad Shazeb made a really good day of it. In while the rest of us were having palpitation.
Okay. Omar says there's more Indians in the UAE. I've been living here for 4 years now. I think that was in reference when you spoke about the IPL being played out there.
Yeah, and India fans numbering us generally. Yeah.
Okay, we've got a couple of good questions coming up. I just want to go to this one here first. by Omar. So what do you think Pakistan need to do to start competing for the Test Championship? Change of managers, change of game plan, etc. So I know that you were quite. Everyone's been vocal about this over the past few weeks. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that, Doc?
I think some of the changes that I don't think changing a coach is going to change everything. I don't think changing a captain, well, not that we're going to change a captain anyway, but this goes deeper than just the coach or the tactics. This goes to our cricketing infrastructure. There's been the redevelopment of the domestic game now. We've now got 6 first-class teams. Hopefully that's going to bring a lot of the talent together in a kind of one pool that plays against each other, rather than 14, 15 or however many teams there were, departmental teams, all that kind of stuff. So what do we need to do? I think we need to just give this restructuring a bit of time. I would stick with Misbah for now, but he's on pretty thin ice, I think, just because of certain things that have happened in the past kind of 12 months on the New Zealand and the England tour. I think we've got to give some of these guys that are coming into the team that are new, Hassan Ali on his comeback, Imran back at the top of the order, Sal Shakil eventually I think is inevitable. He's going to come in at some point. I think we've got to give it time. So that's what I think, patience and hopefully a bit of faith. I don't think there's sweeping changes that are needed right now, because the sweeping changes have already been made, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, I think that we're quite... I don't like knee-jerk reactions, and I think it's unfair to just get rid of someone after they've played like 1 or 2 games. For example, that if they've done the hard yards in the domestic scene, they've proven that they can bat or they can bowl. So you need to give them a chance. But then it's where do you draw the line? Do you give them a chance for 2, 3, 4 years, as we've seen with some players, or do you just or how long? But I think that knee-jerk reaction is always, you're just going to constantly keep jumping around, and it's going to be very difficult for anyone to to make a score, get some wickets, and to solidify their place, really.
I think the gap between international cricket, there's always going to be a gap between international and domestic cricket. And I think that's the same for any country. It doesn't matter where in the world you look. The step up from domestic to international is a big one. I guess what slightly deflates me is that we've seen the likes of LBW shout. Actually, looks like quite a good shout. If that was pad first, I don't know if South Africa is going to go to the review. I think Azhar's kind of planted his pad there, and I think De Kock saying, was it pad first, yes or no? He's got 5 seconds, and he's gone for the review.
Has he?
Yeah.
Has he gone for it? Oh yeah, he's gone for it. Yeah. He's gone for it. Yeah, it says South Africa review in the bottom right there.
Yeah, so let's just have a look at this one. If it's pad first, I feel like Azhar could be in trouble. It seems like Linda's bowling, and it's kind of pitched on Midland leg and just straightened. Let's have a look.
Here we go. That's pitched on line.
Oh, he's
hit the bat.
Absolutely middled it, I think. That's why I said if it's hit his pad. If it's his pad, I think
that's bat, isn't it?
If it's pad first, he's gone.
Yeah, it's dead centre.
But it's like the one that there was earlier. Please hit the bat first. Please hit the bat first.
That's bat. Yeah. That's bat. You can't give that out.
No.
Because the umpire gave it not out, didn't he? So there's not enough clear evidence to overturn that. Because
just very quickly before he goes, Shazeb is saying he's off to work. So just really good having you along, Shazeb. Thanks for.
Okay. Sorry, let me bring that up. Yeah, time for you to get ready for work. I'm on the live for a long tomorrow. Yep. Jazakallah khair for joining, Shazeb. Look forward to welcoming you on the show tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely.
Good day, work, bro.
This one I think is going to get given not out, surely, because I don't think you can't discern that that's hit pad first. Yeah, original decision.
Yeah. So the important thing there, is that they've only got 1 review left now.
Yeah, that's true. And on a pitch that's playing tricks and playing games,
yeah,
he's going to do more as well. You think there's going to be quite a few shouts, but good. Thank God we survived that. South Africa, I don't know if you're looking at the same pictures. They look a bit perturbed about that.
Yeah. Why?
I think they're thinking that the snick on the ultra edge. I think they're thinking that was ball hitting pad, but I don't think you can't make that.
No, because even if it did, it looks like it. At the best, it kind of hit them both at the same time. But you cannot conclusively say it hit the pad first.
If that was given out, it would have stayed out.
I think that's not a decision I would have wanted to be the TV umpire for. Yeah. You could be right both ways. You could be wrong both ways. It was very difficult. But for once, it went in our favor.
We'll take it.
Yeah. Okay. Here's a very good question then. What's the worst atmosphere you've been to? So I went to was the Pakistan versus Afghanistan. I think that must be I don't think we played them in the Champions Trophy. That must be the World Cup.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
We played them in an Asia Cup. So I don't know if there's an Asia Cup game. I'm presuming that all that means the World Cup game.
Yeah. Did you go to that one?
It was the one Pakistan game I didn't go to. It was Leeds on a weekend, so I wasn't able to get nothing against Leeds, of course. But I couldn't get up to that one. But I mean, I think worst. I reckon. Oh, it'd be nice to hear from you. Do you kind of mean nastiest? Because it looked pretty nasty.
Yeah, so I went to that game. We were lucky at the time. So where we had our tickets, we managed to get them swapped somehow on the day, and we were actually up in because that was a 30-degree plus day.
Yes.
And we managed to get up in the middle tier in the stands, and we were covered seats, basically. So we had brilliant seats, brilliant view, and behind the bowler's arm. But from the views that we saw and the videos from afterwards and stuff, it was really bad. It was horrible. That was the first game that I actually took my son to, and luckily he didn't get involved in anything like that, or even near us in the stands where we were. But yeah, some of the videos coming out that game, was absolutely horrible. So Omar follows up with, it was the nastiest atmosphere. I mean, weirdly, I was just looking through some of the videos from the World Cup last year on my phone, and I saw some of the fights from that game against Afghanistan. I think that's the thing with games with Pakistan and India, is that the majority of fans are fine. Because I remember even after the game, just like talking to some of the Afghanistan fans and having pictures taken with them, but it's always just a few on either side that just take it too far. But I don't know why. I mean,
yeah, I don't want to be too patronising. I doubt we've got many Afghanistan fans watching at 6:30 in the morning when it's Pakistan South Africa. But so I don't think there's going to be many people to offend. But there's certainly what seemed to come across in some of the videos, and what people who have been there would say, is that for Afghanistan fans, they're not used to playing these big games in a World Cup against Pakistan. Obviously, there's a big Afghan community in this country, and it really felt like some of them went to that game with a bit of a point to prove, on the pitch and off the pitch. Obviously, maybe as Afghanistan get used to playing bigger matches and things like that, they'll see that it is a game of cricket. It's not a war. It's not anything else. It's not a political thing. It's a game of cricket, which obviously you want your team to win, but you don't necessarily want to come back having got into fights. I mean, there's lots of other ways to do that if you want to. Don't ruin cricket for everyone. So I don't know. It seemed like it was maybe a little bit instigated by the Afghan fans, but I wasn't there, so difficult to say.
Yeah, but yeah. So sorry, just going back to him. His original question. I'll find it now. What's been the worst atmosphere game? The worst.
That's a good question. Thing is, when you go to Pakistan games, there's not really a worst one, because even they would always make noise. There'll always be a bit of banter with the opposition. I guess some of the England, there'd probably be there's been a few one-day games at Lord's in the past couple of years where it's been mostly England fans. They're there for a day out and a drink. There's not many Pakistan fans there. Not many people are watching the cricket. Pakistan are getting beaten, so it's not like the Pakistan fans are super on it. I'd probably say a one-day game at ball 5 back at Fawad there. I'd say probably a couple of one-day game at Lord's where it just feels like no one's really watching the cricket, and the cricket's not of great quality.
Doc, that's really surprising that we're talking about the worst atmosphere and you've actually mentioned Lord's. I'm really shocked at that answer. I must say, I would never have guessed that.
Yeah, who would have thought?
That's my point about Lord's. It doesn't make a difference if your team's winning or losing. It's just as a Pakistan fan, you want the atmosphere. You want to be singing. You want to be chanting. You want to be getting the crowd going. Sorry. I remember that the Pakistan-South Africa game we went to in the World Cup, it was the first game at Lord's in that World Cup, and the stand that we were in was absolutely rocking. And the steward, was this old guy, and I remember him saying that this isn't normal for a Lord's game. And he goes, I've never seen Lord's like this before, and it just kind of showed that yeah, it's just dead. I don't understand. Yeah, including you, Doc. I don't understand why you keep going back to that ground year in year out. Yeah, it's just, I'm not even going to say anything more about it. I just find it weird. But the worst atmosphere that I've been to for any cricket game has to be that Surrey 2020 blast I went to at Lords. It's like you said, that there's people there at the games who they don't care about the cricket. They, so I didn't care who won, yeah, but like if you go as a neutral to a game, yeah, then you just get in with the crowd that you're in. You support Team A or Team B. No one cared about the cricket. Anyone was even watching the game. So it was just, I mean, I went to it wearing my Pakistan top for a start, yeah.
Man.
But yeah, it was just weird.
Anyone who can think back to the 2010 tour, obviously, just as it almost played onto the stumps there. The 2010 tour was obviously the Salman Bhatt and Asif and Ahmed one. A couple of we were really, really uncompetitive in those test matches. I went to a couple of those test matches as well, and the atmosphere, they were kind of probably 3/4 full, which is unusual for England. But Pakistan weren't making a game of it. England were miles ahead. Yeah, they weren't great atmospheres either, but not many. Usually a good atmosphere when it's Pakistan in town.
Yeah, I think it's that even if Pakistan are doing badly or losing, it's the atmosphere I've seen is generally fine. Really, it is what you make of it. Just move on. So just before I go to that, Adam says Pakistan versus India games in UK needs to be played at Wembley. So I don't know if Wembley I don't know if Wembley's ever staged a cricket game before.
No, but weren't they talking about the Olympic Stadium, the one that West Ham play at in London? They were talking about the Olympic Stadium being used for the Pakistan-India World Cup game, the one that eventually ended up at Old Trafford. And I don't know why it didn't happen. I imagine there's some question about, quality of the pitch and being able to, would you trust a stadium that's never held a cricket match before for Pakistan-India in the World Cup? I mean, can you imagine if you've got a really substandard or whatever? It wouldn't quite work. But they were talking about the Olympic Stadium, but obviously it ended up being at Old Trafford. You'd sell out. I don't care which stadium it is in this country, Old Trafford, Wembley, Olympic Stadium. You'd sell out Pakistan-India, no trouble at all. So it would be good to see something like that, and it would mean that there isn't that ridiculous scrap for tickets if there's 60, 70,000 of them rather than the 15 or 17.
So? No, even if it's a 60, 70,000 seat stadium, yeah, I think there's still going to be a massive demand for them. As soon as the tickets go, there's going to be a lot of disappointed fans out there.
Yes, no, you're right. No, I agree.
Because the other part about it is, there's a lot of people that get the tickets with the sole purpose of selling them on, touting. Yeah. And again, so that's that's another story. But I think that the companies that sell these tickets, they play into that. They deliberately sell them on to companies who they know that are going to sell them on for an inflated profit. So in my eyes, that was a drop, wasn't it? That was a drop.
I think that just about carries to first slip.
Yeah, I'm sure that was a drop.
That was a good delivery. It turned and it caught the edge of Fawad's bat. And I think it might have just dropped short of first slip. We'll have a look in just a second. Let's have a look. Well, it's turned a little bit.
That was
too quickly.
Yeah. See, if that was Imran Butt, he would have taken it. He would have taken it we would have taken it one-handed while doing a cartwheel.
Absolutely.
So we've got here. I want to go back to a couple of the other questions, but just finish this off. Adam says a lot of English fans often want to go to Pakistan India games specifically, which adds to demand. Yeah, so the game is built up to be a massive atmosphere. So as a neutral, you can understand why a neutral or an English fan would want to go to those games.
I know, but leave it for the Pakistan India fans, will you? Like I would hate to go to I wouldn't go to England, Australia if I could avoid it. If there was that demand for tickets, I wouldn't go to, I don't know, Liverpool, Everton, or whatever. These games where I feel like they belong to. When you've got a local rivalry, whether it's football or cricket. I know we're going to come on to probably talk about football in a second, but when you've got this kind of local rivalry or derby, that game kind of, it belongs to those fans. It belongs to the fans that are most invested in it. So I can see the the interest from England fans, but don't just go there because you want to tick off you've been to Pakistan, India. But anyway, that's just me.
Okay, before I go to the next question, just want to bring on, we have a guest. So give him a big countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Assalamu alaikum, Carl. How are you doing, brother?
Well, he's very quiet.
Can you hear us? We can't hear you, Carl. Okay.
All right, you come back when you're ready.
Check him out. Yeah, let me just jump to this question here. So Adam says, do you think that there's a big difference in fan culture between British Pakistanis and Pakistanis? So I think that the British Pakistanis and Pakistanis in Pakistan, as our fan culture is probably heavily influenced by football culture. So I know that you're a football hooligan, Doc, yeah? So what's your view of this?
So as a big football fan, not necessarily a hooligan, I don't think I'm quite the right demographic to be a hooligan.
Doc, give it time.
Well, there's a long time, isn't there? So yeah, I think there is a lot of influence, to be honest. I mean, if you look at a lot of the younger Pakistani crowd that will go to these games, I'm a huge football fan. A lot of the people that you see at the grounds are also big football fans as well. And I guess that football mentality can be a good thing and a bad thing. So obviously, there's going to be a slightly more aggression, dare I say, in a as mowed that away for a boundary. Good shot, as a good bit of pressure transferred back onto the bowler. Linda had gone for 1 run in 13 balls, so that boundary helps. I think that with regards to football fans, there's a lot more aggression there, and that's not always a good thing. The kind of looking for a bit of trouble, that's not necessarily a good thing. But in terms of that football fan, stay till the end, sing to the end, back your team no matter what, that's a really good thing. And that thing you don't often see in subcontinental crowds. I'm not having a go at anyone, but if you watch Pakistan back when we were having crowds in Pakistan, if you look at India, when India are at home, great, make lots of noise when your team is winning, but when your team's losing, the atmosphere just goes completely down, and you can't hear any noise in the stadium at all. And that's where having that football influence of sing to the end, no matter what, take pride in the fact that you sing to the end. That I think that aspect of football culture has probably helped.
Yeah. So
as a non-football fan, I know you're not a huge football fan, Hulk, have I got that right?
Even though I know everything about football.
You know everything about football, you're not a huge football fan. Yeah. What do you make of that kind of football culture coming into cricket?
Yeah, so I was going to answer it as a non-football fan. Sorry, let me just see if Carl's alive and kick. Assalamu alaikum, Carl, can you hear us now? Carl, can you speak? We can't hear you still, Carl. I'll just leave him on there, and then we'll get talking. No, can't hear you at all, Carl.
Cal, we'll let you know when we can hear you, but we can't hear you.
Yeah. So as I mentioned, the first game I went to was in '92, and I've always kind of dressed up at games and sung and banter and chanted and got the crowd going and stuff. So for me, it wasn't a football influence. It was just my love of the game and love of being a jungly, as I call it. Yeah. Because I've been to some football games with friends and my nephew, and I've always found it a completely different atmosphere. I get bored at football games.
What?
So you know how you say that when you go to support a team, you need to be emotionally invested in them, yeah? So I go to the game. I've been to a few football games as a neutral, but when I go to a cricket game and I come home, I've lost my voice.
Yeah.
When I go to the football game, I'm kind of waiting for the crowd to start chanting, so I can kind of join in with the songs, yeah? And I haven't seen any, and I've not seen that. So I've always been really disappointed from the football games I've gone to. Yeah, it's brilliant seeing the top players playing and being in the football stadium, but as part of atmosphere and taking part in the crowd, other than shouting out a few comments and stuff, that I've never been part of like the whole stand kind of getting together and singing and stuff. So I've always thought that I find I'm a bit of an anomaly in that I think that football crowds are absolutely boring and cricket crowds are absolutely amazing.
Clearly not going to the right grounds then.
So I've been to I've seen Chelsea Liverpool at the Cardiff Stadium. I've seen Barcelona Inter Milan at the Nou Camp.
Oh wow!
And I've been to so my nephew sports Man City, so I've been to a few City games with him at the Etihad. Against Chelsea, or one against Chelsea. I've seen Arsenal versus Newcastle at the Emirates. The Emirates are called, isn't it? Yeah. So I've been to a few grounds. I've seen a few of the different teams. Yeah, but I've never got seen that crowd where it's creating that great atmosphere. So
you need to get yourself to Old Trafford. You need to sit yourself in the Stretford End, where I used to have a season ticket, and then we will show you an atmosphere.
Do you still have that season ticket?
No, I don't have a season ticket anymore. I used to work up in Manchester, and so I had good shot. Again, I said that could be 2. Is that 100? They're going to get back for the second? No, they're not. So 99. So yeah, no. Back when I used to work up in Manchester, I used to have a season ticket in the Stretford End up at Old Trafford, and yeah, that would be brilliant atmosphere every week. But no, there is. I think just to go back to the question, there is obviously an influence. I think from football fans, and I think by and large for the good. You don't want a kind of a nasty atmosphere or anything like that, but in terms of supporting your team to the end and not shutting up, that's a good thing. Cal, you there? Oh, Cal, we are having trouble here. Can't hear you at all.
No, I can't hear him at all. We'll just leave him there to see if we can. We'll leave you on, Cal, and keep speaking. We'll let you know when we can hear you. Yeah, I think that. So when you look at the difference between British Pakistanis and Pakistanis over in Pakistan, it's difficult for me to comment on that because I've never been to a game in Pakistan. But when you watch games like the PSL games recently, and even Pakistan like ODI games, when Shahid Afridi was batting, for example, the crowd was always rocking. So ask me that question again in a year or so. Hopefully, I'll be in a better position to answer it after having been to a game in Pakistan.
But Holt, do you agree? And again, I've not been to a game in Pakistan either, so I'm only going on what I see on the TV. And obviously, there's going to be an element of quietening down a little bit if your team's not doing well. But do you find that? Oh, Misfield, that'll be one. That'll be the. Is it?
That'll be the 100.
Yeah. Well, lads. Do you find that the atmosphere when it's not going well, if you think back to kind of Pakistan games at home, it goes really flat really quickly, and there's kind of that, and people start leaving. We've all seen the scenes. Afridi gets out and people start leaving. That aspect of it does annoy me slightly, but then I've never watched a game there, so
yeah. I think that the whole Shahid Afridi, the boom boom thing was that people come there to see a player, they don't come there to see a team.
Yeah, which I don't get that.
And I've always been of the opinion that you support your team, not the players, because when you start supporting a player, then no matter what the player does, how good or bad the player is, but you're always supporting that one player. You want the player in the team, regardless of whatever performance that they're doing. I know that you hate the phrase, what is it? Form is temporary, class is permanent. You can be the best player in the world for 5 years, but then you start having a slump. Okay, you don't get rid of someone just after one game yet, but you need to give them a few games to get back into it. And that's why we have so many hangers. We have the problem of experienced hangers-on in the Pakistan team. But yeah, it's an interesting paradigm, really. But yeah, the best way to obviously answer this question for anyone watching is to go to the games, create the atmosphere. It just depends whether you want to have a Lord's atmosphere or a proper atmosphere.
Cal, do you want to start talking? Can we hear you? No, I'm afraid we can't. Sorry.
No. So here's an interesting question. Do you think in a few generations, British Pakistanis will start supporting England instead? So
I don't know if I think that will happen to an extent. I think, and that's understandable, and I don't think there's anything necessarily kind of wrong with it. But I do think you're going to see more and more. I mean, I don't have kids just yet, but my sister does, and obviously her lads are a lot more kind of into England cricket than say I would have been, or that other people might have been 10, 15 years ago. And obviously, as the generations go on, I think there'll always be that kind of link to Pakistan. There'll always be that interest in Pakistan cricket for people living here. But I do think there'll be a lot more England fans kind of as time goes on. And again, that's not necessarily a bad thing. There's probably a lot more people of British Pakistani origin that are into football, for example, than the previous generation. And that's just simply because of English culture, it influences you, doesn't it? Whether you like it or not, there's going to be that influence. So yeah, I do. It'd be interesting to hear from Adam as well, whether you think that will happen. I don't know how old you are, Adam, but if you think to the future and kids and the next generation, all that kind of thing, do you think you'll be telling the next generation to support Pakistan or England if they're from this country? Be interesting to know. I know we're having.
Sorry, Doc. I just need to step away for 1 minute. Yeah, I'll be back in 1 minute. Yeah.
So that's absolutely fine. So the other comment coming from Umar is that obviously we were lucky growing up watching Wasim Bagard. Yeah, that makes a difference as well. Obviously, you want a team that's more kind of marketable for fans, more marketable for kind of casual fans and people growing up. You need, any kid growing up you need heroes. You need people to look up to. And that's been the difficult thing with the Pakistan. Yeah, the difficult thing with the Pakistan team growing up. Maybe in the past few years for some kids is that actually they don't see these superstars, and that's why we've kind of latched on to Babar Azam and Shaheen, for example, as kind of someone that you can look up to. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see if we continue to have these superstars like Babar, whether that means that we do kind of stay with having more fans. And yeah, we were seen as a glamour team, and I think rightly or wrongly, a lot of that goes back to our performances in England, and whether we like it or not, if you make it in England, if you perform well in England, your name is going to be famous throughout the world. And obviously, in '92, not only did we win the World Cup, but we came over here to England and we won a Test series, and we were reverse swinging it all over the place. And of course, we were seen as this glamour team because we were kind of amongst the first teams doing it. And we used to get 5 tests, as you say, so that's the thing, isn't it? We probably don't have that. We haven't won a series here since then, so we haven't won a series in England since '92. We come here and we play quite well, but we're often the appetizer for the main event. So in 2018, obviously we were the appetizer, I think, for India that came afterwards. 2016, to be fair, we did get 4 tests, and that was a great series. But again, a lot of that is a wider question as well, isn't there? Of us not playing at home. We've robbed ourselves of a generation of possibly of a generation of fans as well who would have been more emotionally invested. You miss out on your TV deals. So Pakistan, South Africa's live on Sky Sports now because there's cricket in Pakistan. I think if this game was being played in a soulless bowl, obviously I know there's no one there because of COVID, but that's going to change, inshallah, as time goes on. But if this game was being played in a soulless bowl in Dubai, I don't think Sky Sports would have picked up the rights for Pakistan cricket for the next 3 years. And that stigma about us being unpredictable, obviously it annoys me. I hate the fact that Pakistan are unpredictable because I want us to be predictably good. I don't want us to be unpredictable and be bad sometimes. But I guess, for the neutral, there is always that fascination of Pakistan. Look, 104 for 4 now. They could be 110 for 9, 20 minutes after lunch. God forbid that happens.
How dare you? How dare you say that?
Or they could be 400. They could be 400 for 4 at the close. So there is that unpredictability, and although it might annoy us as fans, to be honest, it probably helps with our kind of pull to the neutral. That, oh my God, I might as well watch a Pakistan game because anything could happen. So I think it helps us, but it can also be a hindrance to be unpredictable. Adam talks about being 17. And let's just have a look at this comment here. The English team is much more diverse than back in the day. It seems that the ECB want our support and trying to involve us more. I mean, there are a lot more initiatives being set up to get British Pakistanis involved in cricket. There's a pot of money, I think, that's just gone towards improving diversification, and that's from a gender and race point of view. So that, I think that's going to help, and that's not a bad thing. It might rob Pakistan of a few fans in this country, but actually, if you look at the bigger picture, and obviously life is bigger than just cricket support, having more young Asian people involved in cricket and English cricket, being able to make it in English cricket is a good thing. So I think that's probably a lot more needs to be done. The grounds probably need to be made a lot more Pakistan fan friendly, as it were. I mean, you got to. Obviously, we are different from Indian fans in certain things. If you think of prayer facilities, you think of the amount of alcohol that's on sale, you think of non-alcoholic stands, things like that. that's obviously more catered to the Pakistan or Bangladesh fan, maybe more than the India fan, for example. So there's a lot of work to be done. Hulk, if you're seeing that comment there, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, the English team is more diverse back in the day, and it seems these people want to sport and trying to involve us to compare back in the day. So I think that yes, they are obviously trying to involve us more, and you see this from a Stani Army perspective. When we go to the games this year, hopefully if the World opens up, there's going to be a contingent of Stani Army fans in the stands at each of the games. But I think that just going back to the question about us, whether we support England or not as British Pakistanis, I think the one thing that kind of puts me off is the drinking culture, and that's why I've always found it difficult to go to a game and kind of get in with like a group of English fans and stuff, because anyone that I've spoken to, the whole part of the whole atmosphere about going to a game is the drinking alcohol. And that just puts me off it. Like, I know we spoke about going to rivalry games and, other rivalry games like England and Australia, for example. Having watched the Ashes on TV, I'd love to go to an England-Australia Ashes game. But it's the whole drinking thing that kind of puts me off. And I know that there's no alcohol stands here, but it's like no matter where you go, you're going to see that kind of atmosphere. So I just personally don't want to get involved in that. And I think that's a massive barrier for Pakistan fans, for Pakistani, sport in England, that it's going to be just difficult. And I mean, at the end of the day, you pass on to your kids the teams that you support. So I've already started brainwashing my kids to support Pakistan. They already know the songs. They're looking forward to go to the games now. So
is that lunch? Is that lunch? Well, I think it's 59. I make it bang on 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's the end of the over, and the bails have been taken off, and that is lunch. So brilliant. That is so good from Azad and Fawad. They've done exactly what we would have wanted to do.
Just know that, when Omar wakes up, he's going to be really happy at seeing that score.
Yeah, exactly. 71 runs, I think we scored in that session without losing a wicket. Let's think of the chances. There was the chance that went to slip off Fawad, I think, when Maharaj or Linda, one of the spinners, was bowling. There was obviously a couple of Fawad, I think, has probably given a couple of chances, because there's been round the corner, there's been a couple of catches that just went through. One that went through Bavuma's hands. But apart from that, I think we've looked pretty okay. And to get to 100 and I think it's 101. I haven't got the score. 104. Sorry, 104 for 4 at lunch. We're now only 116 behind. And with 6 wickets in hand. So definitely Pakistan session. I would say if you count up the sessions, it's probably 2 sessions each. We won the middle session yesterday when we took a lot of wickets, and we won the first session today. We won the first session yesterday and the last session yesterday. So I think that with the first session yesterday, I think that was 50-50-ish. Yeah.
I think they lost 2 wickets, didn't they?
Yes.
So it might have been South Africa's session, but I don't think it was as clear cut as the other sessions, basically.
Yeah.
But brilliant first session for us today. We're back in the game, and the balls, or what is it, 45 overs old now. I know that we spoke about the balls was swinging a little bit more around about an hour ago than it did when it was brand new, and there's still a touch of variable bounce there, but with Azhar and Fawad have played themselves and they've done brilliantly. What is it, 39 and 38?
Yes, yeah.
They both got, they're both coming towards a 50. We spoke about the beginning of the game that we just need 1 or 2 good partnerships. These two have put on a fantastic partnership together. We trail by 116, gets 17 more runs, and we're into 19, trailing by 99. You're into double digits. Then slowly keep chipping away at it. There's not been, as you mentioned, there's been a couple of chances really. And that's about it really. So fair play to them. Nobody on for lunch.
Here's a question for you then. So it's 104 for 4. Which team would you rather be right now?
Pakistan. What kind of question is that?
No,
I think from South Africa's perspective, it's they've tried a few different things in the first session, and they haven't really worked. No. So it's what game plan they're going to come out with now. They'll have a chance to grab some lunch, regroup, talk to the analyst, the coach, etc. But I think that from my perspective, I'd rather be in Pakistan's camp, because you've got two set batsmen now who are seeing the ball like a big beach ball, and you're hoping that they're gonna carry on and take the ball and take the innings forward. However, you just in the back of your mind think that if we lose a couple of wickets, we don't have a strong tail, and sometimes sod's law is that you have an interval session, and in the first 2-3 overs when you come back, there's a quick wicket.
Yeah, no, and I think this seems like the kind of pitch where it's probably difficult to start on. So I think when you do get a start, and when you are relatively as set as you can be on a pitch that's got variable bounce, then it's really up to you to cash in. Because, like we said, although it was swinging, actually it's not doing a lot at the moment. I don't think the turn is. In fact, if anything, Maharaj's first ball, and maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like Maharaj's first ball is the one that turned the most. And since then, it's not exactly been ragging square. So, like Umar mentions on the comments there, session 2 and 3 could well be a good time to bat, and we can kind of try and press home, whatever advantage you want to say we might have. I guess in a situation like this, look, if we were a 90 for none, and now we're 104 for 4, clearly the momentum is all with South Africa, and they're feeling good about themselves at lunch. But actually, when you've got a team 33 for 4, and then they put on a stand of 71 unbroken, let's be honest, the momentum at the moment is with us. So we need to make that count. But let's not be naive. South Africa will go and they'll have a break. They'll come up with some more plans, and they'll come up with some different ideas in the afternoon.
Yeah. I mean, the other way to look at it, so I completely agree with you that then if you look in the field, South Africa's heads, they haven't really dropped.
No, I don't think South Africans do that. I don't think South Africans do head dropping, do they? They're pretty tough lot.
So unless they're in knockout games in ICC tournaments. But it's just a testament to their character, really, that the game's not running away from them, but they've lost the session. But at no point did you think that their fields are crumbling. I think there was maybe one or two misfields or so. Yeah. But the fielding's still been pretty much on it. They've been running after that ball out in the outfield. So it's setting us up for a really good session next.
Yeah. How long are you sticking around with us for today then?
So I'm up until the kids basically come down and take over the house. I think they should be getting up at pretty much any point soon if they're not already awake now. But I think I'm going to be here for about another 15-20 minutes, I think, probably at least.
We've got another guest coming. Do we think we've got another guest coming on as well as planned, about 7:20?
As far as I'm aware, yeah, I've not had anything otherwise. So we've got him coming on, and we should have 1 or 2 other people as well. So we'll wait to see what goes on. Fortunately, Cal's still having problems with his headphone and stuff. So we'll see if he can get that fixed later offline. While we're here, though, if we just go through pick up some of the other questions that we have. So Omar says that he's had a lot of good chats with English fans in Subway and Moseley, Birmingham. A lot of them don't drink. Yeah, that's a subway to go to. There's a lot of common ground. There is. So obviously being in England, I've been to lots of Pakistan-England games, and English crowd are brilliant. Really good banter throughout the day, really good crowd, jumping up and down with you. It's good light-hearted banter. And so there is, and I guess a lot of them don't drink, but I think that the crowd's all mixed up, and there's just that kind of tendency for that drink to come around, like where they have the beer glass snakes, and where they pile them on top of each other and stuff. And I just find it difficult to actually move into that crowd. So yeah, I'm a Pakistan fan. I sit with Pakistan fans, so we are where we are.
Oh, it's brilliant. Sky are showing the 2001 test from Old Trafford, which is actually to this day one of my favourite Pakistan-England games. Simply because I actually went to school with the son of, I don't know if you remember or anyone remembers Tim Lamb. Tim Lamb was the head of the ECB in the early 2000s. And I actually went to school with his son, who also was obviously a big cricket fan, given his dad's position. And obviously England were in a really good position. I think at lunch in this game, they were only 1 down. chasing 370. They were never going to get 370, but they were going to survive the day. And obviously, it looked like we were nowhere near. And then obviously, as the highlights will show, we just went bang, bang, bang in the final session and managed to get some wickets and get the win. Obviously, infamous test, as Umar mentions, because of all the wickets with the no balls that we got, which I think annoyed Ian Botham so much on commentary. Which is
was this the one that Peter Willey was umpiring in?
It was, his name will come back to me. He'll be on the screen in a second. David Shepherd, I think it was.
I remember that for the no balls one, there was the one that Peter Willey was umpiring, and he missed quite a few no balls. Yeah,
Just to back, there was a comment there from Umar. Sorry, no, that was the wrong one. About having runs on the board, South Africa needing just the one wicket. I feel like I've got a bit more faith in Rizwan than some people, but if we lost a wicket now and it was 104 for 5, obviously you don't want to lose a wicket. But I feel like I'm confident that the next two would be able to put on 60-70, and then when Fahim comes in, I'm confident that the next two will be able to put on 60-70. So come on, lads, let's get the spirits up. I think we've just batted through the hardest session of the day.
Yeah. Yes, definitely have faith in the team. Rizwan and Fahim are not tail enders, no matter what you think of their batting. Yeah. So you'd expect them to kind of stick together. Just watching the highlights on there at the moment, this was so common that the opposition would be 150, 160 for 0, for 1, for 2, and then they just crumble when it's reverse swinging. But did you see that wicket that Waqar Younis just got?
Yes.
For those that are watching on Sky Sports thing, so just to describe it with you, that he bowled Atherton out, the England 160 for 0. And when he bowled them out, he carried running down the wicket, and you could see the passion and the determination in Waqar Younis's face. And I think that is sometimes what's missing from our team at this moment: the mentality, the character, the feeling that no matter what position the match is in, you can still win, you can still get back into it. And that's one of the things that was infuriating about the New Zealand series. You can go into a game against someone who's 10 times better than you, and that's fine. You can lose, and that's fine. But you just need to show that positivity, that mental attitude, that grit, that determination, that you're here, you want to win, you want to compete, you have that character. But if you just start rolling over, dropping catches, laughing, and it's
and that's why Fawad's innings that day, and Fawad and Rizwan and Fahim for what they did in terms of showing that fight. I mean, look, you're never going to get all 11 players being amazing, but it would have been nice to have seen that fight from the other players, because of course, as you remember, we were 4 overs from 4.5 overs from saving that first test match. And who knows what happens in the second test match? There's a wicket coming up. I'm sure there's a wicket coming up. Oh yes.
No, it wasn't a wicket, it was a flying wicket.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what I mean. So I grew up in the 90s watching cricket, the Wasim Waqar era, so it was just magical. And the sad thing is that like now, when you can watch Pakistan pretty much anywhere around the world, in those days you didn't have streams flying around, live streams flying around of the cricket. The games went all on Sky Sports, so that was the sad thing about the 90s. But magical period.
Just going back to that comment, what do you make of that one from Adam? Obviously, you with your county cricket experience of watching Surrey, what do you make of that?
So there are definitely, a load of English fans who don't like the casual fans who just drink, and you get all kinds of fans there. I'm sure even in Pakistan, even for the ODI games, then you're probably going to get people who rock up who are just casual fans who don't really, who aren't really fussed up with them. But
do you think that's what makes it though? Because obviously when we're playing India, the atmosphere can be a bit on edge because you've got 25,000 pairs of eyes fixed on that game, and everyone is invested into every single ball. Whereas actually, when you go to a Pakistan-England game, obviously it just feels like the atmosphere is just a bit more genteel. Some people are following the cricket, some England fans are not following the cricket. So it's difficult for there to be aggression or fights when actually a lot of the fans aren't actually that fussed if they win or not. And if they go home and they've had a nice day, they've had a drink and a chat with their mates, they're quite happy with that. That's a big difference with England. You'd never say that about an England football fan, that we go there, we enjoy the day, and it doesn't really matter what the result was, we're happy either way. That's just would never ever happen with it.
Yeah, I mean, I remember some people at work, English fans who said that, or casual English fans who said that they went to the cricket and they never even saw half the game. They were just wandering around the stadium, having a drink, I'm sure a couple of them said that they ended up just having their own cricket game, behind the stand and stuff.
I can't. Yeah, I can't get my head around that. I would never do that. I can't. I just you gotta watch every ball and
I just don't understand people when you paid that amount of money for the ticket. Yeah, whether you're a casual fan or not getting there for the first ball either.
Yes, no, absolutely. I mean, again, maybe that's without being too stereotypical, that's our Pakistani side coming out, isn't it? But you have paid. You paid.
I'm going to watch it all.
You paid for the toss. I paid for that security guard to search me. I paid for every single second of my experience. Until I get home, I'm paying. And if I'm paying, I'm going to make the best use of it. So, that's just our mentality, I'm not sure.
So I think that's like some of the football games I've been to. When the game's got like 10-15 minutes left, you see some of the crowd emptying because they want to beat the traffic. And I've seen that at cricket games as well. And I'm like, but I remember my brother went to an Everton game. I can't remember who they were playing. And he left when Everton were losing 1-0. And they left and they're in the car listening to the game on the radio. And in the last 5-10 minutes or whatever, Everton scored 2 goals. And they won the game. And it's like, why? I just can't understand. Okay, you might get home 15-20 minutes earlier, as opposed to sitting in traffic for 15-20 minutes, but I just don't understand it. You've come there to watch the game, watch the whole game, whether you're a casual fan or a diehard fan. You've seen both sets of fans just leave the stadium, and it's just...
And especially with football. I mean, at least in cricket, there are some games, if you're 120 for 8 chasing 300, the writing's on the wall, the game, it is done. You could imagine some people leaving that game early because there's no way that you're going to chase 300. But in football, my God, it takes a second to score a goal. It takes 10 seconds to score 2 goals. Anything can happen. And so to leave a football match early, thankfully, something I've never ever done and would never consider. But I don't get that at all. But equally, you've got to, some people have got work in the morning. Traffic around these grounds can be pretty ridiculous. So, who knows? Everyone's got their own reason. Adam's making us all feel very old here. He wasn't even born when this match was played. That's ridiculous, isn't it? Gosh, I was at school when this was happening.
Get yourself on YouTube, Adam. See the glory years.
Yeah, no, exactly, absolutely.
I think we've done this one, haven't we? Session 2 and 3 could be the best time to bat. South Africa have runs on the board. I think you did that one. Yeah, sorry.
That's because Adam's not grown up watching the glory years. That's why he's so pessimistic, isn't he?
Infamous test, that one there. They were 200 for 2 at T. I think that's referring to the game that's on TV at the moment, isn't it? Yeah. And then they collapsed. Yeah, that was a thing from those days, wasn't it? That they'd be like 100 for 0, 150 for 1, etc. And then they just collapse. And you just knew that it was just that one wicket brings 8 more, brings 9 more.
That's the thing. I mean, just as an aside, very quickly, I know there's more comments to say, but that's where obviously we're still yearning for the Wasim and Bukhari years, aren't they? Aren't we? Where we would have teams 2 down at T and then we'd win the game, but it doesn't work like that. And actually, I was reading a stat yesterday. So since I think 2015, maybe 2015 or 2011, we have played the most fast bowlers in Test cricket. No one's played more than 37 fast bowlers in Test cricket. Okay.
Oh, I remember seeing that. Yeah.
Yeah, and yet for Pakistan, that we have the fewest that have gone on to play 50 tests or 30 tests. They come in and they go again, and they come in and they go, and they come in and we think they're going to be Wasim Bukhari, and we try and catch that lightning in a bottle, and it doesn't work, and they get discarded. So, I guess it just makes you feel fortunate to have grown up watching some of this stuff, because it just shows how difficult it can be to replicate that.
Yeah, they've always kind of got that pedestal of the of Wasim and Bukhari, and we need to get away from that because they're not going to be able to be like that. I think when you look at any kind of young, I can't remember the name, but any kind of new English all-rounder, they're always kind of compared to Flintoff. Or any new ones that'll be compared to Ben Stokes, for example, that you're never going to be able to measure up to them. You just need to be yourself at the end of the day. Omar's saying that these two need to bat as long as they can make the bowlers toil. 100% going into session 2. We've got Omar saying, I was at a test match in Lord's Day 5 in 2006. People enjoying their sandwiches, and they even had a good sleep, to be fair. It was a drunk. Yeah. That so annoys me when you're watching a game on TV, yeah, and there's people that you see asleep at the game.
I cannot imagine. I mean, I think it just shows, isn't it? When you talk about sleep, I mean, I woke up at like 4:35 this morning. So, sleep versus cricket. Cricket's going to win every single time. Funnily enough, when I actually went to that game, that was the game that I think Yusuf made.
Were you the guy sleeping?
Yeah, absolutely not. I think I went to the Saturday of that game when I think Yusuf, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Yusuf got 100 or a double 100 in that game. I think it might have been a double 100, and we drew that game and we ended up losing the series 3-0, obviously, but we batted pretty well in that game. But yeah, no, it was it's just a different way of watching, just a very different culture, isn't it? Kaz fell asleep at Lord's, did he?
So Kaz was fortunate, well, fortunate or unfortunate, whichever way you look at it. That I think he was sat at one point next to the pavilion, so for those of you that don't know, Kaz, he's the Stani member who Paxican who plays the dole. He was banned from playing the dole next to there because it was interfering with the cameras. The noise was going through the TV feed and the audio. So he's banned from that. So he literally just had to. He couldn't do anything. And you can't make any noise there either. So yeah, it was horrible.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Sky Sports are loving us today. They're showing the 145 chase where we bowled them out for 72 now.
Oh, in the UAE. Yeah. Normally they showed that World Cup game from South Africa, I think, don't they? Where Jimmy Anderson.
Jimmy Anderson corners.
Let me just go. So, assalamu alaikum to everyone else who's joining. We've got Habib joining, Cass joining as well. This is a good one. It says Adam says, "You hope Pakistan will host an ICC event soon." So, inshallah, yes, and that'd be brilliant to go to that as well. I saw a report that said Wasim Khan's going to be applying for. So, I think the next set of ICC games are from 2023 to 2031. And I think the bids need to go in by October this year. So, and he's definitely going to be bidding for some of them. So we have some of the. We've obviously got South Africa there in Pakistan at the moment. You've got England and Australia lined up for tours as well. So it looks like it's opening up again. So inshallah, they'll get something.
Yeah, I think the difficult thing is obviously you've got to think about safety. So clearly security. That's it goes without saying. It goes without saying that from a safety point of view that needs to be 100% secure. But also, don't forget, to host a tournament, to host all these teams, you need the hotels, you need the Wi-Fi, you need the facilities to host the media, you need the good number of good pitches. So I know they're doing a lot of restructuring of lots of stadiums in Pakistan and rebuilding of a few stadiums. So I am quite hopeful. I don't want to share. I don't know about you, Hulk, but I don't want to share a tournament with anyone. I don't want it to be Pakistan and Sri Lanka. I don't want it to be Pakistan. I want the whole thing to be in Pakistan.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. I mean, on the one hand, for the players, it's that the flights and stuff are just going to be crazy, and for the fans, then having to choose which games you go to because you can't go to the mall, for example. But it would just be a massive thing for Pakistan to be able to host a full tournament, whatever that is, T20 ODI, even if they revive the Champions Trophy or whatever. But yeah, that would just be a massive thing, and we've proven that we can do it with the PSL as well. And yeah, I think it would just be a massive boom for the country as a whole if we were able to get a full tournament over the next few years. So said that we haven't had almost we have not had a fast bowler who's taken 200 wickets since Waqar. We've not had a Waqar Yunus, have we, since Waqar?
Yeah, but that's the thing, isn't it? We always talk about our bowling, and that's because we've grown up watching Wasim and Waqar. And to be fair, the spinners as well. And we look at this game that's on TV now, it's the spinners that did all the work, wasn't it? But it's sad that we haven't been able, and that's where the article about Hassan Ali comes in that's on Crick Info at the moment, that maybe Hassan Ali is going to be the one who is going to be, discarded a bit early on. He had his injury problems, he's been dropped. Maybe he's going to come back and be our mid-20s bowler that does it for the next 5, 6, 7 years, as opposed to these either young kids that we bring in or old guys that we bring in, or they come in and they get, they get injured. And that's the other thing, just in terms of the makeup of the team, people talk about a 4-man attack. Well, no wonder Junaid Khan's got no knees left, and no wonder Wahab Riaz is, walking with a limp all the time, and Umar Gul had to retire because, we have these 4-man attacks on these pitches that don't do a lot, and then our bowlers get injured, and we don't have the best medical team either. So there's all these things that have gone into Pakistan not producing, particularly, quite effective bowlers or high wicket taking bowlers over the past few years. It's the whole management of bowlers. They need to be a protected species essentially.
Yeah, and they play more games now as well, don't they? They're exposed to so many more games. Like you didn't have T20 cricket wasn't a big thing, obviously, when Wasim Wakar's heyday. But now it's not just playing the 2020 games for your country; it's the domestic scene as well, isn't it? All around the world, where there's the T20 tournaments, for example. But I think that one of the things from Wasim Wakar is that really helped them was that they were a big scene on the county circuit in England for Lancashire and Surrey, and then Glamorgan for Wakar as well, and that helped them to develop the bowling massively. But you look at it now in the past 10 years, not even just Pakistan, but how many foreign players actually, other than the odd season maybe here or there, how many of them actually come here for the 4-day game, for the county game, other than maybe just a few 2020 blast games. That's obviously playing a massive part in it.
No, of course, no, you're absolutely right. And the more players that we can get, we had Babar Azam playing for Somerset last year. Imad has done some T20 stints as well. The more Pakistan players we can get playing here or in Shield cricket or wherever around the world, just getting experience of these conditions is always a good idea.
So Omar saying he was wide awake in that game at Lords. And I think he said, in answer to your question about Mohammad Yusuf, you got about 220 or 190. That was the year when I think he got a ridiculous amount of runs and he got the record for the most amount of runs in a calendar year. I think he got something like 3 or 4 double hundreds, if not more.
I can't. If you want to know the exact number of runs that Yusuf got in that year, just go to his Twitter because it's his Twitter name is.
Oh yeah,
17 something. I can't remember now.
It's 17 something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not
that he wants to make a big thing about it.
Umar goes, Pakistan were in trouble that game at 500 odd, at 50 odd for 4, sorry, but Yusuf Inzamam got us to 420. And that's the thing, isn't it? Being 30 odd for 3 or 30 odd for 4 isn't a new thing for us. We're used to it. Just answering this one. So I think Asif would have been Pakistan's greatest bowler if not for the spot fixing. So ifs, buts, and all that stuff. It's. I mean, even now you look at people like Kevin Peterson says that Asif was one of the hardest bowlers for him ever to face, and the stuff that he could do with the ball was just magical.
Oh, the skill level. Obviously, we talk about pace and stuff, but if you look at the skill that Asif had in his wrist and to make the ball the way he made the ball talk, I don't know if I've seen a Pakistan bowler like him. To be honest, he could have been anything he wanted to be in cricket, and obviously other things got in the way, and it wasn't to be. But it's really sad. So this one, Adam says, are you not even allowed flags at Lord? Unfortunately not. So you're not allowed flags, horns, no fancy dress, or no nothing. The thing is, it's this stupid thing where it's got to be a regulation size flag with no pole and meeting this criteria and that criteria, as if any of us have got the time to, do that with flags. So essentially, no is the answer, which is really frustrating.
But you're allowed prawn sandwiches.
Oh, very much so.
Okay, let me just. Salam alaikum. Carl, can you hear us now? Can you speak?
Walaikum salam. Yeah.
Oh, mashallah. We got there in the end, bro. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah, I'm all good. How about yourself? How are you doing, Doctor?
Yeah, good, man.
Yeah, welcome, Sam. Cal, all good here. Thank you very much. I'm very happy with the way we played this morning. What do you make of it? 104 for 4. It's not bad, is it?
Yeah, alhamdulillah, that's wicked. As long as we can do the next session the same, we should be well ahead of the game, inshallah.
Sorry, Doc, I'm just going to step out for a minute, yeah?
Fair enough, that's okay, no worries. Yeah, so I mean, obviously, that just going back to some of these comments, so I'm just going to just scroll through them very quickly. It was a draw. Hopefully, in the next 10 years, there was a mention. Hopefully, in the next 10 years, we can host an event. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. The only thing I would say about hosting an event is that at the moment, it seems like all the events are hosted by India, Australia, and England. And that's the difficult thing, isn't it? And they kind of control a lot of what's happening in cricket at the moment. And they seem to get those events on a bit of a rotation basis. Obviously, the next
which is totally unfair if you think about it, isn't it?
Sorry?
I said which is totally unfair.
Yes,
if
indeed.
you think on cricket basis, I think all the nations should get really a chance.
So Cal, I'm gonna add someone else to the stream if they're ready. So we've managed to get very fortunate to have Atif Nawaz on with us this morning. So Atif, I'm sure you can hear me. I hope you can hear me. going to add you to the stream in just a couple of seconds. And it'd be good to hear from Atif what he makes of the game. I'll just make sure he's ready. Cal, do you want to just have a few words about how you see the afternoon session going?
I think as long as though they've got themselves in now, so inshallah I think they should go ahead and make a big score now. Especially Fawad Alam, this is his home ground.
Yeah.
So he's scored quite a few centuries here as well. So for him it should be pretty straightforward, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well,
so we should definitely expect him to get a big score, and then we need to get ahead. I think the main aim is at the moment, as long as though we survive this next session, we should be well into the, I think we should be near enough to the score of South Africa. So, and then after that, we just need to put on a nice lead and try not to get many runs. But we need to score for the next round when we bat again, if we bat again.
Atif, Assalamu alaikum, welcome. Can you hear us? Possibly not. Let me just send Atif a message here, make sure that he knows that we're on. So hopefully we'll get a few comments from Atif as to how he sees the game going and what Pakistan can achieve as the day goes on. Just a comment coming through about the 100 tournament as well. Cal, I don't know what your thoughts are on the this new tournament the ECB are bringing in, the 100, obviously 100 ball cricket, all that kind of stuff. What are your thoughts on that?
I've been seeing it, but obviously I've not really seen too much. Well, it's not been played yet, so I don't really know too much about it. But been seeing the advertisement of it and that. So
yeah, I guess
it's not like anything new into it. So obviously, I think. And there'll be a lot of people interested in it. It's like the 2020 when it was new, people was interested in it. So it's 100 balls. So I think people, it's a short version. A lot of people like short version of this game. So I think I think it should take a good hit off.
I think. I was going to say, certainly for cricket fans, obviously it's about having time as well. I mean, there's so much cricket on already. There's always Test cricket on from somewhere. There's always ODI and T20 cricket, and obviously they need another tournament as well. You just feel like maybe you don't have quite enough time to watch all this stuff.
I think what it is they may be marketing it for the like the more of the younger generation and the new version of the generation what are coming to cricket now. A lot of them don't really like longer versions nowadays. I don't know if you know, but people don't even like one days. They think, it's too long.
Yes,
So they may be targeting the fan base where there's they've not got much time. They just want to see a quick game and that's it. So I think it's a good idea, to be honest with you, because it's like the 2020. It took a big hit. Like everybody, a lot of people prefer going to a 2020 than going to a test match.
Oh, we got Atif here with us? Maybe not. Maybe a few technical problems there.
Yeah, so a lot of people, I think they prefer going to a 2020 than going to a test match, because I think our test match is a lot boring. So maybe 100-day game is, 100-ball game. A lot of people will be interested in going to it.
Assalamu alaikum, Atif. Can you hear us?
Walaikum assalam. I can, guys. How are you?
Islam.
Yes, all good. Thanks very much. Thanks for joining us on the Stani Army Watchalong. It's actually been a pretty trouble-free morning so far. Have you managed to catch any of it? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. I think I got a lot of flack yesterday on Twitter for suggesting that the match was actually in the balance, and most people were kind of responding. It was like, I didn't really have too many international fans. It was all Pakistani fans who were kind of like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. No, Pakistan have lost this game already. They're going to get bundled out for 72. Like, I was kind of like, come on, man. Like, they've only lost 3.5 wickets, really. And, you've got Pakistan's most experienced test batsman of the current team. Then you've got Fawad, who's got an exceptional record at Karachi, knows how to play the game at Karachi, and decent batsmen to come. So I feel really vindicated by that batting performance. Barring those two moments where they could have lost wickets, kind of a flawless session.
Are you, Atif, surely you're not accusing Pakistan fans of overreacting? No.
I know what, but 90, you think I'd be
kind of a flawless session.
99% of the time, I just
Right now, because
ignore.
9% no.
But yesterday,
I don't know why. They
at a
caught me
weird
at a
moment,
and I started responding to people.
You know, I very rarely respond
to people that annoy me, but I started responding yesterday, just kind of like wait and see. And I got a little bit snarky actually, but then I deleted the snarky Wait and see. And I got a little bit snarky. Did you want to look like?
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? I mean, there's, you know, anytime Pakistan don't play well, there's always going to be this kind of social media outcry. I think probably yesterday some of it was about the intent as well. And actually this morning the intent seems like it's been really good. I mean, as I said, Fawad has been pretty good at kind of picking up the singles and keeping the scoreboard moving, which is a good sign for the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they just need to take things slow, relax, and just chill. Because it's that kind of wicket where, you know, when it's Karachi, it's Pakistani, it's a Pakistani wicket. The new ball is always quite effective. And, you know, if you've got people like Rabada and Gili and Nokia to lean on, they're gonna get some purchase. There's gonna be some casualties, but eventually when the ball gets softer, you can really cash in and just lean into this pitch and start scoring your runs and milking the bowlers. Because once you've got a set batsman and the ball stops doing anything, it's really hard to take wickets. Historically, at Karachi, this is why Pakistan very rarely lose there. I know it's kind of a skewed record because they haven't played there for 13 years, apart from last year. So, you know, I think they'll do well to. I think South Africa will do well to come back to this game. Now, having said that, you know, anything can happen if South Africa have a good session, take 4 wickets in the next session, things could change dramatically. But right now, the batsmen, if they can go on long, they could put Pakistan in a very advantageous position.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. So look, we're really pleased to have you along, and thanks for kind of taking the time to have a chat with us and watch this game along. So it'd be good to know, just from obviously I think we're all kind of a similar age here, just in terms of growing up, being a Pakistan fan, memories, experiences, how you kind of got into cricket, and just tell us a little bit more about that kind of stuff.
Sure, man. It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me. I was actually really enjoying watching you guys during the New Zealand series. I actually got COVID before the first Pakistan-New Zealand test, so I was restricted very much to bed, and you know, all I had was my TV, right? And so I got the cricket, and I'm one of those people who likes that second screen experience, but I couldn't think of anything clever to tweet, so I just needed to receive content. I really enjoyed watching you guys, and it was great fun. So it's nice to be with you guys. And Pakistani cricket, I think I've got the same story that a lot of young British Pakistanis do, man. Like I was in Pakistan during the '92 World Cup, and I didn't really know what cricket really was at the time. I think I was like 4 or 5 or 6 years old, but everybody around seemed to be making a big fuss about this big match, and so this big tournament. Sorry, when the World Cup was happening, and I would frequently, you know, just hear little bits and pieces, and then eventually I remember watching the game. I think it was Pakistan South Africa, and Amir Sohail scored a century for Pakistan. I think that's my first memory of watching Amir Sohail score a century in the '92 Cricket World Cup. And I've always been a pretty big Amir Sohail fan. Actually, I was at an event in 2017. I was hosting some like charity event, and he was there. And nobody seemed to know who he was, and it made me really sad because this guy was a star back in the day. He was a little unpopular, or didn't like his post-cricket views or whatever. I was kind of like, dude, this is Amir Sohail. This is a G. So yeah, I guess that was my early memory. Like everybody else, yourselves, you know, I love going to you know, and watching and stuff. And I got very lucky to go to the game.
Yeah, sorry, there's a little bit of feedback. I don't know if that's from yourself or if that's from someone who's just joined, but we'll press on anyway. So, obviously, I'm presuming you've kind of gone to Pakistan games growing up, possibly kind of in this country, things like that?
I spent most of my time as a kid going to a lot of county matches. So I attended a lot of Middlesex games, so Middlesex is my county. So I went to a lot of county cricket matches. I really wanted to play. I was kind of like, I want to play, let's play. And I played club cricket from sort of ages 11, and our club would take to matches as well. I don't think I got to see Pakistan play live 1996. So that's the first time I watched Pakistan live. I remember I got an autograph from Ataur Rahman.
Oh,
If
yes.
you guys remember Ataur Rahman. What a
Yeah.
player. Yeah. I remember I saw him. I didn't know what to say. I would have been like 9 maybe or 10. And this cricketer walks past me. I'm like, and I just went, Ataur Rahman. And he just winked at me and saw my thing and walked off. And I was like, oh, cool, man. Ataur Rahman. But that's probably the first time I met a cricketer. That's not true, actually. I met Darren Goff before, but he wasn't as pleasant.
We won't go down that road.
When I met years later, when I was working with Darren Goff, I reminded him he didn't remember when he met me the first time. Unsurprising. But yeah, that was the first time I got to see a match, man. But it's great. It's now it's a very different time because people have a billion different options. They got social media. Even the way people watch matches at the stadium has changed. You know, when you went to the stadium, you were watching every ball. You spent a lot of money. It was an event. Whereas now it's become quite a what am I doing on Sunday? Obviously, I'm going to tweet about this, and I'm going to take this photo, and I'm going to take a photo with my friend. I'm going to get something popping for the gram. People do it completely. And, I'm down, man. I really like all the little razzmatazz. A lot of you guys, from the Stani, great fun. It was the carnival atmosphere. When the games Pakistan lost would just be at because they, there was a wonderful atmosphere, like a big social house party type thing with your friends.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was just going to say there's a little bit of feedback just coming from the mic, but I don't know if that's at your end or ours. So, and we'll as I say, we'll kind of crack on. We've got Umar alongside us as well. Good morning. How are you? Yeah. So the second session's just started. Obviously we're 104 for 4, still 116 runs behind. Are you still okay to hear what I'm saying? Can you hear everything there?
Yeah, I can hear everything fine. I've just switched my mic, so it's a little bit clearer.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, thanks. So yeah, Umar, I'll go to you very quickly then. Thoughts on the afternoon session and where this game's going?
Yeah, I think, again, it just requires a little bit of patience and milking. I think casual fans aren't going to enjoy this because it's not going to be like a boundary fest. It doesn't need to be a boundary fest. They just need to get those 2-3 runs and over and play like that pretty much for a day and a half. So if they can just set the tone, both these players inch their way to those 50s. I think when you've got 2 batsmen in the middle who've got 50, it becomes quite demoralizing for the fielding team as well. It's difficult to, see your way out of the situation. It becomes more of a mountain mentally to climb. So I think if Pakistan can continue to do that and just break those little milestones, get to 150 and then get to 200 and get to 210, just past that total, and just keep progressing, then we'll be okay. But history tells me that at some point in the next sort of 45 minutes, a wicket will fall. Putting that out there, but it's gonna happen at some point.
Yeah, no, I think you're probably right, but no, as you say, this seems like the kind of pitch where it's probably difficult to, and it's a bit of a cliche, isn't it? Batsmen talk about it being a difficult pitch to kind of start on, but this seems like a difficult pitch to kind of start on. Once you're in and you've got the 38 and 39 like these two have, but it's kind of time to cash in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've spent a lot of time there. I mean, Azhar's faced 124 deliveries. He's invested that time on the wicket and taking and that's going to help you. Like Maharaj obviously has bowled quite well, Lind's bowled quite well. The spinners can be dangerous, as we saw yesterday with Babar. Like they just kind of sneak up on you. Maharaj has this particular knack to just to kind of close you down. Like he hunts his prey. He's like a jungle animal, he just kind of, like something out of a David Attenborough documentary. He's just tracking you down. So you got to be careful that they don't build any kind of momentum, the bowlers, or start setting these traps that are elaborate. But again, I just think Fawad has so much experience in Karachi, and Azhar Ali just has a ton of experience. I think they definitely know what they've got to do here. 60 overs left today. I'd be very happy if they just scored 2 and over. and got to like where would that put them? 224. I'll take that at the end of the day. I know a lot of people say it's too slow. That's too slow. No, it's perfect.
Well, let's see what the others make. So we've got Cal and Umar here. So Artif is saying 2 and over, absolutely fine. I would tend to agree, to be honest. It's 5 days is a long time, so it's not like we're running out of time here. Umar, well, you haven't had from yourself yet. What do you reckon? Just play out time and see where we get to?
No, because with Pakistani, the inevitable collapse will come at some time. So rather cash in now, get to 200 by the end of the next session, and then leave the rest into Allah's hands. Because like Nav says, we're 104 for 4, but you just need to add 2 wickets on, so we're basically 104 for 6.
Yeah, but then if you had 2 it's meant to be 104 for 8, so where do you stop?
To be fair, these guys have been batting, 30 overs, including yesterday?
Yeah.
So they're well set now, so there's no need for them to dig in as much. I think they're well set. I think they do need to kick on a little bit. Maybe score out a bit more than 2, and maybe at 3s, not like 5s or 6s. Maybe at 3s, 3.5.
You can tell we're Pakistan fans when we start adding 4 wickets to the total. Just to see where the game is,
I think we do need to kick on. I know it's only day 2, but the pitch is only going to deteriorate, and us batting last, chasing 180 is always fun, isn't it?
I think the main thing.
I'm just going to come to you, Cal, because you know that there are some pitches where the ball does so much that batsmen will say there's going to be one with my name on it, so I'm going to get the bowler before the bowler gets me. This doesn't look like it's not doing a lot. It's going up and down a bit, but it's not turning square or anything. What do you reckon? Just slow and steady will do, don't you think?
Yeah, no, you're right. I think basically, I think it's mainly when you first come to this crease, you've got to watch very, very carefully. I think, but after that, I think like now they're not even any trouble at all. Once they're in, I think they're perfectly fine. But another thing, I think this session is very, very important for us to try getting close enough to the score. And once we've got neck and neck, then I think they should just play free as possible. Then
I feel like as this game goes on, conditions are going to favour the spinners more than seam bowling, and I think our spinners are better than their spinners. So I feel like second time round we can put South Africa under a fair bit of pressure. Arthur, just coming back to you, obviously you're on TMS, and you're on TMS during the summer just gone when Pakistan were over. How difficult is it to be on TMS and be neutral? And obviously, the child inside you and the teenager and everything is shouting stuff. I'm thinking especially of that Old Trafford Test match where we should have won. Let's be honest.
Oh man, it's like the hardest thing, because everything about you've been trained your whole life to just start yelling at the TV and be quiet. I'll tell you about a moment. If I go back to the 2019 World Cup for a second, Pakistan were playing England at Nottingham, right? And I don't know if you recall this match, but England were very much on top. Joss Butler had a ton. He looked like he was going to take England home. And I'm sitting in the middle. This side of me is Graham Swan. This side of me is Michael Vaughan. And the other side was Phil Tufnell, right? So that's who I'm sitting with in this broadcasting thing. And I wasn't officially a part of TMS yet. I was doing their podcast and I was doing their social media and blah, 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 blah. But I wasn't officially a member of the Test team. So anyway, Joss Butler's batting. I think Amir came in, thick outside edge, caught at backward point. And this was the big moment. This is the turning point. Now, I'm sitting in between these guys, all professional, wearing blazers and formal shirts and stuff like that. And I just jump up and I go, yes! Right? And it was just me. There was nobody else around me. It was just me. So it looked really absurd. And then I looked, and they all just looked at me, and they looked back at me. And I remember Swanee going Artif, do you know where you are, mate? We might chuck you out this media center out the window. And I was like, yeah, no, sorry, man. I just got carried. And they were quite nice. Michael Vaughan's always been really nice about it. I know he gets a bad rap sometimes, but he's always been super nice about me supporting Pakistan. Never gave me a hard time about it. In fact, was quite supportive. But yeah, it is tough. But you have to stay, I have to remember I'm doing a job, right? It's a fun job, but I'm doing a job. I have to relay information about what's happening to people listening or people watching. So I can't be selfish and act on my own, sort of emotion. I've got to be professional and say, oh, Liam Livingston hits a 6. If he can hit another 6 off this last ball, then he's going to take England over the line. Liam Livingston, can you be a hero? In comes, who was it? Who was bowling this summer? I don't know. Shaheen Afridi runs in and he bowls to Liam Livingston, and he can't hit it for a 6. He can't get England over the line. Heartbreak for England, but joy for Pakistan. And there you go. You cover all your bases, and you don't. You just got to be a little bit smart. And you know what? There's always a little moment where your kind of association is walked away. And the thing is, most people who know me know that I'm a lifelong Pakistan fan, and I'm unapologetic about that. I don't try and water it down or hold it back. Like, I really love Pakistan. Like, I loved Pakistani cricket before I knew what Pakistan was, as a country. So, I don't like. It's not the way that some people think. Okay, I've got the Pakistani heritage, so I've got to be a Pakistan fan. For me, it's very much a case of like it's the way a lot of kids like Brazilian football. Growing up, they kind of thought, oh, this is a sexy way to play football. That's cool. That's why I gravitate to, and that's why I kind of gravitate to cricket, Pakistani cricket. Wasim, Bakar, those Amir Sahil, those are the guys that got me into the game.
The big three, of course, the big three. Yeah. And so just kind of on that theme, obviously, we're a few football fans here. I'm not sure what your interest in football is, but you've got kind of pundits like Gary Neville, Jamie Carragher. You might see kind of what they do, and they are also kind of unashamedly biased in a way that might not have been acceptable, I don't know, 5-10 years ago. So do you feel like being in the TMS box now compared to maybe when the demographics of the TMS box were different 10-20 years ago, it's more okay to kind of talk about being a Pakistan fan, and of course not being, you're not going to be kind of partisan or anything, but that being out in the open and it not being an issue, maybe?
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's more about adding analysis and stuff like that anyway. So I was brought in not as a Pakistan specialist. As in that's not what they, often for these series, TMS will bring in people like, I think for Sri Lanka, they had access to Russell Arnold, or for India, they're talking about, they have ex-players that they get hold of, ex-coaches, sort of cricket commentators who are associated with the country. But that wasn't the case with me. Like, I was brought in to be a TMS commentator. So for all intents and purposes, to commentate on all Test cricket, not just Pakistani Test cricket that England play. So essentially, like, yes, it's okay for people to know that I lean towards Pakistan. I don't have to mention it all the time, but it can be a real boost, really, because when we have those long sessions, the long rain delays, that as we did last summer, and we've got to talk about, the greatest Pakistani batsmen, the greatest Pakistani bowlers, I can chime in on that for hours and hours and hours. And they were like, oh God, how are we going to fill this rain break? And it went very quickly from how are we going to fill this rain break to how are we going to get Atif to shut up about Zaheer Abbas, because he's just going on and on and on. So, it's fine. Like, I think now you're right. You can be very open about your loyalties as long as you remember the context in which you're broadcasting. The good broadcaster always remembers this is the place to have fun. This is the place to be serious. This is the place to be, to mix it up. And this is the audience that I'm serving. And how do I serve them best? I've been performing my whole life, man. So I am, I know how to serve the right audience at the right time. So, but yeah, I still have my moments.
Yeah. Understandable. So I want to come back to that in a second, actually, because I listened to your Wisdom podcast with Nikesh Ragani about the Pakistan-India thing. So I can maybe come back to that in a second. Just a question for the guys. I'll start with Yilmaz. In terms of cricket on the radio, obviously we're talking about TMS. Have you been a big one for kind of listening on the radio over the years? Obviously, you can't always be next to a TV screen, and kind of memories of radio cricket growing up, if any.
There is a little bit, because my dad owns a shop. And obviously we never used to have a TV or like no Sky Go or anything. It was about when I was younger, about 10 years ago. So he always used to have TMS. During the 2005 Ashes, not necessarily a Pakistani game, but here I remember listening to Shane Warne on TMS. Shane Warne getting close. 92 did he score on TMS? I think that's the one that sticks out more than any other. But yeah. Because he's got a shop, we always used to have Radio 5 Live, TMF 5 Live Sports Extra.
Yeah.
Listen to the cricket on there on a Saturday or a Sunday, because obviously me being the eldest, I was dragged along with him. There was no sitting at home, sitting at home for me.
Yeah. What about yourself, Cal? Cricket on the radio, much kind of experience. Obviously, I can't remember ever listening to Pakistan on the radio, because either you can't pick up Pakistan on the radio here, or they're playing England and it's on TV. But yeah, any thoughts from?
I tell you what I used to do, basically, you know what I mean? It's been nail-biting games. I just couldn't watch the game. So what I used to do is just turn the TV off and just listen to the radio. I thought that's the best way. Yeah, maybe that way we maybe win or something. But I always used to do it, you know, especially when I was a lot younger. I just couldn't watch it, you know, thinking, oh no, it's too close now. You know, one of those. I used to just turn the radio on and listen to it that way. But
yeah. Is that where the kind of, you know, obviously with you being involved in TMS, have you always been a kind of a big fan of cricket on the radio? Certainly, listening from my point of view, I remember listening to England's away tour. So when England go down under to Australia, and you know we've got school in the morning or whatever, you kind of fall asleep listening to the English wickets kind of falling, kind of thing. I don't know if that was the same for you as well.
Do you know what? It's odd. I had the opposite experience. For me, I never really listened to cricket on the radio unless I was in a car. So as an adult, like as a driving adult, I can't function without it. Like I have to know, you know, what's happening. Like particularly with tournaments like the Big Bash that the BBC cover, and you know the Sri Lanka series that just ended. Like I have to have it on all the time and just listen when I'm going. But I'm always like it's always second best for me until I'm on. Until I'm near a television where I can watch the game. So, and growing up, I just didn't know. Even when I first became associated with TMS in 2016, I think that was my first appearance, or 2017 was my first appearance on TMS. And even then, I didn't really understand the gravitas of it. I didn't realize how big it was or the history behind it. Until they sent me a car to pick me up. I was like, damn, a radio show's got a car. They got a car to pick me up? Are you kidding me? It had the guy holding my name and everything. I was like, wow, this is some seriousness. And you get there and you realize how big a deal it is. So growing up, it wasn't a huge thing.
Is that a subtle hint for the next time you're on with us?
Yeah, but I didn't. But I want, like when I'm coming with you guys, you got to send me a nice car, and I want Cal to be holding a sign, you know, like, with my Twitter handle on it.
No problem.
See, I knew it. He's so nice. He was going to say that. Jazakallah, bro. You're a kind man. So this is looking good, by the way. I really like the way they played out that last over. I know they only got one run from it, but I just really liked that it was so nonchalant and just pushing the ball so comfortably, you know. I know they didn't put a lot of runs on, but yeah, there we go.
There's half a chance there.
Sorry, go on, Amber, sorry.
I was just going to say there's a half a chance there at silly point forward.
Yeah, no, it just
went, okay.
Yeah. But I think this is why we've almost gone back to, I think, having played a bit of a chance from Azhar there. It's going to score it away for 4, thankfully. This is why, having played in New Zealand and having played in England this summer, are you happy that we kind of maybe prepare some properly traditional subcontinental pitches that keep a bit low, pitches that take turn, and pitches that play to our strength, knowing that we're not playing away in these centre countries for the next 2 years? Or would you prepare for 2 years' time now by making us better for then and kind of changing the pitches in Pakistan where possible?
Oh, it's so hard to second guess Pakistani team management. They operate in a completely different world to most of us. I don't know is the answer to that. Like I like sporting pitches. So again, approaching the game impartially. If I was just looking at the game impartially, I'd think, yes, I want a pitch that'll get me a result. These slow, low turning pitches do tend to get results, and they're all quite distinct as well. Because people tend to think of South Asia as being, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, they're all the same. They're actually very different to play on. And geographically within the countries, every pitch takes as a completely different dynamic as well. So to answer your question, I think I like approaching things on a series by series basis. I think sometimes when you look too far ahead, you can get carried away. Like there used to be this obsession in the 90s and the noughties with blooding youngsters. We got to get young players in the future. Let's get young, the future. Now, obviously you want to play young players and that's important, But that doesn't mean you start discarding experience or you completely underestimate experience. I love that Pakistan gave a debut to Noman at age 34. I love that like 2 or 3 of these squad members are in their 30s. Like Darvish is 36 and he's in the squad. Like I really like that. I like that people are being selected on merit. So I feel like our pitches should also mirror that and be built. If we're building pitches at home, even if we're playing like a year ahead or 2 years ahead, let's just keep going on a series by series basis and make these series mean something. Really attack them and try and win them.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Cal, same question then. We sat through the New Zealand tour saying, "Our typical Pakistan, we go away and we can't deal with the conditions." So, do you think as well that when we're at home, as we are for the next couple of years, that are all kind of in the subcontinent and the Caribbean, that we just stick to our strength, which tends to be flatter type pitches that maybe take a bit of turn, as opposed to anything green or something that's just going to kind of fly through?
No, I think we should prepare some pitches what are green as well, because we're always not going to be playing at home. We have to go away as well. So if we're losing every away game, we need to start winning these away games as well. So the only way we're going to start winning them if we're used to playing on them kind of pitches. So the only way that's going to happen if we produce, maybe not all of them, but maybe in 3 test matches, one of them pitches what are either more of a green pitch where you're going to find that in the UK or in South Africa or in Australia or New Zealand. We definitely need to put 1 or 2 in there so our players do get used to it.
Yeah.
So then they get a lot better when they go out there to go and play. Because every time we go, for example, Australia or New Zealand, we know beforehand our players are just just too bouncy pitch, or the ball is swinging too much. Our players can't, they can't take it. So if they're playing them on our home pitches, then they're going to be more used to it. They haven't got that excuse to say that, oh no, that's the reason behind for them not to for them not to be performing when they're going over there.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Just coming on, obviously, I know we're well into day 2 now, but there was a lot of conjecture, a lot of talk, certainly in our little kind of WhatsApp groups as well, about the team selection. What are your thoughts? Do you think they picked? Obviously, now we know the pitch is probably keeping a bit lower than we expected, but kind of going into day 1 and when the team was announced, what were your thoughts with the kind of the lineup?
I mean, I was personally a little bit disappointed that they didn't actually go through with blooding youngsters. I think what they did was probably the responsible thing, and blooded 2 new players at the same time rather than like 8 new players or whatever. And people worry about wholesale changes and like the knee-jerk reactions after Pakistan lose a Test series. I don't think there's anything wrong with giving Shan Masood a break. He's been playing a lot recently. Let him go back, play some domestic cricket, and he's not going to be out of the setup. He's a great player, and he'll come back in. I was very excited about Kamran Ghulam's inclusion. I was really disappointed Kamran didn't make the final 11. But I get it. He's still young as well. And Abdullah Shafiq, also a young man. Like, he'll have his time at some stage in the future. Imran Butt got the nod. I've been watching Imran for a few years. He's a great player and so consistent. I was really gutted, like more than Babar, more than Shaheen, obviously, and more than Abid. I was gutted about Imran because I think I've seen him play at his absolute best, and he's extraordinary, particularly in Karachi. So, yeah, I think my initial thinking was like, I think they've got it right. It's not necessarily what I would have wanted, but I think they did the right thing for this series. They didn't get carried away. I think there was an element of let's appease the media by leaving a couple of people from New Zealand out and bringing in these exciting new names so people just calm down. And they did. But essentially the final 11, it wasn't a cop-out, but it was certainly felt like now we're not going to get too carried away. I actually think it makes sense. It was a nice balanced lineup with maybe a slightly too long tail for me, but that's just me.
Yeah, it almost felt like there was going to be this kind of brave new world, and then they just thought, oh, actually, wait, maybe not just yet, and they kind of gone back to some of the more kind of tried and tested players. Umar, you've been watching the game pretty intently there. Obviously great on here as well. What's happening? Things seem to have slowed down a touch. Are they just bowling better lines and lengths at the moment?
Yeah, I think they've got Maharaj on one end and Rabada on the other end. I think Rabada's getting a bit of reverse. He's hiding the ball as he runs in, so he's getting a bit of reverse. Azhar has just charged Maharaj. and he charged him again for a solid block.
I'd be happy with that.
115 football.
Good. So again, just going back to kind of some of the professional work that you do, does the work that you do get in the way sometimes of being able to follow Pakistan, or do you manage to kind of find a way around it, or how do you?
Oh man, in the early days for sure, like it was horrible because like I remember I was filming a Pakistani TV drama of all things, right? And during in 2012, I don't remember what it was, but I remember there was a Pakistan South Africa match again in the World T20, and I really wanted to know the score, so I had to bribe one of the runners. This is before, like, you know, you could do things super quickly on your phone. 2012, God, it was like 9 years ago. So I had to bribe one of the runners to keep getting me the score on a regular basis. Like, yeah, it does get in the way, and it's annoying sometimes. But what's great is now, like, now that I've done TMS, like, my agent always tells me, like, you know, when you're doing TV and comedy or whatever, just downplay the TMS. Like, cricket doesn't play well with the audience or whatever. And I don't care. I don't care if it doesn't play well. I like cricket. If my position gets me more cricket stuff, give me more cricket stuff. I'll take all the cricket stuff they want me to do. Yeah, like now people tend to like not to call me, or like I get really annoyed when my friends call me during a match unless they're referencing the match, you know, like when they call me during the match, they're like, "Oh, hey, do you want to go get some ice cream?" I'm like, "Are you mad? Like, do you know what's happening right now?"
Yeah.
I got so angry doing that, I knocked my phone off its stand. Sorry.
Well, I asked this question. I was thinking about a question I wanted to ask. I'm sure we asked the other two guys last time, but just thinking back to if there was, and just completely on a tangent, by the way, but if there was one Pakistan game that you could change the result of over the years,
Oh yes,
what would it be? You can change one result.
Pakistan versus India 2007 T20 World Cup final.
That's pretty dramatic.
Listen, man.
That was a killer.
I have never been so heartbroken in my. I've been divorced, and I've still never been as heartbroken as I was in that moment. It was horrible. I remember sitting with my brother on the sofa. The ball went up in the air. We jumped because we thought we'd watch Pakistan win a World Cup, and Shrishant on the boundary, bro. You don't understand. It's embedded in my brain, and I work with a lot of Indian cricket fans and, you know, Indian cricket supporters and things like that from time to time, and I'm reminded of it frequently. I'm so grateful for the Champions Trophy because it gives you something to work with. But oh my God, the pain of that match! Oh, bro! Oh my God!
Was it worse than Mohali 2011?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think 2011 was worse.
Mm.
For me, 2011 was way worse. I stopped watching cricket for 2 years after that. I'm not joking.
I tell you what, with 2011, you had that out of there were a few dodgy things going on at the time, right?
Sure.
And you know, don't have to go into detail, but I think there were a few outs there, like that DRS from Saeed Ajmal to Tendulkar. You know, what was that about? And then why is our Prime Minister sitting here for no reason in Mohali? Like, you know, there was a few things that you could kind of give yourself mental outs with. And also, I don't know, I was more forgiving that time around than I was in 2007. I was just so upset. When I finally got to meet Misbah, I actually brought it up, believe it or not. I was kind of like, "Oh, bro, I used to hate you so much." Like, for what you did. And he just laughs. He laughs about it now because obviously since then, like, it's completely different. And now I love the guy. But yeah. Anyway, sorry, you were going to say something.
No, well, I mean, I was just going to say this. I mean, looking at the comments coming in, obviously, people that are watching, and yeah, 2007 and 2011 seem to be the two that are kind of winning. I was thinking about this because, obviously, being a Pakistan fan, I am slightly masochistic. So I was thinking of some of our worst defeats, and surely '99. You know, we'd have another World Cup if we hadn't lost that final to Australia. Another proper World Cup, the other World Cup.
Yeah, I remember that again vividly as well. I remember being so committed to playing cricket at the time that on the day of the Cricket World Cup, I went and played my club game. So I went to play the club game, but I had my green. They had this luminous green Pakistan shirt that year, and it was really great. I think the '99 World Cup kit was probably the best one overall for me. I know people like '92. I like the '99 one, but yeah, I think that was horrible. I don't think I would even need to change the game. I think I just need to change the one moment where Saeed Anwar played onto his pads, right?
Yeah.
And then off the pads, on the thing, into the stumps. Like, if you just change that one, I feel like that one moment caused a butterfly effect that resulted in what happened next. But Saeed Anwar's going pretty nicely, hitting those cover drives. I think if you just spare in that moment, maybe there's a different total, maybe there's a different result.
Yeah. Cal, I don't know if we asked you. I'm trying to recall what's your one. Was it 07 as well?
Sorry?
What was your worst one? Was it 07, the one that you would change?
That was my worst one. I don't think I slept for a good week. I was just going into my head every night. Yeah, it was unbelievable. I still remember it. I thought it was gone for 6 because he hit. I don't know if you remember or not. I think it was the same over before. He hit it that side before as well.
Yeah.
He got a boundary or a 6. I can't remember now. Yeah,
So
that time he was.
Yeah.
So I thought, yeah, he's doing it again. And the next minute, that was just a killer.
But on a happier note, 119 for 4. Azad on 49, Fawad on 42. I make that 86 runs today for the loss of no wickets. I mean, let's be honest, this is going about as well. You know, no going to jinx anything, but it's going about as well as we could have expected today, no?
Doc.
Oh, me? Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Doc,
You guys go. I feel like I'm talking a lot. You do more talking.
Doc, what
It's okay. We're all on the shot. If you first time come on the show, so we'll give you most of the coverage.
Jazakallah, bro. That's very kind of you. Now talk.
I was gonna say, Doc, when it's going well, we don't watch cricket. We just carry on talking because as soon as we watch cricket, something just goes bloop. So let's just carry on talking. Let them get to 200, and before we know it, it's going to be 250 for 4, and both of these guys are going to have a century. So sorry, guys, if you're expecting us to give you updates on the score, no updates on the score.
If you're expecting commentary from the professional TMS commentator, then you've come to the wrong place.
Well, I'll give you one update. 50 for Azhar. Azhar Ali got his 50.
Indeed, well done, Azhar. And to be fair, Azhar looked pretty good in New Zealand at times as well, didn't he? He wasn't always getting runs, but he looked organised. And when Azhar's on drive is working, and we've had a couple today, it usually means his game's in pretty good order. A few people have mentioned that to get another batsman in the team, you would put Azhar up to open. I think would you have Azhar open?
No, I quite like him where he is. To be honest with you personally, I think one thing we undermine a little bit in modern cricket is like the importance of specialty. Yesterday, I was listening to some of the commentary, and Wasim Bhai brought up the very important point of specialist slip catches. I don't know if you guys remember, there was a wafting drive from, I think it was Rabada, and outside edge flew towards Yasir Shah, and he didn't pick it up, and he dropped it. And I get it. Like, he's bowling from that end, so you try and giving him a little break. You leave him in the slip so he doesn't have too far to run to come and bowl. But this isn't like your uncle's club friendly match. This is a test match. You got to have a specialist fielder in the slips, and in the same way, you got to have specialist opening batsmen. So I know Azhar is a very versatile player, but he's also a very important player for Pakistan right now. There's nobody who's played as much cricket as he has for Pakistan. You got a very young captain who needs his support, and from everybody's accounts and from in anecdotal evidence, I hear that he's really, really nice. So having him play in number 3, I think now Pakistan are finally going to get some value out of him because he's freed of that captaincy pressure and the mental anguish that you go through.
Artis, you just jinxed him. He's just gone.
Oh God. Yeah, it's fine. I gotta say, by the way, I don't believe in jinx. I don't believe in jinx. But okay, if there was a jinx, that's me. That's on me, guys. I apologize.
Caught the cock, Bold Nawaz for 51. He's tried to cut one, and he's got a healthy edge, and it's gone through to Clinton de Kock. That's isn't it?
I did also say at the start of this session that within 45 minutes a wicket was likely to fall statistically So I hope I prepared people in that way before lulling them into the false sense of security. But
we're never ready for a fall of wicket ever, considering we've been watching cricket for 20 years. We're so shocked every time there's a collapse. How did it happen?
What? Pakistanis get out? What? What? They're not allowed to get out. To be fair, Maharaj has been bowling quite well, and even yesterday, the way he played out Babar, he's probably earned his wicket a little bit. Good takers. I'm always impressed by wicket keepers, even those straightforward takes. I'm always really impressed. I can't move at that speed. Can't respond that quickly.
So what to what standard and kind of how far up the echelons of the game did you get when you were playing? I know you mentioned some of it earlier.
Yeah, I played a little bit of Test cricket for England in the. No, I didn't. I played youth county, but I actually played university cricket, and which I think was a higher standard than youth county. So I played sort of Middlesex under-16s and under-17s, but I didn't quite make it to the under-19s, and I didn't get into the second or third 11 even, like I dreamed of. But I did get to play for the University of London. And subsequently, I was in the British University squad, and I was really pleased with that because that was a county level team. But then just my other cricket was taking up a lot of time, and I kept getting hurt, man. Like I kept getting hurt, and then so that was the end of that. But I got back into it last season, which was really really fun. I really had a good time. Playing some friendly cricket, and I just play for fun now. I don't want to be intense and crazy. I just want to have some fun, have a bit of chat. So,
well, I've seen a few of your tweets recreating famous moments in your back garden, and that's always quite entertaining to watch over the years. So.
I'm just messing about. My nephew is very good. Like I didn't quite make it. My brother was a better player than I. And my nephew seems to have the best of all of us at the moment. He's very committed. I'm really irritated by this COVID thing because he was starting to get places as well. But I reckon he's really tall. What's frustrating is when you got like a nephew who's like 15 years old and you're used to them being like here, and then all of a sudden they're taller than you, they're stronger than you, they're fitter than you, and now they can bowl faster than you and just zip it past your face in the back garden. Like, yeah, it's fun though. It's good fun.
And they've got better chat when it whistles past your nose as well.
Yeah, they put it past your nose, and they've got a bit of chat as well, and they all speak this weird slang that I don't understand, and them and their grime music, I don't even know, man. I don't know.
Youth of today. Cal, did you play cricket? I genuinely have no idea. Did you play much cricket kind of growing up, and to any school or whatever?
Yeah, we have like a local, like local teams what play. So I used to play as a wicketkeeper batsman. Stopped playing about 5 years ago now. But yeah, I used to play every week. Just like local teams. There used to be about, I think, 10 teams or something.
And whereabouts are you based? Just remind me, Cal.
Rotherham.
You're in Rotherham. And Norman, what about you? Where are you based, and did you play much?
It's sunny Birmingham.
Okay.
Yeah, I play.
Where'd you play, Akbar?
I don't play. I just criticise. It's so much easier just to not play. Then actually, I have a distinct lack of natural talent. So I've got nephews who are, funnily enough, 15 years old. I've got the 14-year-old, even worse. The 14-year-old is the one that zips it past my nose quicker than the speed of light. So it's a lot easier just to comment on it, I think.
I think it's something about Facebook that makes them better at cricket than us. No, whatever there is, they've got access to. I don't know what their social media is, right? Listen, can I just ask, Cal, you're a wicketkeeper. How long have you been wicketkeeping for?
No, I was a wicketkeeper. I'm retired now.
How are the body? How's the knees doing?
Oh, it's hard work. Where we used to play like 20 over games. Believe me, because we used to like only play once a week. So that day when I used to finish the game, that sleep for 2 days, next 2 days, oh my god, it was needed, and they used to completely, my body used to be completely gone, because you just sat, all the time. You just sat on the floor in that position, and then you're getting up, sat on the floor, getting up, and oh my god, any other fielding position is 100 times easier than wicket keeping.
Yeah,
believe me.
Oh man,
that's the worst fielding position you could ever be in. The worst,
bro. I gotta tell you, I remember being in Pakistan, right? And I wasn't particularly old. I think it was like 17 or 18 years old. I was in Pakistan, and I was playing like a decent standard game. It wasn't like a representative cricket or anything, but it was like a decent club standard game. And their wicketkeeper dropped out, so they asked me to keep wicket. And I said, okay, cool, I'll do that. Well, how hard could it be? I'm pretty good in the field. I'm running around in the covers. I'll keep wicket. So I remember I kept wicket. I got 70 odds. I was pretty pleased with myself. The next day, I couldn't walk straight. I was waddling around. I was waddling around like a sea crab, just like all I was missing was my lobster hands. It was really, I couldn't get anywhere. And I wasn't ever comfortable for like 3 days, except when I used one of those old school Pakistani toilets, because I was in the perfect position. Apart from that, I was in a terrible, I respect any wicketkeeper.
I'm telling you, yeah, whenever I used to play the game, it used to take me at least good 2 days just to recover, just to get a normal. But after a match day, I used to never do anything after that. I used to just come home and go to sleep. That's it. Yeah, and it used to take me a good 2 days just to recover back to normality.
I remember about 5 years ago, I used to play Saturdays and Sundays. And then this is when I was like 21. And as soon as I hit about 25, the knees would start hurting a little bit more.
Were you keeping as well?
I never used to keep. I used to bowl and I used to bat.
Yeah.
I used to
I think keeping is the worst.
I used to open the bowling at the start, and then as soon as the arms start hurting a little bit, I used to be like, I don't want to bowl anymore. That's it. I'll just bat at 6.
No, keeping I think is the hardest completely, because you're always active. You're always up, down, left, right. You're always active, and especially sitting in that position all the time. You just got to be sat down. It's like sitting down, just sit down. It completely takes it out of you.
Jello, Doc, I'm gonna leave you guys to off to work. So it's been
all
a
right. Have a good one.
Assalamu alaikum, bro.
It's funny because obviously now, having always been a pundit all my life because I'm rubbish at cricket, we talk about these players and we say, oh, it's just a T20 game. Like, why can't they play two in 3 days? Or why can't they, he's 25 years old. Why does he need a rest? And of course, then you speak to people who actually play cricket, and you've got Cal who can't move for 2 days, after wicket keeping for 120 over game, and you've got Atif. Obviously, you're talking about how difficult it is. I think it's, I think
what it was, Doc, with me, obviously, with the professionals, it's a totally different ball game because obviously they're always training, they're always in the gym and all that. With me, that used to be main part of the training, that I used to play cricket once in a week. So I think if you're a bit more active and more fitter, it'd be less, you'd be less tiring. But for me, it just used to be cricket. That's it, once a week, and then back to work. So
and that's why you've had to announce your retirement this morning officially.
No, I think I just
officially saying the PCB that you're no longer available for selection.
No, I think I just grew out of it, and I just got too busy with work and that. So that's the reason why I stopped playing. Yeah. So
obviously we're talking about kind of getting into cricket and obviously the background that we are. Atif, would you agree that kind of it's a little bit easier and slightly more comfortable for kind of British Asians to get into cricket and along that pathway maybe than it would have been kind of previously?
Getting into the game, yeah, absolutely. I think in terms of following the game, there seems to have been a distinct drop off amongst the youngest Pakistani generation. Maybe that's just me, but that's my observation. Like, I think from young British Bangladeshis, British Indians even more so, but they seem to be going in a different direction. It's almost like because cricket has been so heavily associated with being Pakistani in Britain for such a long time that they want to kind of break that identity a little bit. It's crazy to people like us who've basically followed cricket our whole lives, but they think it's almost cheesy or playing into some kind of stereotype of Pakistanis. Oh, I bet you like cricket, ha ha ha. Like, and the thing is, I'm like, yeah, I do, and I also like, why it's a stereotype? Because a lot of people like it because it's good. But I don't understand why it's dropping away. But there is a South Asian inclusion panel that the ECB have now, and from where I'm sitting, you predominantly see either sort of middle to upper class Pakistani families who again play their cricket in a very different way to the way probably Cal and myself played our cricket. They play their cricket in a very, if I can say, posh way. and like like they would in the gymkhanas in Pakistan. So and then you've got the younger, more working class sort of Indian kids who are a little bit more aspirational, the young Sri Lankan kids and the Bangladeshi kids. There are more channels now to get into it. There's more of a sense of we want to include these guys. Absolutely. I think some of the systemic racial bias that used to exist is probably not as prevalent now. I'm sure there's instances of it. I know Azim Rafiq brought up a few things in Yorkshire, but you know, I can't speak to that. I've not come across it myself. But
I really learned something else, Atif, is a lot of the Asian, like mainly Pakistani players are mainly coming from the north. I've not known any like player play for any county or anything coming from south. So maybe down south a bit more posh. They might not look into playing cricket or anything.
Well, I couldn't possibly say.
Duck definitely.
It's possible.
Well, no, but if you look at it, any Asian Pakistani, player who's been playing for county or anything like that, it is all from north. Can you name me any player what's from south? What's
Always Shah.
Oh yeah, one. Okay.
How many did you won? Okay, fine. Mark Ramprakash he's sort of Asian. He played for Middlesex and Surrey. Who else? We've got Ravi Patel. Bopara is from Essex. Yeah. Monty Panesar is from Luton technically, but he played for all over the place.
Pakistani origin.
Okay. Pakistani origin. It gets a little bit difficult. Where was Osman Afzal from?
Oh, there was just an edge that's just fallen short, but it's fine.
Okay, as long as he's not out. That's the main thing.
So
God.
People on the comments are trying to pass Birmingham off as the South, which I'm sorry, I'm not having that. Very
Actually, yeah, it is. Well, actually, they're in the middle.
/ north. I'm sorry. Anything north of the Watford Gap is
Birmingham is south. Come on, you can't get Birmingham's north. You know, I think anything past Nottingham, you maybe say that's north, but anything past that way is south. You know, come on.
We're redrawing country lines on the Stani Army this morning. There's nothing we can't do.
May I just say that just persevering with Rabada. After that wicket falling is just a genius move from South Africa. Like, I just think it's really bright to put the new batsman under intense pressure. I just wanted to throw that in there because a lot of captains would just think he's had a bit of a spell. Let's give him a break now. He's my strike bowler. I've got to play him out for the whole series. Blah blah blah. No. You build pressure on that new batsman.
Yeah, I think that because this is the time. It's like go for the kill. Because if Pakistan get a momentum going now, and they get anything close, to South Africa's score, then obviously it's going to be a lead time. So now is the time to go for the kill, I think. So I think it's a very good move, like you said, Atif.
Yeah, Atif, I saw you tweeting about the England-Sri Lanka game the other day, and obviously the big contrast to the way that Chandimal captained. I think you mentioned some of that stuff. The way Chandimal was captaining on the final day when England were chasing not very much, 160 odd, and it just seemed like they had the same plan for every kind of new batsman that came in. Whereas, as you say, South Africa being a little bit inventive here. They've had that man at short square leg for Fawad all day. That's maybe the third time he's been out there. So they've clearly got plans for us, haven't they? And a decent strategy.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, cricket strategy has come on so much just in the last 5 years. It's unbelievable. Like, coaches, you used to pick a cricket coach on the basis of, okay, they've worked with this team and they've got this much experience and they were this good a cricketer and they've done their level 5, 6, 7, whatever it is you've got to do. But now it's completely different. Now it's all about the data, the matchups that they come up with. Like, if this batsman is batting, we need this bowler bowling. Fielder is in this position, he needs to be complemented by this fielder here. If this batsman is in partnership with this person, then we need this combination of both. You need these micro battles that you organize with. It's not just as simple as watching bowlers in the nets or watching batsmen having a little knock. You need to plan for individual scenarios that happen in the matches, and like you specify them even more so to players that are involved in them, or players that you're potentially going to be coming up with. bowling machines have become more sophisticated to mimic bowling actions and trajectories and all that kind of stuff. So I think now in the modern game, it's particularly like, I know it's the Stani Army. We shouldn't really be complimentary about India, but in the IPL has really led the way in terms of introducing layered strategy in T20 cricket, and now you see drops of that. I remember speaking to Owen Morgan, and he told me that I tried to get him to commit to an answer. What's better, the IPL or the World T20? And I mean, for me, it's a very straightforward answer. But I understand the answer that he gave me. He didn't commit either way. He just kind of said, the World T20 is an international tournament. Fans from all over the world get involved, and in the IPL, you see the pinnacle of skill. So his implication was that the game has improved a lot because of that influence. And I know that's a very unpopular thing to say, but it's the truth. They've been around for a long time.
There's a reason why players will shun playing international cricket to some extent to go and play in the IPL. Yes, okay, there's that financial side of things, of course, but equally they know that there's, this is a big grouping of some of the world's best players, minus, of course, all the Pakistanis, which is a shame on so many levels. But it's interesting that you mentioned about the data side of things and the matchup. Obviously, we're on the outside, or largely on the outside, looking in. Do you think that that's, both of you, I'll start with you, Atif, do you think we are, as a Pakistan national team, obviously the PSL is growing, but as a national team, are we falling behind in that regard? And are we too reliant on it will be all right on the day and our talent will get us through and we'll find a way to win? Because so many times we have just found a way to win.
I think there's definitely an element of Pakistan favoring legacy and reputation and perception over depth and real tangible value. Like, I love and adore Yunus Khan, probably my favorite batsman of all time. Waqar Yunus, without a doubt, my favorite bowler of all. Just don't tell Wasim Bhai, he'll get mad. But like, I adore both of those guys. Are they the right people to guide these Pakistani young bowlers? I don't know. I just think there's an element of, if I can do it, you can do it. But really, in truth, what you need is do as I say, not as I do, right? So some of the best coaches weren't the best players. They're people who can bring a unique insight into the game. It's the same as watching and analyzing a cricket match. You don't have to have played Test cricket. Like, I know on Sky Sports, for example, now, like, every commentator is an ex-England captain of some kind. But you don't have to have been there to offer the level of insight and analysis that is helpful, accessible, entertaining. So this is why you see a lot of, I don't even notice this, but a lot of franchise teams around the world, I think the CPL were the first people to do it. They brought in cricket journalists and statisticians alongside coaches. So a very good friend of mine.
Ben Jones, I think.
Sorry?
Ben
Jones. Yeah, Ben Jones is involved. I was thinking of Jared, a very good friend. The first instance, I believe, was him, of a cricket writer, essentially becoming an analyst for a team, and this was a really huge moment for cricket coaching, because the way people approach matches is completely different now. I mean, I've been watching. I mean, I've had to because I'm broadcasting it, but the Big Bash this year has been the most intense and the most interesting T20 tournament I've probably ever seen, because of the layers of strategy. And they put in all these extra rules now that they are a little bit finicky initially, but when you get used to them, there's a power surge and a Big Bash boost point, and it creates a completely different narrative within the game, which forces you to acknowledge a different strategy, which in turn requires a different level of preparation. And yeah, I think, again, perhaps Pakistan are falling behind. I don't know. I mean, I'm not privy to their training sessions. I've watched them train a little bit, but I've only seen the traditional stuff of guys in nets chatting, playing shots and bowling. I don't know what's happening with the whiteboard and the PowerPoints and all that kind of stuff. I just hope that there is some of that happening.
Don't you think you would get record viewing figures if they did a test-style documentary on the Pakistan team, like they did for Australia? Oh my goodness me! I think that would be a heck of a watch.
Yeah, we'd break some kind of swearing record, because just having been around some of that team. Well, to be fair, now they're all quite well behaved and everybody's quite nice about it, and just everybody's very friendly. I'll tell you, last summer in Southampton, because of the scenario, we were all staying in the same hotel, right? The Aegeus Bowl, the hotel that was built into the Aegeus Bowl. So one night at about midnight, I was chatting to Azhar Mahmood, who was part of our team, the broadcasting team. So I was chatting to him by the table tennis table, and the fire alarm went off, right? Now, up until now, there was very strict COVID protocols, which mean nobody can engage with each other. The teams keep to themselves, the match officials keep to themselves, the broadcasters keep to themselves. You're in separate bubbles in the same space. But the fire alarm went off. So everybody files out to the car park, and everyone's there. And I remember, they were just like all the Pakistani boys, they were just joking and laughing. The England team seemed miserable that they'd been woken up at midnight. I remember Ben Folkes was there. Folkes looked absolutely miserable. But I remember Yasser just gave me a little shoulder barge, Yasser Shah. He said, "Adil bhai, aap kamre mein cigarette pee rahe the na? Mujhe pata hai." I'm like, "No, bro, I wasn't." What are you doing? And the thing is, it's not like we know each other really well, and he's making fun of me. He's like, I did one Urdu language interview with him, and he became so comfortable. But I could tell that they were really having fun. They were just being, people talk about how miserable the bubble was. A lot of them, there was a lot of camaraderie amongst them, and it felt almost like a military operation for that team. So, yeah, I don't know why I brought that up, but yeah, I don't know what was the question. What did I do? What did I do there?
I can't remember my own
It's
question.
okay.
It's fine. It's fine. Chalo, koi baat nahi. 128 for 5.
Yeah. Spoken like a true TMS commentator there. Psychology is becoming a big thing in sport. Obviously, we're talking about data and stuff. Cal, as far as I'm aware, we don't have a team psychologist, not a full-time team psychologist. Anyway, as far as I know, what do you think that kind of stuff as well? It's more mental health and that kind of stuff is more. We're more aware of that kind of stuff in sport now. Do you think that would be a good idea for a team like Pakistan to engage in that, or are there too many? Speaking as someone obviously Cal from a Pakistani background, there are too many barriers to that ever becoming a thing, and there are too many kind of
Personally, I think the only way that's going to be implemented, is if we have like a foreign coach or something, because he'll be thinking like for his thinking will be that kind of mind. Whereas if it's an Asian or like a Pakistani coach, or I don't think he'll definitely implement it. Like for example, now we've got Wasim Khan, as he's foreign because he's UK based, but have you seen how much changes he's brought in? Where is more UK type changes, like England board type of changes. Whereas if he was a Pakistani thing, I don't think that would have ever happened. So it's only going to really happen if somebody, I think, foreign based, implements it. I can't see a Pakistani coach or Pakistani management implementing it themselves. But I think it's really important that they should.
Yeah, speaking as a medic myself, I think it's super important. Like every single team, you talk to any player, any interviews, and they will talk about the mental strain, especially in kind of COVID times and bubbles and going from bubble to bubble and the pressure. And we're all more aware now, I think, these days of the pressure that's on some of these sportsmen. If you look at cricket, it's got such a disproportionate number of kind of cases of depression and kind of mental health issues, other mental health issues, anxiety, what have you. And yet I just feel like in that kind of stuff, there is that slightly kind of Pakistani mentality of, well, pagal to nahi ho gaye, what's wrong with you? You don't need kind of this psychological input. And again, I feel like you look at the way that we bat sometimes. I'm not saying it's this definite cause and effect. We don't, we bat the way we do because we don't have a team psychologist. But I just wonder if some of the scars that we have from previous defeats and previous collapses, that comes out all too quickly because we don't have that kind of psychological input. I'd be interested to know kind of your views on that as well, Ardif.
Yeah, I think it's more of, it feels like a social thing, like a value construct. The idea of like skewing mental health, but I guess recently there's been more of a move towards acknowledging mental health. I think you normalize men feeling emotion, for example, and not having to shy away from that or hide away from that. I mean, anybody who thinks men don't cry, I just invite you to watch any of the Pakistan cricket matches we were talking about a little bit earlier. Stadiums full of people crying. Yeah, I think it can take a toll, the mental side of it, but I do also think, just to come back to that coaching perspective, if we may. I think Pakistan has enough people in it that are working in a progressive way to coach teams to take, to attack that information in a more data analytical way. Just getting to know a little bit more about Pakistani cricket infrastructure. I'm by no means an expert, but I've met a couple of who are sort of stakeholders in Pakistani cricket in various. So I got to know Ali Tareen a little bit, who is the owner of the Multan Sultans, and he's big on data. Like he's really keen on getting as much information as possible, and I just trying to use that to build a successful campaign within the match. I mean, we see politicians do this as well, right? They use data when they attack election campaigns or electoral campaigns. Like, what is the data telling us? What does the data tell us? How do we act upon the data? I just think I think the optics of a foreign coach. So I don't mind bringing in a foreign coach. I have no issue with a foreign coach. We've had great foreign coaches before, but I don't want to bring in a foreign coach to bring in a foreign coach. Do you know what I mean? I want to bring in a foreign coach if I feel like they're going to have a massive impact on Pakistani cricket, or a positive impact at the very least. So otherwise, I just think within Pakistan, there's enough talent, there's enough people that we can look within and find that person. And it doesn't have to be a big name. Or a big name when he became when England set up, I don't think so. Whereas right now in Pakistan, you've got Misbah, Waqar, Yunus, these who are all like. But I suppose there's an. Sorry, go on, Cal.
Asif, don't you think that when it comes to one of our own coaches, there'd be a lot of favoritism in there. Like they should pick and choose who they want, even if there's no basis behind it, like no performance behind it. They'll just pick him regardless, or things like that. Whereas I think if it's a foreign coach, that favoritism part of it is totally minimum. And obviously, he was implementing more things. Like, for example, when we had Dav Watmore, we had a fielding coach, Nixon, and our fielding improved so much. Whereas now, if you see in the last series how bad our fielding was, we could see the difference.
They picked it up yesterday.
So yesterday, obviously after, but maybe we changed the players around. So that's a change as well.
I know what you mean, Cal. I know exactly what you're saying, and I agree to an extent. But I also feel very strongly that there's nothing wrong with a coach like having players that they back. So I remember Misbah was getting a really hard time about was it Iftikhar? Right, for including Iftikhar. Misbah was getting a really hard time about pushing for him. What is wrong with a coach pushing for a player? Like if you, as from your coaching perspective, can pick out a player and think, I reckon that kid's got something. I think he's going to do something. I think he's got value here, there, and everywhere. And you push to develop them a little bit more. This happens everywhere, like teachers in classrooms. Workers in offices, people pick out high performers or people who they see potential in and spend a little bit more time developing them. Now, if that person is getting getting unfounded opportunities, that's where it becomes a problem. I don't think you can get away with that in Pakistan as much, especially with the amount of scrutiny Pakistan cricket is under from 7 billion news channels that we have in Pakistan. Just too many. There's 1 billion too many. But I think overall for a coach to back a player, there's nothing wrong with that.
If you're getting the results, then you get away with it. There's nobody highlighting it. But obviously, if you're not getting no results, then everybody's going to highlight it.
But oddly enough, it's exactly when the player's not getting results that he needs that backing. So it's when you've got a Shan Masood, for example, who has a difficult series. If the coach comes in then and says, well, you know what, I really believe in Shan Masood. He's got a stay of execution. He will play the next 3 test matches at the very least, and blah, 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 blah. And all of a sudden, you've got a player operating under a different mentality, a different level of confidence. And I think it's worth it if a coach's instinct tells them to invest in a player, even if they're not getting them immediate results. I don't think there's anything too wrong with that. You got to remember, Pakistan is one of those unique countries where journalists are given incentives. I'm wording things so carefully, like I'm right back on the BBC right now. They journalists are given incentives to push certain players in their pieces. This doesn't really happen, in this kind of way, other than in India, I suppose, where journos will say, well, they'll pick one player in the 11 and say this guy is not merited, or blah 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 blah, or not playing well, or whatever, all the things that you hear about in Pakistani media, and then start building the case for a new player. And then there'll be this deep-rooted campaign, and before you know it, everything you read and everything you see tells you that this guy is the salvation of Pakistani cricket. I think it's important to remember the coach has been selected, right, to do that role. You got to give him a little bit of carte blanche. People say Misbah should have had too much control over the team. I don't agree. I feel like it should be a little bit autocratic, that position. They should have a lot of room and freedom to just make decisions from their specialized perspective without interference. And I don't know. I know it hasn't historically worked. Well, the most recently hasn't worked for Pakistan. I think there were mitigating circumstances. I would argue that New Zealand at home, nobody's going to beat New Zealand at home right now. They're the world #1 team. India lost there, Australia lost there, we lost there, fine. These things happen. Pakistan, very competitive in England in the most trying of circumstances. The way they were away from home, they didn't get those practice fixtures in properly. They didn't get to do all the things they needed to do. And yet they managed to be more than competitive.
In the New Zealand, like you were speaking, I think a lot of it were to do with our fielding. We fielded really badly there, if you think about it, because look how many drop catches we had. I think the test matches would have been a lot more competitive if our fielding was at least 75% better. We would have been a lot competitive, and
without a doubt,
the games would have been a lot closer than what they was. So
I don't doubt that at all.
We could have even won.
I don't doubt that at all. I think you're right to say that the games would have been infinitely closer had Pakistan held on to those chances. But I think there were more factors than that. I think of Jameson. The way he bowled. Like, okay, let's say Pakistan held on to all their catches and New Zealand scored slightly smaller totals. You'd shave 150 runs off each of their totals. They're still winning. You know what I mean? Like, they were so much, they were so in control. It was very difficult for, oh gosh, something's happened to my screen. Oh, sorry.
That's right, we can still hear you.
Okay. Actually, would you guys excuse me for just a minute, if that's okay?
That's absolutely fine. I'll just give me a thumbs up or whatever when you're ready, sir. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, mate.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, boys.
Morning, you all right?
Yeah.
Okay, bro.
Yeah, how you boys been doing?
I've been taking over your place, like you were supposed to be on here. I've been covering for you on that.
Oh, well done. I knew you'd step up.
Nah.
So, Cal, are you sticking around for a bit then?
No, I'll go if Nav's coming on. I was just trying to.
Obviously, we're still on, but it's completely up to you whether you want to.
No, I'll go. Let Nav come on. Obviously, I wanted to give you company, and that's all. It's all good.
As soon as Atif left, it went from 10 viewers to 6. He's got fans.
I know, right?
He'll be back. Yeah, get Nav on, and inshallah, I'll speak to you later on. Then,
all right then, Cal. Take care.
Okay, take care. Allah Hafiz.
Yeah. By the way, the point you guys were making about a psychologist. I'm sure it was in like Waka Yunis's first stint. We hired our first sports psychologist. I don't know if you remember that. I don't remember the guy's name.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
We've done sports psychologists before.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure it was in Waka Yunis's first stint.
I feel like if it did happen, it was something that was probably short term. And whereas in a lot of teams will have, when you look at England this summer or the winter, in fact, going on their winter tours, I think they've got a psychologist and someone specifically just for COVID as well. So they really do take this kind of stuff quite seriously. I don't know. I feel like we probably need to take it a bit more seriously as well.
Mm.
I mean, what have you made of the play today?
Yeah, really good stuff from Azhar and Fawad. Pity Azhar went, but I was joking with my mate yesterday. I was like, "Don't worry, Fawad and Rizwan will get us a lead." So hopefully they'll actually step up and do it. They're doing really well. So happy for the boys. It's a little bit disconcerting in a way as well, though, because that partnership between Azhar and Fawad showed it's a pretty docile pitch. So
yeah, this is the point. This is the point I made yesterday, that I don't think the pitch is as bad. Well, we're not going to go on team selection because we'll be here all day if we go back to team selection. But I just if we just look at the way that both sets of batsmen played, I don't think the pitch is as bad as the scores suggested, and today has kind of proved that. We got Nav along as well. Salam Nav, how are you?
Sorry, boys. Sorry I didn't make it earlier in the morning. I overslept.
No, you're right.
Yeah, I feel better now. It's not a bad score, is it? It's just showing that my take, obviously, we didn't speak yesterday, is that your openers set the tone, and both our openers yesterday just didn't look like they had any footwork,
but looked better than Abid at least, though. I know it was a short stay.
It was a short stay, but on a wicket that isn't doing very much. This wasn't Australia. Wasn't New Zealand. This wasn't England. And
yeah. The thing is, that Abid wicket, I missed his wicket, so I didn't know how he got out. I only watched it this morning. Someone had a clip of it on Twitter. It's just, why is he? What sort of a shot is that?
The problem is, I think once you go up from the first class to Test cricket, you got to find out very quickly. And there's two comedians on now. Hello, Martin.
Hey, Nav, how you doing, brother?
There was neither a forward movement.
Yeah, we're talking about Abid's wicket, by the way.
Okay, you're not paying a positive shot, but you need to have positive intent, and there was a lack of positive movement. You're going to decide you're going to play forward, you're going to play back. He was just stuck on the crease. And I think that's a technical fault with both our openers. But our openers always
really.
got
I don't
very
think so.
quickly, and it's always been a problem.
The ball that Abid got out to was shorter than the ball that Imran Butt got out to, and Imran Butt kind of reared up at him, and Abid's kind of kept.
Well, Abid Butt didn't move. If Abid had played forward, it wouldn't have caused him any issues. Because he didn't go anywhere. He was just stood there.
It's just a poor shot. He just sort of jabbed his bat down, and if you're sort of on your first tour to New Zealand and you play a shot like that, you're like, all right, fine. But it's like, come on, you're at home. These are conditions. You should be getting forward a little bit. Just stumps the bat down. I don't know. He just comes across as not international quality to me.
Yeah, I think that's. I'm a bit of an Abid fan, I have to say, and I've said this before. I would give him longer, and I think he's started his Test career in difficult conditions. He had one, a few.
He started Bangladesh and Sri Lanka.
Yeah, and then he was straight off to England and New Zealand. So now we've got a couple of years of games in slightly more favourable conditions. He's scored pretty well in domestics over the years. I would keep Abid in the team for now. I'd give him a bit longer. I read a really interesting article on Cricinfo. And it took me 3 goes to read it because it was just so stats heavy, and my brain couldn't deal with it. But essentially, the gist of it was, I think, that a player will, over the course of about 8 Test matches, 16, 17 innings, a player will kind of average what he's going to average in his total career. So if you give someone 7, 8 matches, 16, 17 innings, that is kind of what you're going to get from there on moving forwards. All the best players average their average over that kind of time scale. So that's how long I feel like you've got to give most players, 6, 7, 8 Test matches. Now that I've read this article, of course, it's changed my views completely. That's how I know how long I now think you need to give a player before you judge. Now, I don't think Abid's had quite enough time to make that judgment that he's not international class. I don't know about your thoughts, Abid.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Akbar. To be honest with you, I like Abid a lot. I think he's really got something. The technical deficiencies. Well, I mean, I think you're bang on as well. Like Hamza, Nav, there are technical deficiencies there, but I don't think they're unique to him. I think they're quite common in Pakistani cricket. There is this tendency to wait on the ball and play it late, and that push off the back foot through the covers that they're often looking for, that leaves them squared up. The ball from Rabada that got Abid yesterday.
Shot.
Oh wait. Oh, just making sure. Yeah. Okay, good. Sorry, I thought I misheard you for a second. I thought you said something else. No, that's fine. No, not that. No, I just thought you meant the wicket had fallen, but it hadn't. Thank God. So anyway, I think it did keep low, right? That delivery. He was a little bit unlucky. Could he have been in a better position to play it? Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. But you got to remember the build up to it. You know, Rabada was relentless on that length, and he knew that if he adjusted his seam position even marginally each time, but consistently landed on that length, it was going to do different things. And it's really difficult as a batsman to continue to play the ball on the same length when it keeps doing something different every time. Now, yes, as a test match batsman, a skilled opening batsman, you're trained to know how to play that, to play it late, to leave it when it needs to be left, to get behind it when you need to get behind it.
Again,
Lovely.
Who's playing these shots? Is it Riz?
It's
Because
Riz. I feel like we can really mess with Atif's head by just giving some really random reactions and see what happens.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. That's good. I was just gonna say, like, I think Abid. I hope he gets a bit more of a stay of execution. He's definitely earned it from his introduction to Test cricket, and I think he's been a little bit unlucky in that. So was Imran Butt, by the way. Like, he was looking good up until that dismissal. Like, he was looking like there's definitely potential there, and he's a good player. But it just takes time, man. You got to be patient with these guys. And Abid, like, he's one of those players that can have almost like a Darren Lehman, Sean Marsh, that kind of effect for Pakistan. You can tell I've been watching, but all my references are Australian at the moment. I don't know why, but he can have that kind of impact at the top. I also think you shouldn't. I know you've got a lot of talent. People are really excited about seeing Kamran Ghulam. People are really excited about seeing outside all these players that have been brought in. But I would at the very least give him till the end of this series and then take a look and say, look, have we found a genuine flaw in his game? Like, or are we going to discard him too soon, like we did with Imran Nazir? I don't know if you guys remember the Imran Nazir. There was a whole thing. Oh, he's vulnerable outside the off stump. The ball moving away from him. He doesn't know how to play it. Glenn McGrath made him look silly. Well, Glenn McGrath made everyone look silly. You know what I mean? It wasn't just Imran Nazir.
Do you remember about 2005, 2006? We had a sort of conveyor belt. We had Imran Farad, Imran Nazir, Mohammad Hafiz, and they'd bring 3 openers on tour. By the end of the tour, you'd have 2 different openers, and then you'd change back again. Tawfiq Umar, you had 5 or 6 openers that would be in and out of the team. You'd pick 2, they'd play badly, you'd pick the other 2, and we went round and round in circles for years.
And what's mad is, what's weird is now every player you've mentioned there actually had a pretty good run. If you wanted to, you could probably name at least a couple of openers that didn't really get a prolonged run in the Pakistan Test team. They played like 1 series and that was it. Yeah, that's really not the way you introduce a player to the team. When you give somebody a cap for Pakistan, the intention is that they're going to have a long run. You've brought them in.
Shan will be back. Imam will be back, and when they fail, these 2 will be back. Somehow, some Yeslam will come back probably, and 4 or 5 go around in circles.
Yeah, but the thing is, you've got to show something, man. Look, he made all of his runs against Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, and I was like, okay, cool, that's a good start, and I backed him as well. He's looked totally out of his depth on the England tour. Looked totally out of his depth in New Zealand.
He didn't. He got
shot here.
He got a 60 in one of the games. And
I watched that 60. He could have got out about 6 times.
Like every opener in English conditions, when it's
I'm looking at the whole big picture, and he's totally failed against decent bowling attacks.
It's a 50 for
that's what I'm basing it on. It's not
yes. We should acknowledge Fawad's made his 50 and another brilliant innings from him. So just shows, never give up and all that cheesy stuff. I know you're a big John Cena fan, Atif, aren't you? Never give up.
And
I'm a big John Cena fan.
It shows that it's not all about looking good on the eye. It's being effective.
Yeah, it's about making runs, and Abid's not making runs. That's what I'm basing it on. I'll bet my life on in 6 months' time, Abid's not going to be our opener. He just doesn't. Sometimes you look at someone failing, like Barber. His first 20 tests, he just wasn't doing it, but you could tell this guy's going to make it. Something about his technique. You just watch him back. You're like, this guy's going to do it. He's not doing it yet, but he'll do it. Abid, and plus he's an awful fielder. he's one of the worst fielders I've seen on our side. The way he moves, it's like he's a taxi driver that you just got off the street.
Okay, I'll ask you a question. Who's the worst Pakistani fielder you've seen? And I'll give you a choice of a few. Danish Canaria, Shabir Ahmed, Rahat Ali, Muhammad Irfan.
I mean,
Probably Danish.
From left field, I was going to say Yusuf as an outside shout. Wasn't the most graceful.
Do you remember the 2010 game at Lords? It gets one of the last wickets and goes up behind, I think, Shoaib Akhtar or Umar goal. And Yusuf has to run and catch it. It's not a difficult catch, and he catches it. And the whole team engulf him because they're so surprised. Because he looked like an old man, looked really old.
He wasn't a great fielder.
After if you've seen some drops in your time, who does the award, the prestigious award for Stani fielder go to you? Or less
in terms of
less secure?
In terms of catches, like it feels really mean because he just retired yesterday, but Imran Farhat was pretty shocking. In terms of his dropping catch rate has to be right up there with anybody in the world. He served Pakistan cricket well. He served domestic cricket well in Pakistan, and good for him. I also think he was quite underrated as a batsman, but in the field he was awful. There was a player called Abdul Rauf. You guys remember Abdul Rauf? He was pretty disastrous in the field.
Salim Alahi.
What an awful batsman he was as well. Alahi.
You boys aren't old enough to remember 1982, and we come to England and we had a lot of injuries. And for the last Test match, there's a player called Estas Hamuddin. You can't find a photograph of him, and he'd been playing league cricket. He turns up, and he's probably about 18 to 20 stone, the fat side of Portley. And he comes in and bowls about seven. He bowls about 7 or 8 overs, pulls a muscle. When he bats, he gets hit in the face, right? And that's his Test match. Never played for Pakistan again. If I could find highlights of Estas Hamuddin, right, it would shock you. He was pretty poor.
I do enjoy story time with Nav.
Sorry?
I said I do enjoy story time with Nav when you regale us of tales of the 80s.
I saw a Pakistani opener score 200 twice in my life.
Yeah, I don't think any of us are going to be able to say that.
And Amir Sohail. There's a classic interview with Amir Sohail after that 205 down Old Trafford. And he goes, well, what were you thinking, Amir? And he goes, well, Richie, I knew the English were going to bowl me one bad ball and over, and I just hit it to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I like that interview because my favorite bit about that interview was he was like the interviewer asked him like which of the bowlers impressed you the most, and he was like well, I think Chris Lewis has impressed me a lot, but also again I could just hit him to the boundary once and over, and it was very easy for me. And I was like, wow, the swagger of the guy. That was such a great knock, man. That's one of my favorite innings of all time. That
was that 96?
05
Hill.
94. 92.
Yeah, so Hill in 92 again. It was at Old Trafford. He scored a double 100, and if I'm not wrong, now it was all in one day as well.
Yeah, he started about 11 o'clock. He was out by 5 o'clock.
So what was mad about that century is the match before at Lords, Pakistan won the match by 2 wickets. Wasim and Waqar had a partnership with the bat to get them over the line. So Hill in that first innings got 73, and he was chatting to Jeffrey Boycott at the boundary, and Boycott said, the way you were batting, I thought you were going to get a double 100. And then he got out first ball next day for 73, and he was gutted because he was hitting the ball so well. So in the following Test match, he was like, he went out there with the specific goal of getting a double 100. And he got a double 100. It's like bizarre. I wish I could do that. Just think I'm going to do something and just do it. It's extraordinary. But yeah,
well,
I mean,
it's like the final in '96 when he pointed to Prasad and said he's going to hit him for 4. And we'll leave that story there because
the next Test match in that series was at Headingley, and I think England needed about 100 odd to win. And we had them a couple down, and the most blatant run out in the history of mankind wasn't given out. I think one of the possibly Gower was at least, or Gooch was at least 6 feet out, and the umpire didn't see it. I suppose Arthur remembers that.
Yeah, I do remember that. I have it on, like, that 92 series is the first time I started taping the highlights of the cricket highlights, right? It's the first time I started recording them on a VHS tape. You guys might be too young to remember that. But it was pretty cool. Those were the days. That was an extraordinary. Can we just listen to Nav's conversation? I just want to hear his private conversation.
It's my son. He was. What do you want to know? He's also called Atif. Hello.
Good name, kid. Good name, kid.
Only if it's double A though, right?
No, he's single A.
Yeah. Why? Why did you do that? You're proliferating the wrong kind of Atif spelling.
And I named our middle name. It was a combination between Wasim or Vakar. I wanted both, but my wife would only let me have one, so he got Vakar.
That's a good choice. That's a good choice.
I was obviously you got to have the Muhammad, right? Then I had Atif. Then I wanted to call him Wasim Vakar. Obviously, she goes, no, because either Wasim or Vakar. So I chose to Vakar because then he's Atif or Waka. English vernacular.
So speaking of Vakar, that podcast that you did earlier, Atif, with Nikesh about the Pakistan-India rivalry. So that sounds like it was really, really cool to make, but it just seems like when you hear things like that, it just feels like you're living your dream because you're working and you're talking about old Pakistan cricket games. Like, how cool is that?
It was really cool, man. Like, what's really cool about it is we didn't get any of those people through Wisden. So each of those players were either in Nikesh's network or in my network. So it was pretty crazy that we, just having Wakar Yunus on the end of your phone to be able to text him and be like, "Hey, Vicky boy, are you free to do this thing?" And then he's just so unbelievably nice. You know, the first time he acknowledged me, because me and Wakar boy, we did a tour in the UK. Right, like a Q&A type tour, and I was the interviewer person. I always made it a little bit fun for him. He was a little bit, nervous about certain things, so I made sure he was covered and looked after him and stuff. So I thought he might forget. These people meet a million people. I thought he'd completely forget me. But I remember being in Pakistan and for the Sri Lanka series in 2019 when Sri Lanka were visiting, and being in Rawalpindi, and I've got this BBC crew behind me, like 6 of us, and we're walking onto the pitch to get a shot. And I see Vakar Yunus in the middle. I tell everybody, look, they're practicing. Just don't disturb them. Let them do their thing. Well, later on, I'll approach him and quietly see if we can get a chat. And he just yelled at me across the field. He's like, "Atif Nawaz," and I'm like, "You know both my names, and you'll acknowledge me in public." And then he goes, "Wow, you came a long way to watch a test match." And I was like, "Wow." And he gave me a hug in the middle of the Rawalpindi cricket stadium while the team is practicing on the other side. And they had those chairs, those chairs you have at Pakistani weddings in Pakistan, the chairs in the tent. They had one of those fancy chairs with a velvet cushion, and he was sitting on one of those, and he had another one next to him that he had his shoes and his bag on. And I was introducing him to the crew, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you guys are from BBC? Yeah, no problem. We can talk whenever you want." You know what? It just made me look so good in front of that crew. It instantly validated me. I just always appreciated that. But that series was so much fun to do. Talking to Zahir Abbas about the 100 centuries. I often think with some of the older cricketers, like we had Asif Iqbal on there as well. Like, do they remember? Like, how much of their golden years do they remember? Zahir Abbas could describe every single one of his centuries to you if you asked him. He didn't forget. He's got 100 first-class centuries. He did 100 hundreds a long time before Sachin did it, before Graham Hick, all these guys did it, right? He was extraordinary. And the fact that he remembers it, and he was talking to me, he was playing golf at the same time in Lahore. So I think it was at Lahore Gymkhana playing golf. And he's like, just 1 second, Atif, I need to make this putt. And then he does the putt, and he comes back and he goes, so there I was batting, and I was like, wow, this is crazy. Like, what? Unbelievable. And he's still, we actually, the one I was gutted about was Javed Miandad, because there was a slight miscommunication, let's say, and we couldn't use what we got with him. But he was fascinating to speak to. He's a really interesting dude, Javed Miandad, off the field.
Pakistani interesting, like sort of weird.
Well, I'll tell you one thing he did right, which I'm quite is there's an English
material. What was the material?
No, he didn't give us unusable material. We just couldn't use it for various reasons. But it wasn't unusable, and and he was lovely. By the way, he was super nice, super friendly, and just really good guy. But he does this one really bizarre thing where he's got so he's got one of my broadcast colleagues, an English guy, white, English, British, whatever you want to call it, right? And so now he's on WhatsApp with Javed Mirdad, right? And Javed Mirdad forwards him like every week a new clip of some guy doing stylized Urdu Punjabi poetry, right? I don't even know how to describe it. It's a really Pakistani thing where there's like a little bit of music and you're not quite singing, but you're yelling political poetry, right? It's a really, really Pakistani thing. It's like a jalsa or something that's taking place and somebody's yelling Pakistani and he just forwards them. Now, the odd thing is he doesn't send them to me, the Pakistani guy. He sends them to the English cricket journalist who isn't going to understand it at all. He was getting so frustrated. He was like, bro, I don't know what's going on. I'm going to have to block Javed Mirdad on WhatsApp.
That's when you know you made it. If you're blocking Javed Mirdad, that's it. You'd be pretty happy with your achievements. How hard was that kind of combined 11 to make? And how many arguments did we not get to hear when you wanted someone in and Nikesh didn't, or what have you? Because obviously you could make 4 11s just from one country, to be honest.
Yeah, I think like at that point in the series, we'd been going for quite a long time, and it was a difficult process to record. This was early in lockdown; we were recording it as well, so the whole Zoom thing was new. New to people, most of the world, I guess. And I was just getting really tired because it was really difficult. You're coordinating cricketers, and a lot of them are elderly. Like we had Farouk Engineer. Now it took us about 25 minutes. Farouk, a lot of love for him, obviously, but it took him like 25 minutes to, accept the Zoom link, to get the audio working together. It's a real laborious process, the whole thing. And, like some people were fantastic. Like Vakar is exceptional with technology. For his age, he's got to be right up there with some of the best people with tech. And, Azhar was obviously great, but by the time we got to those episodes where we had to do the combined 11s, I was so tired, Akbar. I was just I was exhausted. I was just like, look, what do you want?
Have Sehwag, go on.
I'm like, have Sehwag, it's fine.
What was the 11 you came up with?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but I'm sure I managed to squeeze 6 Pakistanis into either the one day one or the
Did you pick Dev and Khan? Who's Dev and Khan? Do you remember?
I think I managed to get Dev left out for Abdul Razak.
What?
No, I'm kidding. That would have been something. I actually got him left out for Muhammad Nawaz. No, I didn't. That would be something, though, wouldn't it? Like imagining arguing for that. That'd be really Pakistani. I don't remember exactly what the teams were, but in the end, I was like, it was something I could live with. Like it wasn't ideal.
Wasim and Waqar got in pretty much, I think, both teams, and I think that understandably we really struggled for a Pakistani keeper, which obviously it hit home when I listened to that actually, yeah, we've had Kamran Akmal at the start of his career, we had Rashid Latif, Moin Khan, but if you look at kind of great keepers compared to maybe what India have had over the years, that's probably one thing that they've had kind of over us. I think Dhoni probably got into one, if not both teams, but I can't remember off the top of my head.
Nav, you've gone really quiet, bro.
You start with Wasim Bari and Girmani, who were both sort of equal. And then they've not really had a keeper. They had Sabah Kareem. They had
Kiran Moray.
Yeah.
Dhoni was the first Desi proper keeper batsman.
But if you put Rashid and Moin Khan, and they sort of were in and out, they were, Peter Shilton and Ray Clements. You couldn't work out which one was a better one, so you had them. If you put them together, they'd been one or the other, then we would have had one great keeper. But if you put their stats together, I think, we wouldn't have been that far off.
Shilton and Clemens. What a reference for the Stani Army Watchalong. Unbelievable reference, Nav.
Shilton and Clemens, they couldn't work out the difference. No one, some managers picked Shilton, some people picked Clemens, and they were in and out. And it was the same with Moin Khan and Rashid Latif.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm going to try.
You're bang on.
Because we've got Artifan, I'm going to try and shoehorn in as many WWE references as I can. It's like it's Stone Cold or The Rock. Who was the standard bearer?
No. Stone Cold was the standard bearer. Come on.
Okay. Ultimate Warrior or Hulk Hogan?
Sorry, go on now.
Depends on what we're talking about.
What was the question?
Whatever. Ultimate Warrior or Hulk Hogan?
See, I'm going to go back to a tweet, Atif, that you did a few months ago, where you said who was more impactful, Stone Cold or Hogan? And I think I probably filled your replies with like 4 paragraphs on why it's Hogan. So I'm going to say I would say Hogan over everyone. Not that I'm a massive Hulkamaniac, but I just think his impact. We're losing viewers here. I think his impact on his impact on professional wrestling over the years is just so much greater than any other performer.
I tend to agree with you. I'll try and wrap this up as quickly as possible because I suppose Pakistan are playing a test match and we should talk about test cricket. But I tend to agree with what you said. For me, it depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about the highest earning wrestler of all time, that would over a period of time, that would be Stone Cold Steve Austin. He made more money in a calendar year than any wrestler ever has before or since, adjusted for inflation. I think the small period, he was only on top for like 3 years. Like for 3 years, he was the number one guy, and that was probably the most impactful anybody's ever been over a 3-year run. Hogan was there for essentially a decade and a half. You can't compete with that unless you're John Cena, of course, who's also had a decade and a half run. And then you go further back to like Bruno Sammartino, and I'm going to stop now. But yeah, it's a great discussion.
I'll add one thing here, right?
Stani Army Royal Rumble Watchalong. Don't.
Can I add one thing for WWE? When I was in the police, we're doing restraint techniques, and I'm Stu's lying on the floor and said, "And if you're restrained, you can't get out of this." I said, "Oh, yes, I can." And I start doing Scotty's Two Hotties, the Worm. And I had the whole class. Hey, what are you doing? I said, "I'm doing the Worm." And I had the whole 18, 19 police officers nearly wetting themselves whilst I demonstrated the Worm whilst on this restraint technique in the gym.
Outstanding.
Pakistan,
Sorry?
Pakistan 155 for 5.
Oh.
There we go.
Yeah, Rizwan and Fawad going along nicely.
So
Yeah.
basically, we've got 25 minutes till tea. Where do you, obviously then we've got another couple of probably 2.5 hours to the end of the day. I'll go around the room. Hamza, where do you reckon we're going to be at the close?
At the close of play, probably about another 120 odd runs. So I think we'll be about 270. I think these guys are going to dig in. So it'll be about 270, 280 for 5, something like that.
Adif?
Yeah, I think I'm with Hamza. I think 270 for. I think it'll be maybe not 270. I'm going to say 250 for 6. Optimistic.
Our resident optimist. How many wickets do you think South Africa will have lost by the close of play tonight?
Me?
Yeah, go on.
Having seen Pakistan for over 40 years, we'll be there or thereabouts, parity thereabouts, 20 over, 20 under. Then South Africa will bat, and they can't bat as badly as they bat in the first innings. So we'll be chasing a lot on day 5.
Thanks, Nav. We were all feeling quite good about ourselves until that came along. But yeah, I guess we'll
you've got to give the worst case scenario. Then anything other than that is an improvement, isn't it?
Is one way of looking at life, I guess. So yeah, we're 156 for 5 at the moment, and these two. I'm trying to think how much these two have put on now. I mean, the current partnership is I make it. If anyone's got it to hand, 34 in 14 overs. So the run rate, like we mentioned earlier, Atif, is around the 2.2 mark. Obviously, in between the wrestling chatter and watching the cricket, it does seem like South Africa are bowling pretty tight lines and they're bowling to their field. But essentially, you've not got many behind the wicket. One slip now, and kind of that very subcontinental kind of heavy onside field.
Yeah, I think this is, it's always been a kind of staple of South African cricket that they're exceptionally consistent, and they can really hold that line, particularly in relatively low pressure situations. So I think Ngidi is going to hold his length for quite some time. I love the idea of pairing a fast bowler and a slow left armer. I think that's a good way to go from South Africa's perspective. But I think, again, for Pakistan, this is a game of patience now. Just I suspect if a wicket falls, it'll be a loose shot or something silly. So if they can avoid that, just show that patience. Fawad, we've talked about his record, an exceptional record in Karachi, averaging 66, 10 tons in Qaid-e-Azam, or blah 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 blah. Like let's see some fulfillment. He's going reasonably well. Let's see how far he can take it. Azhar was going really well earlier as well, and that dismissal sort of came out of nowhere as well. So, yeah, I think it's just a case of being as patient as possible, which is why I lean towards the low run rates, particularly when you're trying to get yourself out of trouble. I don't mind 2 and over until you reach parity, and then building ahead of steam.
As a professional, obviously, well, we're all professionals here, clearly, but as a slightly more professional broadcaster than us, when you are broadcasting and it's not a particularly exciting kind of period in the game, and then maybe it's crawling along at 2 and over, and it's engrossing Test cricket, but maybe not so much for the radio listener, as it were.
Zainab's on.
Yeah, I mean, on the PCB like to go with tic-tac-toe as their chosen source of entertainment when the game's slowed down a bit. But how do you kind of, when you're on the radio, how difficult is it to kind of keep viewers engaged when the cricket isn't particularly exciting?
Well, I mean, there's a few things to remember. Very few people are going to listen to your broadcast from the start of the day to the end of the day. And even if they are, it's always worth recapping things. So something along the lines of, well, if you're just joining us a little bit earlier today, Pakistan won the toss and elected to bat first. And thus far, they've done quite well. And the South Africans have managed to take this many wickets, this batsman impressing, this bowler impressing. And here we are now as Ngidi comes in and bowls. And that's another one that's pushed into the covers for no run. So, Phil, tell us, if you're the opposition batsman at this point, what would you be doing to get that wicket? And that's when you lean on your summarizer. So if you're doing ball-by-ball commentary, you try and you don't have to get in as much detail. Whereas in the first sort of 10, 15 overs, when the new ball is shining and there's a lot at stake, you got to really push it. And in a T20 game, like I'm doing the Big Bash, you got to really push it all the way through. So it's like, Morkel back in and he bowls to Warner, who smashes it to the boundary, he's gone for 6. Like, you've really got to sell things, right? Whereas, and go into detail as well, like, another gorgeous delivery, just angling in towards the batsman, kissing the surface with that seam and just wobbling off in the direction of the wicketkeeper, who collects outside the off stump, and the ball taking a bit of shape as it passes the bats. You can go into insane amounts of detail, but sometimes.
South Africa have gone for a review. Just as an aside, South Africa have gone for a review for a leg side looking LBW shout. I think this will stay not out. So I'm hoping we're okay. You can see, you can almost see all 3 stumps there. So I don't think this one's going to be given.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you a question. You may choose not to answer it. Obviously, over the World Cup, you were around the press box. How did you find some of the Pakistani journalists? Because the impression that we get on Twitter and that is they're looking for a story, pressing a particular story, or an agenda quite regularly.
To be honest with you, so I'm just distracted slightly by the replays. To be honest, I didn't have any negative experiences with any of them. I quite liked Faizan Lakhani. I really liked Mazhar Arshad. Daniel Rasool, who I met later after the World Cup. He's also a great guy.
They're not the ones we're talking about.
Oh yeah, sorry, Usman from Cricket. Usman Samiuddin from Cricinfo, great guy. We had some lovely chats. I think when you go to the press box, you tend to gravitate towards the people you know anyway. And I didn't meet anybody silly or awkward or weird or anything like that. If anything, when I went to Pakistan in 2019 for that the Sri Lanka series, I was really impressed with the standard of journalism generally, the presentation and all that kind of stuff. There was that one really embarrassing incident in the press conference where Niroshan Dikwela was hosting the press conference.
Yeah. I'm not. He got used for De Silva, I think, didn't he? Was it?
Yeah, they were like, oh yeah. He was like, they were like, oh, how does you? Are you looking forward to having a bat tomorrow? He's like, no, I'm already out, my friend. Like, you're thinking of De Silva. I am Dikwela. Like, luckily, he had a sense of humor about it, and he didn't blow it out of proportion. But that was a really bad look. And now there's a couple of appalling journalists in the Pakistani cricket community for sure, but I think the good outweighs the bad. So generally speaking, people like Faizan, people like Mazhar, who's more of a statistician, I guess, and Zainab's kind of full on presenting now, but her analysis I thought is pretty much bang on as well a lot of the time. I think we got more good than bad.
I think the problem is with social media that the bad journalists can sensationalize stories and they get amplified because they put them out there and people passed them on. I suppose they're doing what they're doing. They're the equivalent of tabloid journalists in this country, aren't they? Putting a spin on everything.
They are, and it's annoying because, like, as fans of Pakistani cricket, we're more invested emotionally in what's happening as well. So I don't like somebody, turning my passion into just a source of mass consumerism. So that's why I used to have a lot less patience for these guys. Now I just tend to avoid people that I don't like. Like in the cricket world, there's so many people to like and be around and chat to and have a good time. You just gravitate to people who you're going to chill with, you're going to have a nice time with, you're going to enjoy your time. You don't want to go to a match and be miserable, right? So I just stay clear. And I usually at these Pakistan matches, I'll just find you now at the Pakistan matches. And,
question is, I remember when we used to watch cricket, and my mum could never get the hang of his name, so she used to call him Iron Bottom. Have you ever met Iron Bottom?
I have met Sir Iron Bottom, and he was perfectly nice. Like it always disappoints my dad that Mike Gatting is a nice guy, because like he saw him in 1987, right? Again with Shakur. So he always thinks of Mike Gatting as like that guy who was like rude to our umpire, and I'm like, yeah, he's super nice to me, Dad. He gave up his parking spot for me at Lord's. His son played with me, and he's a really friendly guy. When I was sick, I got a text message from him wishing me well as well. Mike Gatting's awesome. So I think perceptions are so specific. Like, the other thing is, I hear so many stories about Jeff Boycott. People talk about Boycott being difficult to work with, or loads of unsavory things about him. When I met him, he was a sweetheart. He was such a nice guy, and I can only really judge him by my experience of him, and anecdotal. There's some troubling things that you hear, and you try and keep them in context. But it's weird, man. I don't know. I don't dislike anybody really, and if I do, I tend not to acknowledge them.
Who do you find you had the best kind of chemistry with then in the TMS box? Who's kind of the easiest to get on with, or maybe the easiest to when it is? I mentioned when it's a difficult time to commentate on if not a lot's happening. Who's kind of up there for you?
It's tough because I like all of them. I genuinely do. I love being with them. What do you call it? I like being with Dan Norcross because we commentated together before we were even on TMS. We used to do Test Match Sofa and Guerrilla Cricket together back in the day. But I think of the players, I get on quite well with Tuffers, with Phil Tufnell, and Mark Ramprakash. I really love commentating with. Like, he's the nicest man in the world. Like, he's a genuinely, like, I don't think I ever heard him. We were together for about 3 weeks in a hotel, like, with no one else to talk to. So we're hanging out and playing table tennis, and we're chatting about all sorts of things. I don't think he ever raised his voice. I don't think he ever said an untoward word about anybody. He was overly friendly, he's always the guy that's like, does anybody want anything? Can I get anybody anything? Is everybody comfortable? He's got this kind of positive, warm dad energy. And I don't think he was known for that in his youth, but now he's just the nicest guy, and he's got some really incisive analysis as well. So I quite like Ramps.
Yeah, he comes across really well. He's got really nice, softly spoken. Seems very smart in the sort of analysis I've seen him do.
All I had to think on this conversation without saying anything, because you've worked with him, you'd have to work with him in the future, is shake my head and say Jonathan Agnew, and shake my head again.
He's a great, yeah. He's a great. Aggers is cool.
Nav, well, yeah. So moving on then, Nav. We like story time with you. So we were talking about the radio earlier. You must have listened to a lot of cricket on the radio.
Yeah, I can remember Fred Truman, Colin Milburn. When you used to have to listen to it on shortwave, and when all you could get, we didn't have TV, you'd get the old medium wave radio out, and all you could hear was a little drum beat when they were playing in Pakistan or Sri Lanka or somewhere. So yeah, I've Test Match Special was something that you listen to all the time.
What about you, Hunter? Cricket on the radio?
Not so much really. I just remember watching Richie Beno. He's the face of cricket for me, because he used to do he used to do a lot of work here in England.
Edge and boundary.
Edge. Well, we don't have many slips in because nothing's going to go through there, but obviously I just did, and there's no slips, so that's another boundary for Fawad. We're 167 for 5. Hey guys, we're only 53 behind at this point.
Yeah, getting
Follow on avoided.
there. Yeah, no. For me, it's just one of my images of cricket is early '90s Richie Benaud sitting there talking about Wasim and Waka. The '92 tour was my first proper sort of when I got into Test cricket. So yeah, Richie Benaud for me.
I remember Tony Lewis. Tony Lewis used to present it as well. He's
Yeah.
Peter West in the days of before Sky used to have Peter West, and they'd show cricket all day. It'd start on BBC One, then switch over to BBC Two, and come back to BBC One. So you were channel hopping all the time. If there was a rain interval, they would go and there's been rain, and we'll now go back to the 1974 One Day International Headingley, Pakistan, a 34 for 3 where we take up. You just have the little BBC little thing, Kirkstall Lane and the R. It used to be great. And that's the one thing that we lost when we lost BBC. They don't show these games. They show old Pakistan games from 67 or 71 or 74. And you saw the bloke who had a double Faisal, it wasn't Faisal Mahmood, it was something similar, who had a double, he'd run one way, he'd stop and run the other way. It's a double chassis running and all sorts.
So wait, hold on, that you know that cricket is back on the BBC, right? Like you know that England played Pakistan in a T20 on BBC last summer, right?
And then there was some superstar presenter, but generally speaking, there wasn't a rain break. There wasn't a rain break. It wasn't a
Yeah, no, I
break,
can't live up to Richie Benaud. I'm afraid can't live up to that. That's good. He used to present the video games as well. Do you remember? I don't know if you ever played International Cricket Captain.
I had Graham British cricket on the Amstrad. See,
Oh,
the Amstrad,
wow.
The Amstrad was a Pakistani computer because you said, "Dad, I want a computer," and you'd have to need a tape recorder. And there was an Amstrad which had the tape recorder, the computer, and the screen all built in. This is good value, son.
Brian Lara cricket, mate. That's my one. That's my first cricket game.
That's modern. That is modern.
That was wicked.
I tell you what, for those like me who have no children yet and therefore have no purpose in life, Don Bradman cricket is a really good game on the PS4. I don't know if anyone's played Don Bradman, but it's really, really, really. And then over the years, I found cricket games to be pretty unrealistic because you tend not to get the edges. It's not the kind of bat to ball physics doesn't quite work.
Cricket on the iPhone.
Yeah, all that. But this one on the PlayStation, Don Bradman. I'm not being paid by them to say this or anything, but it's a really good game, and better than a lot of cricket games out there. Are you much of a gamer, Artif, from a cricket point of view?
Yeah, I do. I play. I've got an Xbox Series X, so I like playing my Game Pass stuff. I have to say, Cricket 19, which was the latest cricket game. I don't think there's been one since. Is a big disappointment to me. I didn't enjoy that at all. Don Bradman I had on the PS4 for a while as well. I thought that was pretty good. That was a pretty good game. I'm really glad I got a hold of that because it wasn't easy to find in England. But like the best cricket game of all time is International Cricket Captain. Like that's the dream. Surely, guys, you want to captain your team. Oh wow, what a shot! Look at that. I think your feed is slightly ahead of mine. I don't know. Are you watching in SD? Are you watching in SD? He's getting it faster than everybody else. I think International Cricket Captain is without a doubt the best cricket game of all time. It's like the championship manager of cricket.
Just like I'm watching on 404 Sky Cricket.
Oh, okay.
Where are you watching it on? Or main event or?
Oh, no, I'm watching on parkpassion.net/Facebook/Twitter/ No, I'm not. I'm watching on Sky Sports as well. It's not like the women's one day. They didn't put the women's one day series on in the UK. I was really angry about that.
I was upset. Even on Cricket Info, that was kind of downrated. And the women's cricket seem to have improved significantly because 3 scores of 200 or nearly 200 is a massive improvement to where they were. And I think that's disappointed me is that they're trying to improve cricket, that none of the women have been picked up for this hundreds, for the 100 or this women's 2020, which surprises me because I'm sure 3 or 4 of them are good enough.
Yeah, they most definitely are. I think there was almost a deal done with Sana Amir and the London Spirit team, but that didn't happen in the end. And I think Bisma Maroof was in line for a spot as well. But it's really, it's a challenge, man. It's a very difficult thing to.
You know the ins and outs. What happened with Sunderland? Because she was playing really well. She was like the top 2020 all-rounder. They didn't pick her for that 2020 World Cup, and then she retired. And she still had a lot to give. There seems to be quite a lot of politics around that, but not really.
I think it's difficult. There is politics around it. I think there were some things that she wanted that maybe the PCB weren't comfortable setting those kind of precedents with her. This is just conjecture, I should say. Like it's all unconfirmed things that I've heard, but I think she felt like she plateaued, certainly monetarily at the PCB, and I think she wanted to explore some options while she still could, and now she's built an extraordinary fan base already and a big following, and she can do loads of different things, still relatively young, so she can do pretty much anything she wants. I would like to see her maybe play a little bit more cricket and be an ambassador for Pakistani women's cricket, which I guess she is, but there's other things she wants to do, and that's fair enough.
She was that superstar, and they needed to keep her in the game, and it would have given us some strength, because at one stage there was her and there was no one else, and now there was 3, 4, 5 players. We had the making of a team, and it's been a shame that we've lost that, to be honest.
Well, I mean, the biggest shame in the women's game for me is they don't play women's Test cricket anymore. It's not seen as commercially viable, so all the focus goes into T20 and one-day cricket, and they don't play Test cricket. And it's a real shame to me personally, because the single highest score in women's Test cricket was by a Pakistani woman, and nobody's heard her name. That is appalling. Like, imagine if nobody heard the name Brian Lara. Imagine if we just didn't know who Brian Lara was, or you couldn't put a face to the name. He's the top Test run scorer in men's cricket, and this is something that we adore. And nobody even knows who Kiran Baloch is. Like, you couldn't pick her out of a lineup. She's probably walking without being accosted somewhere in Pakistan. It's really sad, because scoring a double 100 in a women's game against the West Indies in a Test match is an extraordinary achievement, something that should be marked. But in Pakistan, we've been slow to adopt.
Quite early on in the history of cricket, so to do that when there was no precedent takes a lot to do.
Nobody's come close since. In Pakistan, as you say, in one-day international, struggled to hit the 200 mark against quality teams. So South Africa is a quality team. India has become a quality team. England, obviously, New Zealand, Australia. These are all the top teams. But they've done quite well against the Thai cricket team, as you would expect them to. But it was a lot closer than I would have liked. And now they're going to go and play against Zimbabwe. Again, it's going to be more competitive than people expected. It'll be a slightly better chance for them to get to those bigger totals. But they were so close now to getting, all 3 of these games are really close. They could have, if they snuck one win, one win against South Africa, they would have done wonders for them.
Having not played cricket to do that, they've bowled well, and I obviously haven't seen the games. But the thing you've got to say is, for them to do what they're doing, given some of the attitudes in Pakistan, and given that the number of players they're selecting for, because we all know realistically that this in Pakistani cricket you can see people who aren't very well off in the male game come up. This will be a very select number of people living in Lahore, Karachi, and Islamabad who play women's cricket that get selected. So I suspect they're selecting from a base of maybe 200, 300, 400 people who play the game in the country.
You're exactly right. I mean, people were pushing for this women's PSL, and there just isn't that talent pool there for it yet. If India doesn't think it has a talent pool for a women's IPL, then Pakistan certainly doesn't have a talent pool for a women's PSL.
Given for that team to play, given the pressures that must be on those on the women, for all the typical Pakistani pressures, for them to do what they're doing, I think they should be held in a very, very, very high regard. I'm amazed they managed to do it, and do it constantly, given all the likely background noise that people, the mullahs and the general public, are going to give them that women shouldn't be playing, and all that kind of stuff that I don't agree with totally. But I can imagine what they're fighting against.
If you ever want an insight, and anybody who's watching this, and by the way, I've seen some lovely comments, and I really appreciate them. Thanks, Imi, and Ticker, and all these guys.
Rizwan's getting caught a slip.
Surprise wouldn't have got out there.
That was a good take from Duplessis as well, because I don't think you're expecting many to fly to first slip at this stage. I don't know how many. This ball is 72 overs old, so.
Gosh.
Oh, that's a shame. This is going to be a one-inning shootout, really, isn't it?
Well, it could be. I don't know. They're just slightly shy of that target, but we did expect. Well, I certainly expected at least one more wicket to fall today. So now it's very much a case of how far ahead can they get. So again, baby steps. Get to the target. Get to the parity, and then how far ahead can you get? And maybe that fourth innings will be crucial. Maybe it won't. Time will tell.
Like I said, that was he wasn't got out there. He's guided that ball to slip. It's just a lack of concentration there.
Yeah,
It's a very Pakistani thing to push the ball through the covers, or want to push the ball through the covers of the back foot. It's kind of how, like Hamza was saying, it's how Abid got out in the first innings a little bit.
Do you think
just
he's
got a
trying to
different
go?
result.
I thought he was trying to go that through the slips.
Maybe through that probably through that. Let's split the baby. Let's say through the gully.
Hamza, your favourite Fahim Ashraf is about to come in. So before you go off on your long run about Fahim, actually no, go on. I'll let you go now. Go on, Hamza. Fahim's in. What are you thinking?
No, I mean I'm hoping he does well. It's just a big debate we had yesterday at TIFF. I don't know if you heard it in the news or anything, but yeah, it's just a huge debate about whether we should have Fahim in the team or basically play someone like a Kamran Ghulam who is a proper batsman and a sort of part-time spin option at 6, and so it's a bit of a split really amongst us. I've always said, Misbah got us to number 1, playing if you think of a football analogy, sort of like 4-4-2, keep it simple. He was just like 6 batsmen, keeper, 4 bowlers. We're going to strangle you, and then we're going to pile on the runs. And if we're struggling as a batting team right now, I don't understand why, especially at home, why you'd play an all-rounder. I would have 100% played that 6th batsman, either Saud or Ghulam. I personally would have gone with Ghulam because all of the runs he made in the Quaid-e-Azam Trophy were in Karachi. So just like he made 1,200 runs in Karachi. Your first test is in Karachi. You've got a guy he's was on fire. Stick him in, and I know Fahim did well in New Zealand, or better than we thought. But the thing is, I was talking about this the other day. We don't make good game-to-game, series-to-series decisions. So, for example, Santner after the first test, he took the winning wicket, but New Zealand still dropped him for the second test because they could see that we had an easier time against the spin, so they played a seam bowling all-rounder. So obviously, huge debate amongst us whether we should have played Fahim or not. And I'm strongly on the side of, in Asia, definitely play the extra batsman who can bowl a bit of spin as a 5th bowler.
I don't know if Arthur's going to be able to answer. He's currently lying on his side, according to the picture that I can see. But maybe we'll come back to him in just a second.
I knew he was laid back.
Yeah, he's sideways.
He's taking the Fawad Alam approach to appearing on here. So we'll just give Artif a second. There's a comment about the PSL, which we'll come back to as well in a second. We'll just give Artif a moment. So from here, we're about 40 odd behind.
Yeah.
T should be taken, I think, pretty soon, which is really annoying because it would have been nice to have gotten to T, with still 5 wickets down as opposed to 6.
The thing here is, you can imagine us with our tail just getting bowled out for 220. That's why that wicket was really crucial. We sort of needed them to keep going for a while.
Well, Hassan's been in decent form, hasn't he? Domestically, Hassan Ali has been okay with the bat. I think, did he not get?
He got a sort of crazy 100 where his team were down and out, and he just thought, you know what, I'm just going to start launching at it. And he made it 100 out of nowhere.
And you know what happened? We'll expect him to come in and score 20 and 30, and he'll score 2 or something, given it through our tail.
That just brings, I guess, that wicket just brings the expectation down a little bit because you're thinking.
That is tea.
It's tea time now as well. So you're thinking, obviously, 40 odd behind, 5 wickets down. We go past South Africa, 5 wickets down. Who knows? Lead of 100 and anything can happen. But now I think you'd be happy with. I mean, would you like, Hamza? Would you take 220 all out now? If someone said you can be 220 all out.
No. You've got Fahim, you've got Hassan, you've got Yasser. Obviously, Yasser's batting form hasn't been great for a while, but you'd still hope that those 3 between them. You could knock together 60 between them, something like that.
How
60?
often in these games, you know, you play a test match and you play for 5 days, and one team gets a 20, 30, 40 run lead, and that 40 run lead makes such a difference. You know, if New Zealand, you know, we were batting first, and the other team, South Africa, got 40 more than us, we'd have probably lost 3 wickets, getting up to parity. It makes a big difference having even a small lead. So if we can get to 260, 250, 260, that will be a decent lead. Yeah, just looking at the Rizwan dismissal again, I don't think he was trying to guide it. He just happened to play it with a very open face. I don't think it didn't look like he was trying to guide that. It looked like he was just trying to sort of get a bit of bat on ball. Good catch.
The response comes through. I think Artif's having a few technical issues at the moment, but he's obviously put a comment there about for yourself, Hamza. Regarding Hamza's point, I think it could go either way. On balance, he's a better option included, which obviously that you can go either way with this, can't you? Yeah, I think Artif is going to head off now. And yeah, no, thank you. If you're still watching, Artif, thank you very much for giving up some of your time and joining us. It was really fun and really good to have you along. And hopefully have you along. Well, anytime you're free. I think we'll be doing this pretty much every single day of the test for the series. In terms of today, I don't know who is sticking around post tea between you guys. I may struggle, to be honest, but I don't know who else is around. What are your thoughts there?
Are we doing a post tea session? I thought there weren't any.
I think Imi's joining. If there are a couple of other guys.
Yeah, I'm in.
Hamza, how about yourself?
Yeah, I've got to drop out in a bit, but I can come back in after when session 3 starts.
Yeah, all right. I'm going to drop out now as well because I've got to charge my phone. The battery on these things dies so quickly.
Okay. Shall we? If I think we probably need 3 or 4, don't we? So if we maybe if we say, is that it for the day? Because I think maybe with 2 it might be a bit more difficult.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to call it a day. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Speak to you guys later.
I think we've done well.
See you tomorrow, guys.
All right, Nav, take care. See you soon. We're 178 for 6. Let's see where we are at the end of the day, I guess.
Yeah, 100 from Fahim.
And on that bombshell, thanks for joining, Hamza. Thanks for joining everyone who's watched and sent in the comments. Thanks again, Artif, for joining. Really good to have you along. And we'll be back tomorrow morning, 5 o'clock UK time, so bright and early. Hopefully with Pakistan still batting, or possibly with South Africa already 4 or 5 wickets down. And inshallah we'll see how things go for them. But yeah, thanks a lot for joining everyone, and we'll see you guys soon.
See ya.